keeps pressing on the button after Alice's first skill is cast, the camera will follow the bloodstream so that the player can decide when to cast his skill again. Lastly, we have adjusted Alice's passive and granted it a mono regen effect. Apart from them, Aurora, Mortis, Vale, and even more heroes have been revamped. Feel free to check the patch notes for the details when the update arrives. Aside from the hero skill changes, we've also made some great improvements in terms of hero modeling. Now, with the updated animation and visual effects, it is safe to say that MLBB has taken a giant leap. Concerned about the increased system consumption? Worry no more. All the changes and optimization won't cost you extra system consumption. We have included elements of the MLBB universe in the hero display screen. Now, different heroes will have different backgrounds depending on their places of origin in the Land of Dawn. To make it easier for you to execute team strategies and to avoid overlapping visuals, we have conducted an overhaul of battlefield visual elements. What's more, in terms of equipment items, we have not only optimized their visuals, but also their icons. From the login screen to the post screen, you shall notice many refreshing changes to the UI. And when it comes to the controls and the field of view, we have also made great improvements, with which we hope our players can fully enjoy the fun of a mobile MOBA. Well, that wraps up today's episode of Inside Mobile Legends. Don't forget to log in onto MLBB on September 22nd. If you have any suggestions for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, feel free to leave a comment below. Don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Follow our YouTube channel for more news and updates. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Good day everyone, ako nga pala si Wolf, your host, at kasama ko ngayon ang pinakamainit na team sa MPL Season 6, ang Execration. What's up mga Lods? Alright. Mainit. Pakilala naman kayo mga men sa mga viewers natin, your name, your IGN, at yung role nyo sa team.
Ako nga pala si Jeff Subang, IGN sa Gitno, ang fighter ng Execration.
Ay, ako nga pala si Joshua Mangilog, aka Chakno, ang tank ng Execration.
Ako nga pala si Billy Alfonso, aka Zapno, fighter assassin ng Execration.
Ako nga pala si Patrick James B. Kaidik, aka Tomax, ang mage support ng Team Execration.
Ako naman si Jaylord Gonzalez, aka Hate, assassin mage ng Execration.
Ako nga pala si Benedict Gonzalez, aka Benny Cutie, ang fighter mage na Execration.
Captain, eto Max, ikaw na ngayon yung captain. Ano naman yung journey ng Execration ngayong Season 6?
Ngayong Season 6, bago mag-start yung season, syempre sobrang excited kami dahil nga alam naming nahanap namin yung role ng bawat isa, tsaka sobrang ganda ng performance na lumalabas namin. Tsaka mas nakikita ko na mas lumalakas pa yung team namin ngayon. Tsaka alam kong mas lalakas pa sa darating na playoffs.
Sino yung pinaka nilook forward mong kalaban? At kung sakaling nasa grand finals kayo, sino yung gusto mong kalaban doon?
Aura PH siguro kasi pag naglalaban kami yun, yung gaya ng regular season, sobrang ganda eh, sobrang dikit eh. Mananalo na kami, tas bigla pang mananalo, tas ganun. Mananalo na rin sila, makakambak pa namin, ganun. Sobrang gandang laban pag Aura PH yung kalaban namin.
Masarap talaga kalaban niya kasi back-to-back champion niya.
Ikaw, sa gitno, meron ka bang gusto makalaban?
Sa akin, next play kung aabot.
Chakno, kung meron kang dream team, kasama ka doon, sino yung mga players na yun?
Hindi, ito lang yung gusto kong team. Ito lang yung dream team ko. Execration lang. Sila pa rin.
Zapno, gaano ka-importante itong MPL Season 6 para sa organization mo?
Siguro, every season naman, importante talaga na manalo kami. Pagpapalagay na natin na win or loss, okay lang. Pero para sa akin, malaking bagay sa akin na lagi kami nananalo. Lalo na makuha namin tong championship na to. Gusto talaga, since season 1, although na nag-champion na ako sa mga ibang tournament like MPC, pero gusto ko rin talaga mag-champion dito sa MPL since day 1. Since season 1 yan.
Good. Okay, sige, ganito na lang. Isa-isa, ano gusto mong sabihin sa mga fans ninyo tsaka sa mga makakalaban nyo sa playoffs?
Sa mga fans namin, patuloy nyo na kami supportahan. Hindi namin kayo bibiguin. Darating din tayo dyan. At sa mga kalaban namin, maganda na kayo. Ito na kami.
And sa mga fans namin dyan, patuloy na rin kami supportan. Salamat. Sa kalaban namin, wait nyo kami.
Sa sumusuporta sa amin, simula season 1 hanggang season 6, maraming salamat. Nandiyan pa rin kayo sumusuporta sa amin. Tapos doon naman sa mga kalaban namin, siguro, digmaan na talaga. Dito ng mga batang pasaway.
Mga supporters ng Team Execration na simula of Season 1, yun. Patuloy pa rin sumusuporta kahit na taon-taon na kayong umaasa sa amin na makapag-champion yan. Sana ngayong taon yan, hindi namin kayo bibigoyin yan. Tsaka sa mga kalaban namin siguro, may panahon pa kayo para umatras.
Sa mga fans dyan, salamat sa lahat. Tsaka sa mga kalaban namin, good luck sa atin. Pakitaan natin magandang laban yung mga viewers.
Sa mga fans ng Execration, maraming salamat sa suporta at sa pananatili nyo sa pagsuporta sa amin. Sa makakalaban namin, masisigurado namin na mabibigyan namin kayo ng magandang laban kasi mas naghahanda na yung Execration ngayon.
New and improved Execration naghahanda na at may kulit pa rin naman, may angas pa rin. Abangan nyo daw sila sa playoffs ng MPL-PH Season 6. Good day everyone, ako nga pala si Wolf, your host, at kasama ko sa mga pinakamaangas na contenders dito sa MPL-PH Season 6, ang Omega. Pakilala nyo ang inyong mga sarili sa mga viewers natin, yung IGN nyo, tsaka kung ano yung role nyo sa team.
Kenneth Villa, Kenji, offlaner.
John Kurt Matira, Kurt Tizzy, multi-role.
Salik Imam, Hajizi, Marksman Assassin.
Steven Bitog, coach.
Adrian G. Bacalio, Toshi, mage fighter.
Janiel Batanon, Hayes, tank support.
Ervin Jan Esperanza, IGN Heat, Tank Support.
Coach, paano naman sa'yo? Paano naman naka-apekto yung pandemic situation para sa team?
Parang 50-50 kasi meron kasing time na hirap kasi yun nga yung mga pamilya inaalala namin. Tapos nakalayo pa kami. Tapos di pa kami nakakauwi. Yung good side naman is parang hindi naman kasi nagbago sa amin. Nasa bootcamp lang kami. Kumbaga mas naging pabor pa sa amin nakapagbatak yung team eh.
Paano mo na lang din i-maintain yung mental fortitude ng team mo? Yung parang sa mentalidad nila na makapag-focus pa rin sila. At the same time ay maganda pa rin yung relationship nila with their families.
Siguro lagi ko na lang sinasabi sa kanila na mahirap yung buhay sa labas ng bootcamp.
Sino sa members ng team mo tingin mo this season yung nag-shine talaga?
Sila lahat eh. Kasi kung sabihin na natin na mag-effort yung isa, mag-effort silang lahat eh. Ayaw nilang yung isa nahihirapan na siya lang yung nag-effort. Gusto nila silang lahat mag-effort.
And I think yun yung dahilan din kung bakit ang consistent nyo rin this season, right?
Kasi isa lang din yung goal nila na gusto nila mag-champion eh.
Okay, may tanong ko dun sa Kambal, sa Kurt at si Kaji. Kung sakaling Grand Finals na ngayon, nandun na kayo sa Grand Finals, sino yung pinaka gusto nyong makatapat para sa championship at bakit?
Para sa akin po is Bren Esports. Kasi po sila ngayon yung pinakamalakas ngayong season na challenge po kami dun.
Okay. Ikaw?
Next play. Kasi po mga famous po sila.
Okay, when it comes to players naman, yung gusto nyo talagang makatapat sa mga karole nyo or kahit sinong player yan, gusto nyo talagang bigyan. Ano bang ganun?
Para sa akin po si Flap. Kasi po parehas kami TC.
Sa akin po si Chester. Kasi po consistent.
Heath, kung meron kang dream team, sino-sino yung mga nandun?
Para sa akin po, ito na yung dream team eh. Dahil dream ko mag-champion.
Gano'n ka-importante para sa Omega, sa organization ninyo, itong MPL-PH Season 6 na manalo sila bilang champion?
Para po sa akin, kumpara sa mga nakaraang season, ito yung pinaka-importante. Kasi iba na yung dinadala naming pangalan eh. Hindi na katulad dati na. Ngayon, sobrang laki na nung dala-dala naming pangalan sa MPL.
Bibigyan kita ng chance na kausapin itong trophy na to. Ano yung sasabihin mo sa kanya?
Wait mo lang ako dyan, buddy.
For the last question, bibigyan ko kayo ng opportunity isa-isa na magpasalamat sa inyong mga fans, sa mga supporters. At gusto ko rin malaman kung anong sasabihin nyo sa makakatapat nyo sa playoffs.
Maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Smart Omega. Pagpatuloy nyo lang kaming supportan, lalo na this coming playoffs. Kung sino man makakalaban namin, good luck na lang.
Maraming salamat sa pagsuporta. Patuloy lang po yung pagsuporta. Tapos sa mga kalaban namin, good luck na lang din.
Maraming salamat po sa mga suporta sa Smart Omega. Sana po kahit manalo matalo, patuloy nyo pa rin kami suportahan. Tapos sa makakalaban namin, good luck na lang.
Maraming salamat po sa mga sumusuporta sa Team Omega. Sana manalo matalo, patuloy nyo pa rin kami suportahan. Sa mga makakalaban namin, hindi kami magiging easy sa inyo. At good luck na lang sa inyo.
Salamat sa mga sumuporta sa Smart Omega. Supportahan nyo lang yung Omega, lalo na this coming playoffs. Sa mga makakalaban namin, hindi kami magbibigay ng easy na panalo.
Sa lahat ng fans ng Smart Omega, thank you sa pagsuporta sa amin hanggang dito sa bagong brand namin. Tapos, dun sa mga makakalaban namin, galingan natin kasi hindi na kami yung dating SGD na Omega na parang easy game. Ngayon, papahirapan namin kayo.
Maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Smart Omega. Sa mga kalaban namin, mag-ready na kayo sa playoffs. Pahihirapan namin kayo.
Papahirapan daw ng Omega ang mga kalaban nila sa playoffs. Abangan natin sila sa playoffs ng MPL-PH Season 6. What What is up everyone? My name is Wolf, your host, at kasama ko ngayon ang pinaka-relentless pero pinakamaganda rin ang skincare na team dito sa MPL Season 6, ang Onic PH. What's up? What's up?
What's good?
Hello, Sir Wolf.
Pakilala muna kayo sa mga viewers natin, your name, IGN at role sa Onic PH.
So hello guys, this is John Marbilla Luna, the tank support and the team captain of Onic PH.
Hi, I'm Jay, and tank support din na Onic PH.
I'm Kyle Barceño. My IGN is Rio. I'm the coach of Onic PH.
I'm Gerald Trinchera, DLAR, fighter ng Onic PH.
I'm Christian Manaog, Iakno, fighter ng Onic PH.
I'm Peter Bryce, basic, fighter ng Onic PH.
I'm Dannery James Wise, multi-role of Onic PH.
Kamusta naman ang journey sa MPL Season 6?
So hello Sir Wolf, thank you for that wonderful question. So about the journey of Onic PH this Season 6, I would say na mas mahirap siya compared nung journey namin nung Season 4 and Season 5. Dahil yung Season 6 ngayon is mas bigger na siya compared sa mga nakaraang season. And also yung mga kalaban ngayon is mas malalakas na and mas mauutak na compared before. Kaya mapapansin nyo yung journey namin from week 1 is medyo hindi kami stable and medyo nahihirapan kami mag-adjust. But despite nung mga na-experience namin this past few weeks, masabi kong mas nakaka-adapt na kami.
What do you think, Coach, is the biggest obstacle? Anong mga humaharang sa inyo?
Aura PH pa rin, tsaka Bren.
And how are you planning na lagpasan ang dalawang obstacle na to?
Siguro tiwala na lang sa isa't isa kasi nga, gaya ng mga previous season, Season 4 against Sunsparks ng finals and Season 5 against Aura PH ng finals din na umabot kami ng finals. So, ayun, nagtitiwala pa rin ako na kaya namin umabot ng finals at kaya namin mag-champion.
Okay, Wise, paano kayo nagpe-prepare ngayon para sa playoffs?
Ginagawa namin is double or triple effort talaga. Lalo ngayon na nabanggit ng captain namin na lahat malakas na kalaban namin. Ngayon kasi may na kami, management na tumutulong sa amin kung ano yung mga dapat namin gawin.
Okay, Dilar, meron ka bang gustong makaharap sa mismong finals nyo? Sino yun? Kung meron, sinong team yun?
Siyempre yung Aura PH kasi 2 beses na namin sila nakatapat nung Season 4 tas Season 5, di ba? Siyempre, masyado na sila sumusobre. At sa kanila nilelegan na eh. Kaya, yun, gusto ko talaga sila nakatapat.
Sa tingin mo, observing the other teams, sino yung top 3 ng best performing players ngayong season?
Para sa akin talaga si Gymnast yung pinaka-number 1 eh. Throughout the season, feel ko talaga malaki na ambag niya sa next play.
Venus, what does it mean para sa Onic PH na maging champion this season?
After being back-to-back first placer from Season 4 and Season 5, and yung expectations namin ng mga tao ngayon is mas doble na. So winning Season 6 means everything para mapatunayan namin na talagang kaya namin. Mapatunayan namin sa mga taong dumuda sa amin na hindi namin kaya.
Jay, if there's anything na gusto mong sabihin sa trophy na to?
Gusto ko lang sabihin sa trophy ng MPL Season 6, matataas din kita ulit.
Sige, for one last time, gusto kong hingin namin yung gusto nyo sabihin sa fans ninyo at sa mga makakatapat nyo sa playoffs.
Para sa mga fans namin na talagang sumusuporta sa amin, maraming salamat sa inyo. Sana huwag kayong magsabong suportahan kami, especially to my friends, family, and sa BY Spam. And para sa mga makakalaban naman namin, maghanda kayo dahil mas naghahanda kami.
Sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, Onic PH, maraming salamat and sana masuportahan nyo kami hanggang playoffs, hanggang matapos yung playoffs. And sa mga makakalaban namin, numanda na kayo at alam namin na kami ang magka-champion.
Sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Onic PH tsaka sa akin, maraming salamat. Sana suportahan nyo kami this coming playoffs. Tsaka sa masasabi ko sa mga makakalaban namin sa playoffs, maganda na kayo. Kasi kami puro TikTok lang eh.
Tingin sa mga sumusuporta sa Onic PH. Sana suportahan niyo kami hanggang sa dulo. Sa mga susunod naming laban, maraming salamat sa inyo. Sa mga makakalaban namin, maganda na kayo.
Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa fans ng Onic PH. Salamat sa walang sawang suporta. Tsaka gusto ko rin magpasalamat sa GoGo Express tsaka Cebuana Lulier. Dahil sa inyo, araw-araw kaming motivated. Sa mga kalaban naman namin, maganda na kayo.
Thank you sa mga Onic PH fans na laging positive yung comments, lagi na yung nababasa yan. Dahil sa inyo, mas lalo kaming nagiging motivated maglaro. Patuloy nyo lang kaming suportahan. And sa mga kalaban namin, good luck and have fun.
Sa mga fans ng Onic PH, maraming salamat sa inyo. Sana supportahan nyo kami sa darating na playoffs ng MPL-PH Season 6. Sa mga kalaban namin, magandaan na kayo, lalong-lalo na kay Daki.
Mainit. Yun, maraming salamat, Onic PH. Of course, most relentless team. At third time's the charm na ba para sa Onic PH? Abangan yan sa playoffs. Bren lang malakas. Mga kaibigan, ako nga pala si Wolf, your host, at kasama ko ngayon ang sa mga pinaka-consistent at pinakamalalakas. Pero sige, magpakilala muna kayo dun sa mga viewers natin. Name, IGN, at ano yung role sa team?
Ako si Angelo Kailar Kangel, IGN Few. Ang role ko is support.
Ako si Alan Castomayor, IGN Colasti. Role ko sa team ko, tank.
Ako nga pala si CJ Ribo. Ang role ko sa team namin, fighter.
Ako pala si Carl Gabriel na pumaseno. IGN ko, Carl TZ, role carry.
Ako nga pala si EJ Zambrano. Ang IGN ko is EJ and the role ko, tank support.
Few, kamusta naman yung journey ng Bren Esports dito sa MPL Season 6?
And okay naman yung journey namin ngayong MPL Season 6 na patapos na yung regular season. Kahit may bago kaming player na si Flap TZ, okay pa rin naman yung mabilis namin nakuha yung chemistry namin. Kita nyo naman sa results ng mga laban namin.
Sino sa mga members mo ngayon, sa mga players ninyo, nag-shine ng pinakamaganda ng season?
Para sa akin, si Flap talaga. Kasi kinuha namin siya, galing lang siya sa RG. Tapos ngayon siya na yung isa sa pinakamagaling mag-offlane sa Pilipinas.
Sino sa tingin nyo ang pinakamalaking obstacle ngayon sa Season 6 para mag-champion kayo? Tingin nyo?
Sa akin yung Omega kasi sila yung tumalo sa amin nung last season tsaka yung ngayon din. Yung wala kaming talo, sila na naman tumalo sa amin.
EJ, paano kayo nag-prepare ngayong playoffs?
Nagpe-prepare kami, kumukuha kami ng mga scrim sa ibang bansa, ganun, sa Indo, then kakalabanin namin. Kasi sa PH, medyo parang sila na yung pinakamalakas talaga, wala nang makaharap. So talagang umaano kami sa ibang bansa. Doon kami kumukuha ng ibang meta.
Carl, sino yung team na gusto mong makatapat? Kung wala championship na to, grand finals na. Sino yung gusto mong makatapat doon?
Gusto ko matapat yung aura kasi sila yung back-to-back champion.
Ikaw, Ribo, sinong gusto mong makatapat dun sa finals?
NXP. Mas sikat kasi sila kaya pag dinurog namin, malalaos agad sila.
Sakto na rin, Ribo. Pwede mo namang sabihin kung sino yung top 3 players na nag-perform ngayong season, tingin mo?
Sa top 3 ko, yung pinaka-top 1 talaga dun si Chester. Siya yung consistent talaga maglaro. Laging papatay ng papatay. Tapos top 2 kasi Lasty.
Ba't ako?
Siya daw pinakamagaling mag-tank sabi niya.
Totoo yan, totoo.
Legit. Tapos top 3 ko si Carl. Magaling sana kaso sobrang tamad.
Para sa'yo, Few, syempre sa Bren Esports, this is your second season sa Bren Esports. Gano'n ka-importante para sa organization mo na makuha at mag-champion dito sa MPL?
Kasi nung last season parang ine-expect nila na makuha na namin yung champion kasi nga top 1 kami sa regular season. Tapos ngayong season siguro mas ine-expect nila kasi mga 2-0 na yung mga score namin . So tatry namin yung best namin para makamit namin yung championship ngayon.
Tanongin ko dito si Carl TZ. Kung makakausap mo tong trophy na to, ano yung sasabihin mo?
Trophy, dyan ka lang. Ngayong season kukunin na kita.
Angas. Kung hindi alam ng mga viewers natin, may mga 3 nag-champion na rin dito. Kayo ba, may gusto kayo sabihin?
Yung sa trophy, dyan ka lang. Makukuha ka na naming 6. Lahat, makukuha ka na namin ng Bren Esports. Babalik ka na ulit sa amin.
Sige, for one last time, gusto kong kausapin yung mga fans nyo, magpasalamat kayo, or kung may gusto mo na kayo sabihin sa mga fans, pati na rin sa mga katapat nyo sa playoffs.
And sa mga kalaban namin sa playoffs, maganda kayo kasi mas pag-aandaan namin kayo, hindi na kami mag-choke sa playoffs. Tapos sa mga fans, salamat sa mga sumusuporta palagi, kahit minsan natatalo kami, nandiyan pa rin kayo.
Sa mga kalaban namin sa playoffs, ready na kayo. Dudurugin namin kayo. Kaya sa fans namin, kahit natalo kami ng isang beses, nandyan pa din kayo sumusuporta sa amin. Maraming salamat. Sa mga sumusuporta sa Bren, dyan lang kayo.
Sa mga kalaban namin sa playoffs, pagandaan nyo kami. Sana next play agad para laglag agad yung mga EI sa MPL. Tapos sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, dyan lang kayo dudurugin namin next play kung sila makatapat.
Sa sumusuporta sa Bren Esports, maraming salamat. And wag sana kayong magsawang sumuporta sa amin. Ayun lang.
That's been Bren Esports, na the best teams dun sa MPL Season 6 regular season. At kaya na ba nilang mag-champion this time? Abangan natin yan sa playoffs.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
I was building on the lecture.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Working on the plot and the scheme. The true stock trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The priest come freeze up, straight dropping the jewels. Taking over pieces and shares of all things sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one heart, one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. One shot. Now the future is yours.
Legendary!
Dito, Raflisha, buhay pa rin. May lamang papatay dyan galing sa Onic. And it's gonna be ang sunod. Ito na ba ang pagbangon ng api? Naku po, si Jay, yung gulo.
Pero here comes the initiation. Wala nang gusyon.
Yes, wala nang gusto kang may mawawala pa. Sino nga ba yun? Jay dito mukhang makakatakas. Pasok, oh my Venus, flicker in. Ganon kalupit ang reyna ng Onic. Wala siyang pake. Pero may kasigas. No, despite the...
Oh my... Napapalibutan ka na namin! Napapalibutan na po!
Ito na nga ba? Malalaman na ba natin ang kampiyon sa
Oh my goodness!
Flicker out si Few. Ito na, mga kaibigan, ang unang ng... Oh, naku po!
Tinamaan na naman!
May magnet, tol! Na muna siguro, dahil si Renny J sa likod, siya na lang pa. Almost a wipeout. Is it a wipeout? It may be. This is looking very strong. Pasok with the Bren of the Ocean. Double kill. Yung Lancelot, pero si Wilta muna yung nawala. Sino ang bawal?
Nawala si H2!
Ganap, ang bida nagpabubugbog daw sa una, pero ito nakakaya dahil ang NXP Solid ay unti-unting nawawala. Si Jess.
Magandang hapon at mabuhay Pilipinas, and to everyone watching from all over the world. Welcome to MPL-PH Season 6 Playoffs. Before we start the show, we would like to thank our sponsors and partners making this all happen. Thank you so much to Smart, our official telco partner. Squad up and rank up and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gig for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games. Thank you as well to Realme. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. Like and follow Realme on social media to know more. Thank you as well to our official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple 4s pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. As well, our partner in Esports, PayMaya. Get free 50 pesos credits for PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply. Thank you as well to TikTok, our partner in Esports. You can watch the MPL-PH Season 6 playoffs live via TikTok, kaya download na. And as well, thank you so much to our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro. This is all powered by Moonton. And just in case you didn't know, now you know. We've got an awesome event coming up right after the MPL, starting October 26th to November 13. You can get your hands on this limited edition skin from for Terizla from Moonton for free, all right? Just follow the in-game instructions. Make sure you log in, play, and get your spins. After 10 spins, it's a guaranteed skin, so get in on that, all right? So, once more, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the panelist desk. It's an awesome pre-show here for you. My name is Leo. Kasama natin dito ngayon, Chin Valdez at Paulo Expert. And boys, today, we are about to make history. These matchups, they spell so much. Sobrang action-pack niya. Pinag-uusapan pa lang natin. Kinikilabutan na ako. But first, let's look back at the days that have come to pass. Kahapon, NXP versus Bren.
Yes.
Aura versus Onic. The stories tell themselves. You were there, Chin.
Yeah.
Kumusta ang day 2 ng playoffs?
Actually, I was actually expecting more sana from yesterday, like from both games. Like, I didn't expect a 3-0 day.
Yeah.
As in 3-0 and then 3-0. Parang, what? Talaga? Ba't ganun yung nangyari? I was expecting a little bit more. Pero, I think ano din eh, like some of the teams that even made it through from yesterday, they were still holding back pa.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I think they have more prepared pa. Like, I'm sure naman na Onic didn't prepare just for, Onic didn't prepare just for Aura. I'm sure they prepared for everyone else here in the playoffs. So, I think meron pa silang mga iba pang strategies na tinatago. As well as Bren, of course. You know, I think they wouldn't unleash their secret weapon just yet.
Yeah. Dahil nga na 3-0 nila yung kalaban nila kahapon, di ba? Wala silang kailangan bagong ipakita kung gumagana naman yung draft nila.
Both Bren and Onic.
Yes. So they could still be hiding something talaga, no? May pinakita si Madam Venus na bago, I guess, with the Eudora. Yung Bren nagkadita.
Yes,
That's something new.
Yeah.
Yes. Pero there's more. Katulad ng sinabi ni Carl Tizzi sa interview nila, that is not yet 100%. You know, that is not Bren's 100% yet.
But you know what is 100%? I mean, mababanggitin to mamaya. Carl Tizzi is actually 100% win rate on Lancelot.
Wow. 12 games, tama?
Yep, there you go. The numbers speak for themselves. But speaking of numbers, we are looking to fill these out, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we are going to be witnessing the semi-finals. Magsimula tayo sa Execration versus Omega. It's going to be a best of 5. And then later on, Onic versus Bren. It's going to be the battle of black and yellow. Sino nga ba talaga ang tunay na malakas? Yep, and sino nga ba talaga ang mas malupit na 3-0? To be honest, I think yesterday, kasama mo si Midnight.
Yes.
Despite the 3-0, I think it's safe to say that we were all expecting so much more from NXP.
Right.
And even in the post-show discussions, even in the Facebook statuses, lahat na pinag-uusapan, parang now that they're out of the playoffs, we're looking back and saying, parang meron nga talaga sa NXP. Like, there could have been more.
Right.
I mean, putting aside all of the threats of a new metagame shift, of new strategies that may come out, parang we kind of miss the potential that could come out from this rookie team.
Well, you could look at it this way. Pati rin naman ng aura na 3-0 din sila ng ng Onic, di ba?
Yes.
So, we could say naman na baka same caliber at hindi mahina ang aura. Actually, napakalakas din ng aura, di ba? Super team din yun. Pero na 3-0 sila. So, who are we to say na hindi malakas ang NXP?
Yeah. I have a question for you, Paolo.
What is that?
I'm wondering if you agree with me here. Hindi day 1 ang day of upsets. Day 2 ang day of upsets.
Day 2,
diba?
yes.
Sobrang lapit ng mga laban nung day 1. Again, Game 5, every single series. Yesterday, hindi man lang natin nakita yung defending champions make a comeback, you know, at least give a single game out, right? And then, same thing with NXP, our hotshot rookies, diba? It's their first time in the MPL. It's the rookie season, despite, you know, them being around the scene for quite a while. They've been trying to break out through the qualifiers. Pero, nandito yung, yung nag-iisang malakas lang. Diba? Bren, Esports, how do you feel about that?
Actually, super surprised ako sa Onic versus our results.
More that one.
Yeah. Hindi siya upset, but the fact na 3-0 ng Onic yung aura is what makes it so surprising and mind-boggling, di ba? Yung next play versus Bren naman, actually, I was really waiting for that new meta that they've been stating. Right? I really thought they did have it. Right?
It's not even for the memes anymore. Literally, we were expecting it. Kasi kung ilalabas nila yon, dito yon.
Yeah.
Right at game number 3 to clutch 4 and 5.
Yeah. Because that's like your last breath in the playoffs, right? To live and keep going in the playoffs.
Do or die, right? Do or die.
Do or die.
But because of that, ladies and gentlemen, ito na nga ang ating magiging semifinals. Execration versus Omega and Bren Esports versus Onic. Let's get to know our first matchup. Here is Execration. Ladies and gentlemen, Execration, pegged as possibly the most chaotic team coming out of the playoffs. Nung naglaban sila ng Signal Ultra nung day 1 dito sa playoffs, we called it the battle of order versus chaos. But with this lineup right here, I'd like to change that. I think it's less of chaos. It's more of just harnessed energy. Kasi malakas talaga itong team na to right?
Yes, yes.
In addition to their coach coming back into the boot camp, being physically there, helping out Hate, Benny Cutie, Sagitnu, Etomax, Chaknu, and Zapnu, parang yung Game 5 series nila against Signal really showed that it's not just off of their pop-offs. Kaya din nilang lumaban when it comes to just hard strategy, drafting, and just good team fights. Paolo, you're the one who keeps saying they're now so focused on the team fight.
Yes, I do agree. Etong Execration kasi guys, napaka-focus nila on team fight. They're not like a methodical team, you could say. They like building their draft for team fights, all right? And for late game, kaya nga yung stats nila, pag nag-late game, most likely mananalo sila because they build for that draft, right? So that's their win condition, okay? Win team fights, don't let the enemy team, micro-play you.
One more thing I think that came out of the playoffs na ngayon lang natin napansin, Chin, sila lang ang kayang magkaroon ng side lane marksman na successful.
Right, sa kamay ni Benny Cutie, if ever, diba? Actually, this whole semifinals, I'm looking for or I'm expecting pretty solid and solid and wild drafts. If you get what I mean. Na
Just crazy enough to work.
Yes, exactly. From all 4 teams for today. Actually, yun yung hinihintay ko talaga.
And Execration, they have a very deep hero pool. Again, 43 chosen and played over the regular season. But their opponents, more of the fundamentals. You'll know what I mean when we introduce them. Ladies and gentlemen, Omega. This is not Omega's first run around the block. This is a spot that they are so at home with, and to be honest, it feels like a curse. Season after season, Omega has failed to make it into the grand finals, and it's the same for Execration as well. So that introduces now a very interesting storyline, no? For sure, we're making history because one of them is going to be facing off against either Bren or Onic for the Season 6 title. Off of the back of Hajizi, Toshi, Curtizi, Hayes, Clutch Time Kenji, and Mr. Fundamental Heath. Yan ang mga mukha ng potensyal na makakarating ng Grand Finals. Is it their time? Paolo, I gotta ask you, man, Toshi the other day, he was playing Alice and he was also playing Freya. One of them just did not work out.
Yeah, yung Alice medyo okay pa, but the Freya pick, it felt like it did not make a big impact. Just my opinion at least, all right? But they made it work at the end. Game 5, they got it to Game 5. I can't believe it got to Game 5 actually.
Parang save for those little things, right? They should not have made it to Game 5.
Yeah.
Parang besides the shock factor of Blacklist International's crazy off-meta draft, parang dapat nakaisa lang eh, no?
Yes.
Based on how we know Omega to perform. Very, very consistent.
A lot of people expected a 3-1 Omega actually. Okay. But dun talaga sa draft nagkatalo. Both teams, both coaches of Omega at saka ng, what was it? It was, who were they?
Blacklist.
Blacklist, yeah, sorry.
Bonchan.
Yes, were actually super good. Di mo talaga alam kung sino ang mananalo just based on draft. It all came down to execution at the end of the day.
Yep, despite it being a draft battle, no? Chin, I gotta ask you, man, Curtizi, he holds down his lane. So it's gonna be between Curtizi and Sajitnu in the off lane. What does that matchup look like to you?
For me, medyo ano pa rin yan eh. For me, medyo patas pa rin naman talaga. I think it's gonna come down to like their overall draft. Although, we could also say na sobrang bigat din talaga ng ng responsibility ngayon ng side lanes. Well, because of the new mechanic of the project next. Pero I don't know. For me, it's a little. I think this will be a good fight. Tingin ko balanced yan, Execration, both Execration and Omega.
Yeah. I think besides it being balanced, you're the one who said it. There's a potential for it to just explode,
right?
To just get crazy, right?
And because to break that balance, yun talaga dapat eh. I mean, hindi
medyo
pwede, kasi pag sinabi mong balance eh, patas lang yung laban, it could go 50-50. So, hindi pwedeng 50-50. Parang sa ano lang yan eh, like when you want to secure a Lord, kailangan, di ba, iso-zone out mo muna lahat.
Yes,
Kailangan
yes, yes.
isi-secure mo yung area. Hindi pwedeng parehas kayo may retribution.
Nag-aantay lang.
Right.
Yep.
So parang ganun din for me. I think they have to break that balance with their draft.
Well, it's enough for us to discuss. We'll go back to some hard stats in just a bit. Pakinggan natin kung ano nga ba ang masasabi ng mga teams na to sa susunod na laban na to. And of course, their experience here in the playoffs. Let's hear from Execration and Omega.
Captain, eto Max, ikaw na ngayon yung captain. Ano naman yung journey ng Execration ngayong Season 6?
Ngayong Season 6, bago mag-start yung season, syempre sobrang excited kami dahil nga alam naming nahanap namin yung role ng bawat isa tsaka sobrang ganda ng performance na lumalabas namin. Tsaka mas nakikita ko na mas lumalakas pa yung team namin ngayon. Tsaka alam kong mas lalakas pa sa darating na playoffs.
Coach, paano naman sa'yo? Paano naman naka-apekto yung pandemic situation para sa team?
Parang 50-50 kasi. Meron kasing time na hirap kasi yun nga yung mga pamilya inaalala namin. Tapos nakalayo pa kami. Tapos di pa kami nakakauwi. Yung good side naman is parang di naman kasi nagbago sa amin. Nasabot kami lang kami. Kumbaga mas naging pabor pa sa amin nakapagbatak yung team eh.
Zapno, gaano ka-importante itong MPL Season 6 para sa organization mo?
Siguro, every season naman, importante talaga na manalo kami. Pagpapalagay na natin na win or loss, okay lang. Pero para sa akin, malaking bagay sa akin na lagi kami nanalo. Lalo na makuha namin tong championship na to. Since season 1, although na nag-champion na ako sa mga ibang tournament like MPC, pero gusto ko rin talaga mag-champion dito sa MPL. Since day 1. Since season 1 yan.
Para po sa akin, kumpara sa mga nakaraang season, ito yung pinaka-importante. Kasi iba na yung dinadala naming pangalan eh. Hindi na katulad dati na. Ngayon, sobrang laki na nung dala-dala naming pangalan sa MPL.
Ano gusto mong sabihin sa mga fans ninyo tsaka sa mga makakalaban nyo sa playoffs?
Sa sumusuporta sa amin simula season 1 hanggang season 6, maraming salamat. Nandiyan pa rin kayo sumusuporta sa amin. Tapos doon naman sa mga kalaban namin, siguro digmaan na, no? Digmaan na talaga. Dito ng mga batang pasaway.
Salamat sa mga sumuporta sa Smart Omega. Supportahan nyo lang yung Omega, lalo na this coming playoffs. Sa mga makakalaban namin, hindi kami magbibigay ng easy na panalo.
Tsaka sa mga kalaban namin siguro, may panahon pa kayo para matras.
Ramdam mo talaga yung gutom at uhaw ni Billy para dito sa kampyonato na to. He's been here for so long, since season 1, I believe, under OBS. And right here, right now, he has, I guess, the clearest path towards the championship since then.
Right.
Since then.
The best chances to get that trophy.
Kasi confirmed eh. You literally just have Omega in your way before just either Bren or Onic, and you get to take this home.
Right.
I mean, how crazy is that na yung gustong-gusto ni Zapno, yung kailangan ni Billy ay nandito sa tabi ko. Ladies and gentlemen, on the other side, it's Kenji and Hayes. One of them actually has had this come home with them. That's Hayes.
From day 1 also.
Yes! But for Kenji though, natikman niya na yung ginto. He has taken home with his masterful cho, among other things, the SEA Games 2019 gold medal for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. But this, di pa. So you really feel there how much these two teams care for this title. Chin, iba ba si Zapno nung season 1 hanggang ngayon? Is that a different Billy you see in these interviews?
I think nung season 1 kasi, iba yung fire niya noon. Dito medyo mas nakikita ko siyang mas kalmado, medyo mas tamed in a way. Pero it's like it's just inside. So feeling ko like pwede pa rin niya yun ilabas ulit.
We'll see. Maglalaro ba si Zapno?
Then when I say na it's here lang inside din na ilalabas na, hindi naman necessarily like on the battlefield.
In game.
Yeah, not necessarily in game. Like he's there kahit in spirit, kahit ganito lang, nasa table lang sila.
Ramdam mo.
Sobrang laking sobrang laking influence at impact na yan for a team.
There you go. And that's something that you can't put into numbers. It's something that you can't write down. It's something you feel. And we can only really imagine how it's like at the Execration boot camp for one Billy Alfonso. But for now, let's look at the numbers. That's something we can actually digest, something that makes sense when you read it and look at it. It's tangible. Here we go, the head-to-head between Execration and Omega. KDA, the highest overall average through the season. And I think this is off of Hajizi. Sobrang na-skew ni Hajizi tong number na to.
Because he has like a 9 KDA.
Crazy.
9 point something. Okay.
Ridiculous.
Yes.
So that's definitely undeniable. Hajizi, the prodigy. Looking at their match win rate, pretty close, but Omega has the lead here. First blood counts. Omega dwarfing Execration twice as much.
Wow.
So you do 4 team fights, parang tatlo dun ang mga first blood Omega. More times than not, but look at this. What does this mean? Paolo, what does this mean whenever you see that the average team net worth difference is huge?
Yung sa Omega, ang ibig sabihin niyan, lamang sila most of the time.
Nang ganyang,
yes,
by that amount?
By that amount, yes. Sa Execration naman, they always have close games. That's why that's the team net worth difference, yes. Kaya nga most ng games nila, it goes to late game. Most of their games go to late game. And that's what these stats show, okay?
And I think we'll see it in the next slide wherein this point was brought up. I think it's closely tied to the average team net worth difference. Execration likes to play the 50-50 near the Lord.
Yes, I agree. Yes, yes. Nagagamble sila sa Lord. Katulad ng nakita ng mga tao against Exe versus Signal, where Hades actually stole the Lord many times.
Yep.
Where Exe, dapat sinecure muna nila yung vicinity and they should have been sure about getting the Lord. Make sure na walang retribution yung Signal before getting the Lord, na may man advantage sila.
They have eyes on Hades.
Yes, and zoning potential to secure the Lord. But they keep gambling, making the games and the series closer.
Yep. Hence the difference being very little, 800 gold, give or take.
Yeah.
And their 25% Lord per game, or 0.25. So they get it less times than they do.
Yes.
Despite their higher than average win rate, around 60%. Turtle control rate, Omega rin eh. So this shows that Omega is able to really set it up for Hajizi.
Yeah, this just shows that Omega, like I said earlier, actually I said that Execration is more of a team fight-oriented team. Etong Omega naman guys, methodical. They're more on objectives. Their microplay is amazing, all right? And that's what also these stats show. Kaya mas marami silang turtle, more lords as well. But this actually surprises me. Mas marami yung heroes na ginagamit ng Exe kumpara sa Omega, as you can see.
Yep, and I think day 1, 43 lang ito sa Execration. So somewhere during the playoffs, they brought out a new hero. It's hard to remember now.
It was Leo.
It was a Leomord.
So that's
there you go. Yes.
Leo.
I don't play Leomord, but yes. Leomord making a showing though in the playoffs.
Yes.
So far, day 1 and 2. Lumalabas na. And it's becoming more consistent. Chin, your thoughts on Leomord, since it will not show up in any team's hero picks na top, di ba? Kasi nga, medyo nagka-comeback pa lang siya. So what does this say for the remaining days of the playoffs?
Earlier, we were talking about how we can break the balance, di ba? So for me, if you have a bigger hero pool, medyo mas pwede kang maglaro sa draft, if you get what I mean. So if you, feeling ko mas may chance na maglabas ka ng crazy na draft kapag mas malaki din yung hero pool mo. With that Leomord out, being used also by Bren, feeling ko nga baka ano lang yun eh, baka hindi nila talaga pinanong gamitin ng si Leomord, but since it had such good performance in the previous games.
It showed up.
Oo, kasi nakita ko na nung pipili na sila nung last pick nila, nagtatawanan pa sila nun eh. It was more like, sige, ito na lang, try nga natin. Parang ganun.
And I actually wanted to point out that this Leomord pick is nothing new. This actually originated from Basic. And yes, I know people know that me and Basic have had our feuds, but
A
I will,
history.
yes, a history, but I will give credit where it's due.
Yep.
Okay? Sa kanya nag-originate yung funnel Leo. Sa M1 namin ginamit yan, but we lost, but still it showed there.
It's a thing.
Yes, but also in qualifiers, yeah, Basic actually did that funnel Leo. So yeah, that's where it originated from.
Yep, real quick, the slide before this one was a look at the recent history and the distant past of one Execration and Omega. So again, I mentioned these teams have been here for quite a while and they've always been stuck at the top 4 at the semis. But today, isa sa kanila ang aakyat. And right now, look at this head-to-head. It's going to be the Chak Mamba versus Mr. Fundamental. It's Heath. And with this being said, mas mababa ang KDA ni Chakno, but you'll agree with me, boys. Paolo, Chin, yung laro ni Chakno hindi mo mailalagay sa numero.
Exactly. Ibang klase yan eh. Like, sometimes kasi, some of the real MVP plays, hindi siya sa kill or nasa assist eh. It's more of yung kahit yung sa presence mo lang sa map or like what you're actually doing on the battlefield.
Yung kay Chakno, guys, kaya mas mababa yung KDA niya is because he's trying to make plays. Okay? That's what he specializes in. He tries to make plays. Ito namang si Heath, guys, he specializes in opening up the map and giving vision. Yun yung maganda kay Heath. We call him Mr. Fundamental for a reason. So that's the difference between these two tank players.
Yep. And I like how Mr. Fundamental is actually making up for his relatively smaller hero pool no regular season. No? During day 1 of the playoffs, naglabas siya ng bagong hero.
Yes. Baxia and Akai.
Yeah. Dati naalala natin, Hilda, Cho, and Johead lang.
Those 3 are his specialized heroes.
Now, fighter tanks lang.
Yeah,
siya
mostly fighter tanks.
And now he has 5. So how do you draft against that? Remember, there was a key to victory for their opponents in Blacklist. Diba? Parang block mo si Heath.
Oh, deny pick mo.
Yeah.
Wag mo siyang papiliin ng tank.
Yeah.
Ubusan mo siya.
Paano na? How now?
Yeah, it's hard to do it now.
So I'm pretty sure that's what Coach Sire is considering, and that's another thing we can think about, right? Coach Sire versus Coach Dale. Parehong veterano yan. And looking at our lane predictions here, for sure, this is what we can see. Unless merong going kakaiba ang Exe, di ba, Chin?
Right,
Just
right.
crazy enough to work. But looking at this, Benny Cutie in the gold lane, I want to focus on this. Execration, the only team in the playoffs to pull off the 1-2-2 to some success. Why do you think that is, Paolo?
Well, yung kinalaban rin nila, same setup eh. So nagma-marksman rin yung signal eh. So same setup. So we don't know how this is gonna go against on like a two fighter offlaner or 2 mages offlaner. It depends on what you draft. Okay. And actually Midnight posted something about this. Na sinasabi niya yung playstyle ng mga Filipino pro MLBB players, it might not fit the way that you cannot integrate the Indo draft into the Filipino playstyle.
Not so easily.
Yeah, not so easily.
The next matchup, we'll talk about that when it happens. Parang doon, may potential.
Yes.
But from these two teams, yun ang nagiging parang wild card effect, right?
Oh,
that's the thing that we can expect. Benny Cutie with a marksman, and Toshi. I'm really crossing fingers here. Toshi also might pop off with his marksman. The Omega lineup coming at you right here. Gold lane. That's where he plays his Alice, and I think the Freya, we don't want to talk about it too much,
Yes.
wasn't very good. Chin, you remember the days, right? When he would play
yes.
Granger, he does a good
yes.
Claude,
Right.
Lilia, pero mas malapit yung Lilia sa Alice. Do you think Omega has the potential to do that here?
I think they'll have to. I think they would have to. I think yung mismong project next, like the whole patch and this whole everything that happened to the battlefield, feeling ko yun na yung magiging bagong meta eh. Like yung talagang yung marksman gold lane. I mean, first game against Blacklist, they lost to a marksman gold lane. You get what I mean? Feeling ko talaga, nung linabas nung Blacklist yung ganong klaseng strategy, yung ganong klaseng rotation, that's bound to be the new meta here right now for this particular patch in Mobile Legends at least.
And if not, try it. Siguro, just do their best like they did, again, against Blacklist, to just not care and play their game. Right?
Yes. Yun rin yung isang nakita ko sa Omega is they were composed even though they got shocked the first game.
Right. Yep. And I'm guessing Execration might have that kind of potential. Not in their draft. All credit to Coach Saire, not in their draft. more in their execution, right? Execration, they got the execution, and one way to do that is you have to have Hate step up. He's not as consistent as Hajizi, but if you funnel and you channel the Hate well enough, gagana yan para sa Execration. You gotta take advantage of OMG's draft prioritization. What does this mean, Paolo?
Dun sa take advantage of OMG's draft prioritization, we noticed na nung kinalaban nila yung Blacklist, puro fighters yung dinadraft nila sa una. Pinaprioritize nila yung mga fighters. So this might be an opportunity for Exit to take advantage of that and maybe, again, ban out Heath kahit na may 2 additional extra heroes siya. Maybe. It could be a possibility.
Yeah, force the choke, right? I mean,
Yes.
you have 5 bans to do that with, and you have your own picks. So that's what it means. Also, don't go for gambles. Play patiently. Wag ninyong pilitin yung 50-50 sa Lord. Do not have that happen again, especially with the Hades situation. Dito, I'm guessing it's with the Hajizi situation now.
Yes,
and the Haze, it's just as likely to happen.
Yeah.
Haze, Hajizi, and even Heath. Also, know their win conditions. Ibig sabihin ba nito, make use of their scaling draft? Kasi parang doon sila malakas, di ba? Parati natin sinabi, pagkatapos sila mag-draft, uy, maganda late game nito.
Oh,
Right,
tama.
right.
Oo. So that's what the win condition means. So most likely than not, they will most likely play hopefully passive early to mid game and then get to late game so that their scaling will take advantage of OMG.
If not passive, at least disciplined.
Yes, disciplined.
Yes, passive is a little bit of a weak word.
You don't want to be bullied
Yes,
in lane.
yes.
There you
Stand
go.
your ground, and I think sa Gitnu will put his foot down against Curtizi, pero sa totoo lang nakakatakot si Curtizi. Right?
Yeah.
Mechanical prodigy there, but last but not least, the key to the victory. Guys, alam nyo na to eh. Walang explanation na kailangan dito. The Chak Mamba mentality.
Talagang parang Kobe Bryant yan.
Oo. I
Mamba
mean,
mentality.
we lost we lost Kobe earlier this year, but Chakno is honoring the man. All right?
Yes.
Ibang klase. The way he plays the map, parang hindi tank eh. It's crazy. He's able to
I
block.
know,
He's
man.
able to block out and make plays that no tank should.
Parang actually tank user siya, di ba?
Yes.
Pero parang yung playstyle niya or yung the way he sees the enemy, parang siyang assassin.
Assassin eh. Hindi mo alam kung saan susulpot eh.
It's crazy. And in the regular season, one of his strengths were like his angles, right? The
Yeah.
attacks that he's able to make. Maximum range for jumps, for initiates. But over the course of day one's playoffs, to be fair, five games yun. So talaga kailangan mo mag-step up. He showed us something new. And I'm excited to see what he'll be bringing out here. And of course, we're going to be talking about Omega's keys to victory. Number one, keep their composure. How do you do that? Well, you have the most fundamentally sound team in the MPL right now.
Yes.
And just make sure you keep that all together. To be honest, I've never seen Omega go just haywire. Parati naman silang kalmado eh. Kudos to Signal Ultra daw, sila rin. But Omega is the same.
Yes, after that shocking Blacklist game number 1 against them,
Safe
they
pa rin eh.
still played composed. They're still disciplined. Hindi sila naapektado sa talo nila sa Blacklist sa game 1. I was so surprised about that. And good mentality na ginawa ni Coach Dale and sa mga players niya. Very well played.
Here's an interesting point though. Back to back to, and I think they can both come in together and be explained concisely. You gotta shut down Benny QT instead of Hate and expect a farm Benny QT in the gold lane. Chin, paano nila gagawin to?
Again, I have to say it again. I think they can do it sa draft. Like sa drafting alone.
Doon nila simulan.
Oo, kasi I think Pao mentioned this, yung ginawa ng Blacklist nun. It was a 1-2-2 or 2-2-1. Pero in a sense, it was like a pseudo 3-1-1.
3-1-1, yes.
Diba? So, pag ganun, I think if you have more people there, like on that lane, lalo na sa early game, you're all in the same level anyway, mas madali mo siyang masya-shutdown. And also to add lang din, instead of Hate also, kasi let's face it, meron talaga siyang tendencies right now to be very, very, very inconsistent. It's either he's on or he's off.
To not be there.
Okay, so there's that chance na he won't be there. Diba? So another thing you could do is, aside from Benny QT, is just always have an idea of where Chakno is. Kahit yung ano lang, even if you just watch his videos, you'll know eh. You'll know kung saan yung mga favorite bush niya.
Tendencies.
Yes,
Mga
yes.
habits niya, no? Habits.
Yes, exactly.
Habitat ni Chakno.
Yeah.
Where the Chak Mamba hangs out, right?
Right, exactly.
Okay. All right. And one more key to victory here is to avoid brawl-type team fights, which I think is what Execration does well. So, iwas na lang.
Avoid it.
And last but not least, focus on objectives. Now, this one's a little harder given that Execration is going to be all in on you. At least 3 or 4 of them, with Chakno possibly behind real quick. It's going to be hard to focus on objectives. But, real quick, Paolo, explain to us, what does that mean to focus on objectives?
Ito kasing Exe, mahilig silang mag-group up, lalo na pag nagagank sila. Okay? Their microplay is not as good as Omega, as Bren. Like I said, they're not as methodical. But it's not necessarily a bad thing, all right? It's just a strength that they have, okay? The methodical play, that's, I would say it's more Indo style in the methodical play, and then more PH style on the team fight type of way. But yeah, that's what I mean by focus on objectives. Just keep their methodical mentality for OMG.
Yeah. If anything, there's a real big difference here. I think Omega is more strategic. Kasi papasok pa lang sila sa draft, alam na ni Dale kung anong gagawin niya eh. On the other hand, Syre, leading Execration, they're more tactical. They make the decisions as they come. Just like, again, as tactical as it gets. Do we go 50-50, coach? I don't know if it's Syre's call, right?
Yeah.
Chances are, or maybe even Chakno's call. Siguro sabi ni Chakno, sige, take it. Because, to be fair, as risky as it is, ladies and gentlemen, Chakno has stolen a Lord.
Right.
This playoffs.
Sa Signal, na last hit niya yung Lord with Kufra, I believe.
With concussive blast.
Yeah.
For sure, it was off of a...
Or the ulti, I'm not sure.
or a basic. Just Pwede naman. But yeah, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, sobrang init na laban na to. Hopefully, you can stay with us for just a little bit more. We are setting up the draft. We'll be throwing it over to our casters very, very soon. But for now, we're going to be asking you guys to share the stream and, of course, support your favorite teams. Hashtag Exeshot and hashtag OMG. Because I'm expecting today, mapapasigaw tayo lahat ng OMG regardless of what happens.
I think so too.
I gotta ask, like, do you see a number? Kasi earlier today, we were talking about it, how much we were expecting at least a 3-1 from both series, from day 2. Dito, now that we have a more solid semifinals and we discussed the potential factors that will be coming into this matchup, meron ba kayo nakitang number? Game 5? Paolo?
Ako, I think it's gonna be a 3-1 for Omega. Only because, kasi, nahirapan ang Exe sa Signal, which is considered I'm not saying Signal is weak, but, you know, considering that they're in the bottom of the bracket, they should have done better. And then Exe is on the top of the bracket. The groups, I mean, they should have done better, right?
Right. So, 3-1.
Yes.
Okay, real quick, Chin, you have a number for us?
Not really. I'm thinking baka ano eh. I think I'm still looking for a game 5, I think.
Oh, okay.
Game 5?
For Omega and Execration. I don't know.
You can't say?
I don't know pa.
Okay.
Kung Execration or Omega.
All right.
I think I mentioned this before we started, pero for me, I think Execration is stronger.
Ibang klase, no?
I think mas malakas ang yun nga, yung isa sa mga keys to win nila is if Hate steps up, right? If that happens, tingin ko matatalo ang Omega.
I agree. There's a big chance. Yeah, I do agree. But if Hate keeps playing the way he does, I just don't
We'll see. We'll see. I'm so nervous for Hate. Ladies and gentlemen, simulan na natin to. Wag na nating patagalin pa. It's going to be a best of 5 between Execration and Omega. Are you ready? Here we go.
Hashtag Exeshot.
Hashtag Exeshot.
Hashtag Exeshot.
Exeshot.
Hashtag Exeshot.
Omega non.
Go Omega. Go Omega non. One big fight.
Let's go Omega. Omega non.
OMG. Go Smart Omega. Omega non.
Wow. That was quite impressive again. Fans all over the world definitely are rallying
and watching our teams here in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League. Welcome to the stream and to the draft. We are your casters. I'm your anchor, Rockhard, alongside Butters. He's going to be analyst for today. And it's going to be Omega versus Execration here on Game 1.
And this is going to be exciting, considering that these two teams were products of 5 games in their own respective matches. This bracket, it's going to be tough. It's going to be gritty. And when the going gets tough, the tough gets going.
Absolutely. We'll see them right here on the boot camps. Make sure to scan those QR codes. Find out what these teams are feeling. Check them out on their own natural habitat there. And again, it's a full house here on the Execration side. I really like seeing them in this game mode. We saw them on the regular season. They were like basically just themselves, just like the 5 players. Now everyone really is in the mood to get into the action.
Yeah, and clearly seeing them right now, they are on, let's say, a momentum. They won that best of 5. And when you guys win that best of 5, as much as possible, you want to keep that ball rolling on your side. I mean, Omega here won't be the easiest, enemy in terms of making it into the grand finals. But I guess for these two teams, it's clearly a 50-50.
Oh, absolutely. And as Shin Valdez did say, man, this could be another Game 5, considering what we saw yesterday. Again, momentum is definitely not enough for these teams. They really want to get into it in the long game and get into those clutch situations where decision-making in the highest level of Mobile Legends is super important.
That is true. Now, considering that Omega here is in a probably cheery, how do you say this, cheery environment. Like, they want to get Blacklist. And to me, that was probably one of the hardest matches to watch.
For sure.
I mean, for Execration, it's a bit of a seesaw. You know that sometimes Execration would make a mistake, then Signal will just get that win because of that single mistake. But it happened more on Signal side. Those mistakes happened more on Signal side.
You couldn't really tell who was winning.
Yeah, you couldn't really tell.
In that game, right? You couldn't tell if Execration was going to go all in. No one was ahead by a big margin. They were always they were always down to the wire. And again, long games on that day 1. If you remember, man, that game 1 series really was. It took a lot of time, and they really took their sweet time to do the wins.
And now look at the teams. They're actually, getting into the mood, just trying to see what can they do and what are they going to execute in terms of planning right now. I just feel that Execration here, they are ready, they are willing, and they are able. With Syre on their side, it seems to me like this is going to be more on the draft battle on the psychological side of things. Because the thing is, Syre is a good coach. Dale is probably one of the best coaches in the Philippines as well. So this is the time, I think, where Syre can just prove himself to be on the caliber of the top coaches in the Philippines right now for MLBB.
Absolutely. Considering he's been, I think, doing his job remotely for a big part of the season, right? I mean, how he's able to pull off stuff like that. Look at this. Everyone is like, I wonder what that is. I wonder what Zapnu's showing here.
It's probably a map.
Is that the map?
Probably a map.
Right there. He's showing everyone where they're supposed to go. Look at the proactivity of this team.
Yeah. And this is the Execration where you don't really see.
Exactly.
That you didn't really see, rather, for 5 seasons straight. This is the time where we see Execration in the flesh. They're planning things out. They're getting hyped. They're getting pumped, and they're planning out, and they're willing to go through all the stops to win against Omega.
Yeah, and this is completely different. Like Execration before, they were just like, well, okay, we're gonna sit down here, just gonna relax, we're just gonna play our game. If we win, okay, we win. If we lose, oh well, right? I mean,
they're renewed.
They look like a completely different team from before.
And if you think about it, like for MPL-PH Season 6, you could not make it into the regular to the playoffs if you had that certain mentality that
Yeah.
Execration had back on MPL S2, S3, S4, S. I don't know where did this culture start for them, but this is a welcome change. Execration, they are more focused right now, and they're just showing us that. And my guess was right. It was the map.
was the map, yeah.
And they were pointing out pressure points or the heat map for certain players on the side of Omega. I'm thinking that way because sometimes you want to point out where like Toshi or Kurtzy likes to hide or likes
Yeah.
to stay because that's their most comfortable part of the map. But onto the side of Omega, it seems to me that everything that they talked about it beforehand. Now the team is just chilling. They don't really care much about the strategies anymore because they probably have it on their minds already, and they just want to pull it off.
Just really want to pull it off and get into the game right away. I know I'm excited. I'm sure these guys
I am
really
too.
want to get into the fight right away. But of course, we just have to wait, making sure the environment is 100% for these guys who are, of course, playing remotely as well. But still, man, you cannot really explain the vibration in the air for one of these teams. It's still gonna be a best of 5. Still in this matchup, single elimination. Loser of this matchup goes home, and the winner goes to the grand finals.
These two teams, they haven't been in the grand finals ever
Yes,
since season
exactly.
1. They're the best teams in the MPL, but they haven't stepped on that grand final setup ever since. So right now, these two teams, it's prime time for them. They want to make it in. Whoever wins this best of 5 won't have to go through the battle for third, and they will go through the grand finals best of 7.
Yep, and it looks like it's going to be a sign. Players, the 6 men are being asked to leave, and it is time to get into the draft here. Again, best of 7. It's been a while since we've had a best of 7, right? So that's going to be another test, right? If ever for one of these teams, who's going to be better in terms of handling the exhaustion, the mental drain that's probably going to happen between these teams. We're going to have to see the heart of the champion. Definitely, it's going to be tested for these teams. That's going to be happening for whoever will be winning here. For the meantime, get ready and get excited. Ladies and gents, don't forget to share that stream. Use hashtag BeLegendary. There's a lot of codes. Don't forget, there's a lot of codes that are popping up on your screens all the time. Every time we have a pause, every time there's like a before the game or after the game, it's always going to be there. So make sure to follow those as well and let them know. Wake up your friends. Let them know Execration, Omega, gonna go get into the fight real soon.
Now, for this, considering that in terms of stats, I think Omega has a better stat line. Although it's not that, how do I say this? It's not that far from Execration. Execration did have success, and Execration is the top team of their group, and they have Aura PH there.
Yeah, Execration was from top 3. They went to top 1 of Group A. So, man, it's gonna be so. It was so surprising, but a lot of people just don't know. The surprise factor of Execration doesn't stop there. It's also in the game. So expect a lot of that here in this draft, and I'm sure Omega has that in mind already. And let's go straight into it.
Now, Ling was banned here for the side of Omega, and they know that Haji really likes the Ling. They just want to respect that. And let's see how will Omega deal with this. I mean, Omega is looking at banning the Roger here. And well, Execration is thinking that Omega will ban out the Roger. If they don't, Execration will have access to that Roger. And that's going to be first pick material, period.
Yep.
Now, for the side of Omega, how do you react to this? Do you ban out the off lanes, the stable off lanes, or do you go for that Roger ban? Because that means for Execration, whatever happens, there is going to be one good meta hero that's going to be available for their side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the Roger is absolutely beautiful. It's very difficult to counter except for like very specific lineups like we saw yesterday. Kill VJ's Roger. Is that 2 or 3 straight games that he used Roger in the gold lane or in the experience lane? It did not pan out at all.
I mean,
so there's still ways to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, a Roger in the gold lane, if the other lanes start to, have a hard time, or the mid lane starts to have a hard time, you can't really say that you're going to have a good time as well. So, now, for Execration, they do have hate on their side. And
They
Hate,
do.
when he played 2 consecutive games of Roger, he was very strong at it. And I would really like Execration to get a Roger here, just because that's kind of their playstyle. They
That's true.
want to be run and gun.
And this is the funny thing about Hate. He's the main carry for Execration, but according to our panel, the keys to victory, Omega shouldn't focus too much on Hate. They should try to take down Benny Cutie. And that's funny. That's funny coming from free analyst right there on the panel, and that means that they're hoping, Execration wants to be able to nurture Hate instead, because I think the enemy might be expecting, Hate's just the bait. Hate's the bait.
Hate's the bait.
Benny Cutie might be the real threat here. So who knows what they're gonna come up with?
And
there
yes,
you go, right on the predict for Butters. That's
they
Roger.
are going to go for the Roger. For Omega here, I think Khaled would be nice. A Khaled, a Thams. It could be. A Farza as well. Could be their answer.
I think I'm already expecting the Khaled here at least, either Khaled or Fams here for first pick. But the other first pick for Omega is a little off for me, because we've seen yesterday or the other day teams pick double core right away, and obviously Omega isn't a team that does that. But
they could go for a Khaled and a Lance.
Khaled and Lancelot. That sounds
Khaled and a Lance.
much better, so that they don't need to fight over the carry roles anymore, right?
Because the thing is, well, they did pick the times in the Farsa.
Yeah, apparently.
my first
So,
my
we're
first
right.
take was right.
We're right. One off laner and then one they just went for the support instead. So they want to keep going for that carry role yet. So we're not even sure if they're going to go Lance yet. They can still go for, I don't know. I haven't seen Hajizi play the Claude in a long time. Maybe that's a hidden strategy that they have. Who knows, right? We'll only see that here later in the later parts of the draft. For now, though, the Cho is a little surprising that it wasn't picked up by Omega as well. This is a team that almost every member knows how to play that Cho and very well, and they chose not to go with it.
I mean, Farsa is one of those heroes that has high win rate, has a high win rate here in the MPL playoffs. Now, don't get me wrong, Khaled is still a good hero.
Absolutely.
Yuzhong is still a good hero. But the thing is, onto the side of Omega, they would go for the high win rate heroes, and this is not about being super effective into the meta. But if your team is comfortable with it, and you see the other trends that are happening to the MPL, and you see the win rate, it's high, then there's a high probability that teams don't know how to deal with this.
Yeah, that's
so. What you do is you get that Farsa, and you just live and die by the sword.
Yeah, and yesterday, the other day, rather, man, Hayes' Farsa always was positioned so well. I mean, I'm super amazed by how well he positioned it. He didn't even need that many frontliners for the most part. So I'm not surprised at all by the pick. I was a little just surprised it went earlier in the pick.
Okay.
But, yeah.
100% right now. Omega needs to ban out the Yuzhong.
Yeah, I think so too.
If Yuzhong gets picked here onto the side of Execration, that's 2 of their main damage source getting dealt with.
Absolutely. Sagitnu really loves picking that Yuzhong. And if this doesn't get banned out, expect a Flying Dragon straight into Farsa, straight into the Yi Sun Shin. And we've seen that even though it doesn't instantly kill them, for the most part, it gives them such a hard time whenever they start getting into position. So Yuzhong is absolutely the perfect ban here for Omega. And there you go, right on the docket. Very smartly picked out. Yuzhong, it's gonna be, that just means that Omega is giving Execration a hard time to go to the back line.
Yeah.
And this back line is so precious, I think.
I actually like it when other teams don't ban out the things that we say.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
They should be on a whole nother level in terms of understanding. So, yeah, I guess 1 + 1 is 2.
Yes, well, yeah, absolutely.
One 1 + 1 is 2, and
Yeah.
they know that, we know that, and sometimes you don't have to make it complicated.
Yeah, I mean, it's what they've seen over and over again. I'm sure they felt it when they're scrims.
Hellcurt, yeah.
Another one
Yeah.
just to protect the back line.
Yeah. It's a... Well, I don't think that they had the highest priority for that Hellcurt.
Yeah.
But if left open, I think it's going to go to the gold lane and it's gonna hunt down Farsa.
That's true. That's absolutely true. And again, it's very hard to use your feathered airstrike when it's so dark in your field of view, right? That's something they don't want at all. And I would say these bans are very particularly targeted to just protect the back line. It's not a high priority ban, like you said, right? But absolutely, it helps.
There's an Omega special that Freya. So, what they're doing here is they're limiting the late game capability onto the side of Omega. Because they have the Thams and the Farsa on their side, this is an idea where you want your YSS to scale. And when you have your YSS on that side, if you really want to go to the late game parts of the game, you go for a Freya. A Freya has good laning, can be pushed out that easily back to the base, and it has the late game potential that everyone is looking for.
That's true. That's absolutely true. And I really like that as well. You know, just keep controlling. And this is an example of a Yi Shin that we've seen a few times already, where the Yi Shin is just literally just on the farm, right? It's literally there on the jungle. It only uses Mountain Shocker to help the team, and that's it. You know, even the panelists yesterday said that's just the job of a Yi Shin. You know, Mountain Shocker all day, and then just get the gold. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're using maximum vision with the Selena and the Yi Shin.
I think Khalid.
Khaled's a good front line here.
Khalid should be the side lane for the side of Execration. But if they're gonna go for a back side lane, that's totally fine as well.
No,
and
that's
they're
a different
gonna
side
go
lane.
for a Benny Cutie Leo Mort special. Okay. It could be Sagitnu on that hero though.
That's true. They could swap it out.
They could swap it up. And back then, Sagitnu was actually, way back season 3 or 4. Yeah, way back season 3 or 4, Sagitnu was known to be the best Leomord player in the PH.
Absolutely.
Now, for the side of Omega, it's the special as well. They're Akai special. They're one of the teams who actually utilize Akai alongside Blacklist International. We're seeing teams going up to this trend as well, and it has a fairly low win rate at 38.5. But a lot of the teams right now into the way back regular season, they used Akai as a placeholder. But some of the teams here really integrated it to their certain lineup.
Yep. It's very specific as well to target the heroes like a Roger. It works very well against a Cho. Ever since Season 1, this is the classic Cho counter, right? And it works so good against a Leomord. So, absolutely a beautiful pick there on the last pick for Omega.
Okay, so I think in terms of drafting, Execration really got what they wanted.
Yep.
For Omega here, there's only one downside. Their lineup, if it ever gets to the point where a Force Engage is super reliable for the side of Execration, I just feel that Heath won't have time to do that. Because the thing is, I'm not seeing this Hurricane dance to, catch people in corners and pin them down. It's more on the idea of pushing them back.
Away from the Yi Shin, right?
Away from the Yi Shin, away from the Selena, and away from the Farsa.
That is perfectly put there,
But,
right there.
But, if ever Execration gets to the back line, Heath is not in position, I don't think that Akai is the right answer at that point in time.
They don't have any other way.
They don't have any other way.
Dealing with it. So it's going to be very questionable. And we'll have to wait and see whether or not this is going to be the answer to the problem that how do you protect the backline of Omega, right? So let's see. We'll have to wait and see as we go into game 1 of this best of 5 series between Execration and Omega.
And look at how they're dealing with this. Akai went to the orange side. Selena goes to the blue side. Now, the purple side. Now, with this, they're going to give Haji the early level 2 and possibly the early level 3 as well.
Yeah.
He's at level 2. He does not have to, you know, go and wait for the second wave of minions just because it took a short amount of time to just clear everything for
That's true.
Haji.
Really like this new skin by Fams, by the way. It looks like Zask. It just came out today. Really fun to
Have you... What do you call this? What do you call this? Have you redeemed it?
No, not yet. Not yet. Do you redeem it? Is it free?
I think you can pre-order it.
Whoa, I have to check that
I
out.
did pre-order, but I'm not really sure about it.
Anyway, that's just fun
I've
stuff.
I've been studying
Yeah, we've
so
been
much
off
on the
it.
storyline,
Yeah.
so we don't really look at the other parts of the game as we are studying it, and that is going to be the first blood onto the side of Execration.
That's right. Beautiful first blood. Again, speaking of stuff that you can claim from October 27th to November 13th, you can log into the game and participate in the Trickster's Village event. Get Halloween candies for a chance to get that Terusa's special skin, Hammer Giant. Check it out in-game right now.
And look at this, Toshi is almost at level 4. Etomax here going very low, but he is going to go back, and there is no arrows to hit him at that point.
Yep.
And he will be able to get away, but he is back, and he's just going to shove the waves back, and he's not going to go straight for the recall.
Very good re-engage, by the way, and just making sure that they stop on their tracks right away. A lot of patience, lots of discipline coming in from Execration. Thank you, though. Right on the docket, launches into the Way of the Dragon right there, but does not see fit to launch into the second part.
And as you can see, Heath here can hit people with a blender, and blender is actually a zoning mechanic. It's not on the idea where you would hit it and you want to go to the 1,000-pounder. Yes, that would be
That's a great
ideal.
combo. Yeah, that's a classic combo.
That would be ideal if you hit people with 1,000-pounder.
Look at that.
But
So
the thing
Gitnu.
is, if you hit them and they have the panda, frog mark, whatever you have, the skin you have on, if you have those marks, you almost always have to certainly run away from the Akai.
Yeah, that's basically a threat. Not to
Yeah.
mention that if you get hit with that mark, you get % health-based damage. So that's difficult. Now, Execration want to go for the turtle right away. It's half HP. Chaknu on the back line looking for Hajizi. Hajizi uses the Cyclone Eye to get out of the way, but Sagitnu's the one being targeted here by very beautifully timed Toshi. Forza there, Chaknu being forced to go with a 1v3, and that's another one going over to Omega.
And I like the commit coming out from Heath there. Everyone was going for Chaknu, and the side of Execration really want to go for the backup. But Heath was there, and they catch Kagura. 2 members down. 2 members went down on the side of Execration with just 1 skirmish.
Man, that was just absolutely beautifully orchestrated there by Omega. It was a trap. You know, it was giving Execration a false sense of a lead, and it worked very well. Chaknu definitely overstayed his welcome on the back foot. They were expecting Chaknu. They expected Chaknu to already go for the backline, and they were ready the moment that he jumped into the Baksha.
And look at that high five coming up from Heath to Haji.
It's a they know it's a trap.
They knew it was a trap. And if you look at it, Omega here, they are focused. They're not doing any trivial movements onto the side of Execration. They're talking about it. What is wrong with the certain setup that they're doing? Why couldn't they just engage upon the Akai if he's the only one in front of them?
And here we go again. The re-engage is just not there. Omega will get that free turtle in this game. And everyone else just try to hope and see if they can farm out that difference, because now Omega's in the 2K goal lead over Execration.
But you can see Hate and Ben Cutie staying there. And this is why one of the things why Execration can't really push is because of Haze on the Selena.
That's true.
When they commit that much into, let's say, a lane, the more heroes they are in that certain lane, the more chances that Haze has on hitting people.
That's true. Makes them more distracted. Chaknu wants to go in again. Heat with a Hurricane Dance. This is what I'm talking about. Look at the beautiful movement of that Hurricane Dance straight into it. There was no way he could walk out. That was Chaknu. They're doing this against a guy like Chaknu.
And it's going to be Omega just getting the upper hand. When it comes to the 5-minute mark, mid lane turret has been destroyed. That is a bad sign for the side of Execration.
Absolutely. Execration here, X Factor. This guy here, a man down. Then Toshi goes to the follow-up into those feathered airstrikes. I was a little confused who was going to use this Farsa. I was expecting Haze, but Toshi, he plays this hero just as good as Haze.
Yeah, and this is the flexibility, the versatility of Toshi as a player. He can go for these mages, and Execration here, they have to answer this. They are letting Omega get the upper hand into the early game.
Yeah.
One of the things why they got the early game and the Execration could not really fight is because look at it. You have a Cho on the side lane. You have Liam on the side lane. So how do you become aggressive?
Yeah, you're basically given one man because he's stuck farming that lane.
Yeah. And to be honest, these are item-dependent heroes.
You're right. Minimum of 2 items before you actually want to go out if you're Leomord.
Yeah, and that means there is a waiting time, there is a queuing time for Execration here to just lobby and wait for Benny Cutie and Sagitnu to get their items.
Yeah, apparently it's all going to be up to Haze and Benny Cutie because Sagitnu's going to just have to chill out. You have to chill out for a long time here in Leomord, and we'll definitely see a lot of that today. Now, what's going to be the timer here for Omega though? Do they wait? And how do they actually speed it up? How do they take advantage of this small opening where it's basically 4v5?
Yeah, that's true.
The question.
Now, as you can see, Omega, they're not stopping. With this setup, they are being very aggressive. And 4 turrets, 6 minutes in, 7 minutes in. And Toshi here with the Purify.
Yep.
He will get away.
Just baiting out that last part of the Way of the Dragon. If you went in under a tower and there's a purified Farsa, you were the one who's going to go down. The bottom lane, though, it's still going to be a 2v1. Haze fighting off on Benny Cutie. Going to be executed by the Garrote. And they will go for the push on bot.
And look at Execration. They cannot do anything. Their turrets are going down one by one. Middle lane here getting controlled, and it's the last outside turret here onto the side of Execration. And
Haze!
Nasty, nasty, nasty,
what
ladies and gentlemen.
Nasty arrow. It dodged so many obstacles. It looked like it had a life of its own. What a beautiful pick here against Itomax. How do they defend now?
Masterful understanding of this strategy, of this draft, and the individual skill of these teams. Well, this team on the side of Omega, it's showing.
Look at that
now.
arrow. What?
Arrow connects, and that means everything will connect after that.
And that was just it, you know? The moment you got the squishiest hero on Execration with the stun, that's it.
You don't have side lane turrets, you don't have outside turrets anymore, and it's only the second turtle.
Man, 8.5 minutes, 8 minutes and 20 seconds into this game, and we already have a game!
Matt, this guy is Legolas.
Yep. He's definitely from a different universe, right? From a different place where elves have magical arrows that hit the mark 100% of the time. That is Haze on the Selena.
And Chakna here, trying to get away. Arrow will be thrown. It won't hit. But as you can see, Execration, Roger only has that Windtalker. While on the side of Haji, you have the BOD and you almost have a Demon Hunter Sword coming his way.
Literally one hit from that feathered airstrike put Etomax on half HP. That's just... It's showing the goal league. It's showing the big difference between these two teams already.
And it shows. The strongest teams, ladies and gentlemen, can have a game below 15 minutes.
Absolutely.
And the strongest teams can end the game below 15 minutes.
We saw this yesterday.
Yeah.
14 minutes in, we got games that were ending already in a one-sided fashion.
Oh, he gets hit. He gets hit.
He gets hit and he's forced to back off after using the ultimate.
Yeah, and look at Benny. Benny's just cutting the waves, and as you can see, he sees 5 members going at it, and he's just forced to go back. He knew that no matter what he did at that point on, high and dry won't even matter.
Doesn't even matter at
Oh
all.
my goodness, these guys are just... Omega's just playing out of their minds.
This is just the different Omega that we've seen from day one. It looked like they had jitters this time around. They look like they have conviction. They know what they want to do on the map, and they are forcing Execration to bend to their will.
And clearly right now, Omega, they are going straight for that Lord. And they are trying to end it as early as 12 minutes. Let's see if they can do that. Haji here, going ham, going straight for the Lord. But Execration knows that they have to fight this. Their late game composition is not gonna work for the early game.
Nope.
That is a given. But right now, Execration, it's mid-game. Do they have items? Can they actually make this count? This is going to be Execration fighting below 18 minutes.
I mean, that is just something that Omega's very much aware of, that 18-minute power spike for Execration, no matter what their lineup is. If they reach that line, they reach that mark, it is just difficult to win. It's almost 100% win rate there for Execration, but now Omega, they want to finish this way before that happens, like way before.
I mean, clearly, you want to save stamina if you want to make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, why prolong it when you can save a lot of energy just by ending the game right here, right now?
Go for the early fights right there. Heath, great flicker out there, avoiding the lock-in on the Hurricane Dance, but is that going to be enough? Where's the rest of Omega? They're on the back line. They're not fully committed onto this push.
Benny, did he get hit? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was just basically Benny being forced to go in and dive out. He was trying to go for a big pick, but they knew. Omega was aware, and they went for it. They did not go into the base. And this is Omega, clean and methodical, going for turrets instead.
12 minutes into the game. Omega has the capability to end this below 15 minutes. Let us see. Those are the signs of one good team. And the Max could get hit with one more.
Forced to go out, but say may open Umbrella out of harm's way, but again, even if you go out and you avoid that one hit, your tower's the one who's gonna suffer.
And they're chipping down that turret. Will they go for more? Benny Cutie here. Oh!
From downtown!
He saw the Jeet Kune Do be getting used. He saw the Shunpo used. He went straight for that feathered airstrike when no mobility skills were up for the show.
Yeah, it was so amazing to watch that. Like, Toshi, seriously, what a beast. And that's going to be it. This might be the big push. That Hurricane Dance locking down the lone defender, and it will be game 1 going to Omega.
13 minutes and 11 seconds. Probably the fastest game in the playoffs.
Probably the fastest game. Didn't even reach the Luminous Lord, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that is just how you do it. That is just how you do it. You know what's more impressive in that last push by Toshi? That was in the bush. It didn't have our vision. Our vision, we knew it was there. Toshi, he just went for the guess. But he hit it anyway in max range.
Yeah.
And that's just the beautiful game sense of Omega there.
Actually, it was really in that certain circle. I'm actually impressed that, well, this is a given for them. They should know how big that circle is.
The limits.
And
yeah.
It's Toshi being familiar with that certain Farsa ultimate.
Toshi playing Freya, playing Esmeralda, then goes straight to support. And all the time, still winning out each and every turn.
A team who could a team who could end the game early, earlier than 15 minutes, because that's what we've been saying. Ever since Project Next game, it's really hard for people to actually just end the game.
That's right.
Sometimes you really just have to be patient, but Omega did show us that feral side, that aggressive side, in which they can even beat the most aggressive team in the MPL right now.
Exactly.
Which is Execration. Good stuff.
Man, this is Omega basically beating the game's design of going longer.
Yeah.
It's so impressive. Anyway, let's go and throw it into our panel. Let's see what they have to say about this.
Laban sa Execration ay masasabi kong all about timing. Ito yung nakasulat sa notebook ko dyan. But let's actually look at our heroes and yung mga napili nilang item. Actually, konti lang naman din talaga ang gusto kong pag-usapan dito dahil masasabi ko na ang Omega ay napakatalino sa kanilang pagpili ng mga heroes. In fact, meron tayong mga nakikita mga traditional na counters or answers dun sa mga hero ng Execration. Kaya naman nung nakita ko yung draft, parang na-feel ko mas madali talaga yung laro para sa Omega. For Execration, it's gonna be really difficult. Well, I just wanna say na yung back siya ng Execration ay na-force dahil inuubusan din ng heroes para kay Chakno dahil yun ang pinaghandaan ng Omega. Yung Omega yata parang during their preparation, inisip nila, kailangan nating sagutin si Chakno. Tapos, syempre, para naman sa side ng Omega, ginawa nila, nag-last pick sila ng Akai. Meron din silang Selena na fourth pick na parang nagulat din ng Execration kasi akala nila Farsa na yung pipiliin. And we can see now na nahirapan yung lineup ng Execration na greedy, lalong-lalo na melee-based sila. Puro sila melee dito. At least yung kanilang mga heroes like the Roger, as well as the Leomord, and then the Cho, di ba? Tapos, syempre, dahil may Akai dun sa kabila, tapos meron ka pang Farsa, dun na nga tuloy-tuloy na nagkaroon ng dominance ang Omega doon sa mga team fights. And actually, maybe we can look at the items. And you can see that in this particular game, na nadurog talaga ng Omega ang side ng Execration. At kung titignan naman yung mga stats, talagang nalugi. Well, if you're looking at the damage, you cannot ask anymore mula sa side ng Execration. Kaya nga yung kills nila ay 2 lang. Dahil yung Omega, yung kanilang lineup ay talagang natuluyan yung Execration. Hindi normal na sabihin natin na merong mga naka-outdraft na mga teams. Lalong-lalo na playoffs na ngayon. But in this specific game, yung Omega, sa game number 1, sagot na sagot nila yung composition ng Execration. Just like what I explained later. And honestly, pag tinignan natin yung mga highlights, konti lang yung makikita natin talagang banggaan or 5v5 clashes. Kasi ang Omega, ang gusto nilang gawin ay ang tinatawag natin ng timing-based lineups. Ang kailang unang-unang timing syempre is the laning stage. At yung laning security nandun na nga. At makikita natin sa side ng Omega, every time na kaya nilang humanap ng pagpitas sa lineup ng Execration, ginagawa nila. Guys, unfortunately, hindi tayo pwedeng magbase sa mismong highlights para malaman kung gaano kaganda yung ginawa ng Omega sa game number 1. Dahil bonus na lang yan. What really is surprising dito sa ginawa ng Omega is inabuse nila yung mga strength ng kanilang lineup, which is number 1 timing. Sa laning stage, walang kayang pumersa sa Farsa ni Toshi, as well as yung Yi Sun-shin hindi din napigilan dahil si Chakno at si Etomax hindi nila kinayang i-invadean yung Yi Sun-shin. So nakapag-farm ng todo yung Yi Sun-shin, and obviously, courtesy with the stamps, unstoppable din yung farming. If you're looking at this game, talaga nasa match-up lang ang nangyaring labanan. At unfortunately, para sa Execration, parang kailangan nilang pag-isipan ulit yung draft laban sa Omega dahil yung Omega, handang-handa dito sa laban sa Execration. Hayes is our MVP of the game at kitang-kita nyo naman yung malulupit na mga pana at mga tinatawagan nilang 155 IQ or kung ano man. Basta the next level plays coming out from half man, half amazing Hayes dahil nga na-zone out nila ng sobra-sobra yung mga members ng Execration. And I feel that Execration coming into the next game, baka i-consider na lagi itong Selena ni Hayes. I believe na pag tinignan natin yung mga stats, ang Selena ni Hayes ay mataas ang win rate, and I think yung fact na na-bait ang side ng Execration na akala nila yung Farsa na ang magiging support para kay Hayes, dun sila nadali. So, there's a lot of things that I said all throughout this analysis of game number 1. Pero ang gusto ko lang na tandaan ninyo para sa keys to victory nung ginawa ng Omega. It's actually gonna start with the draft. That's it for game number 1. We are hoping na ang Execration ay bumawi sa game number 2 ng malupit nilang mga galawan, di ba, sa late game. But we don't know if that will happen kung hindi nila ayusin ang kanilang draft muna. I think that's where they have to start. For you guys, kung gusto nyo naman din ma-enjoy ang MPL pa lalo habang nanonood, ay meron kayong makukuha mga giveaway codes all throughout this series. And do share your, do scan this code. Nakikita nyo sa ilalim ko, by the way, to show your support to all of the teams out there. Lahat ng teams na maglaro ngayon, syempre meron ng QR code. If you scan that out, you will matutulungan nyo nga ang mismong team na sinusuportahan ninyo. And bukod dyan, syempre, do visit the fb.com/MPL-PH official to know more about the actual MPL-PH playoffs. And actually, nagulat din ako kasi parang laging may mga tanong yung mga tao, but actually, kung gusto nyo ng mga quick answers about the league, yun, dun lang. At syempre, if you fill in this survey, you can win rewards from MPL-PH. Scan nyo lang yan. Napakadali lang. And bukod dyan, syempre, ay magkakaroon nga tayo ng mga giveaway codes for you guys as you watch this this season. And I feel that we're gonna have 3 giveaway codes per game. So, sana guys, kapag tapos ng game, manood pa rin kayo. Sabihin nyo sa mga tropa nyo na habang nag-a-analysis kami dito after ng game, manood din kayo para mas marami kayong matutunan, mas maintindihan yung laro, at meron ka pang chance na manalo ng mga giveaway bonus code. Obviously, this game is gonna happen, this series is gonna have a potential game 5. So, hindi tayo mauubusan ng mga giveaway codes para sa inyo. But, hopefully, ang Execration ay makapagpuwersa pa na mas marami pang games laban sa Omega dahil mukhang marami din talagang fans ng Execration. For Omega, if they keep on doing what they're doing, man, simula sa draft until sa Execution, pwedeng mapabilis itong araw na to. But syempre, hindi pa natin masasabi yan. My name is Wolf, your analyst. Let's pass it on back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much. Beautiful analysis as always. Again, we will have to see Omega really, Execration really bring out the tricks hidden to get back from that one.
I mean, that was no sugarcoating. That was a tough loss for the side of Execration. At this match, you do not expect to be beat in less than 13 minutes. In less than 15 minutes. If that happens, then that means
there's something wrong.
There was something wrong with you guys, and you didn't play with a certain potential that everyone thinks you can play.
And that's saying something, especially for a team like Execration, who's known to really bring it. You know, they really bring it usually. And something happened. Some light got dimmed here.
I think it's the same problem as yesterday. A lot of the teams that lost kept going for these non-sustainable side laners. Like, what they're doing is they're trying to bolster their late game while not thinking about, are we even gonna get to the late game? Because if we don't get to the late game, then that means our late game lineup is useless. It's going to be useless.
Yeah, a lot more priority in the late game, like for the Roger picks yesterday.
Yeah.
And not too much on whether or not the early game is going to pan out well, which used to be the priority for all teams. So I'm wondering what happened. Is that really how big the meta shifted from a sustained meta that we've had into what we have now?
I think Execration is just focusing on all the late game wins that they've been getting. And they should just stick with whatever it is they did into these setups where they couldn't really have won, but they were the comeback kings for Season 6. They kept winning at 18 minutes or more. And for the side of Omega, what the game plan here is, if they make it to 18 minutes, they become more formidable. You know what? Let's do this. Let's beat them below 15 minutes so they don't know what to do.
And they drafted very well. They drafted into a lineup that could win at around 13 minutes. As long as it was not like countered. And I think that's what happened. Like Execration, they were focused too much on what they were doing for their team that they forgot, hey, you know what? You also need to kind of mess up the enemy team's plan. So what happened there?
And Abyssal Reaper is actually free, ladies and gentlemen.
It really is. I have to log in.
I like it. Did you pre-order?
I hope so. I don't
I hope you
remember
did.
anymore.
I hope you did.
I really do hope that I pre-order. Otherwise, you're gonna have to buy it.
You can just buy it.
You can just buy it, I think, probably. And for sure, Moontun would not want us to spend. You know, they'd probably want to send that over to us. Probably, if anyone's listening. Probably,
Yeah.
you know,
Hello.
You know our account IDs. Come on.
Well, it is what it is.
Yeah, we were too busy studying for the game, for the finals, to actually log in. You know, that's.
I actually, you know what? I actually play from time to time. I don't play those. I don't play ranked.
Right.
For this certain, for this certain setup. For the playoffs, I didn't play ranked.
Yeah, what did you
one
do?
bit. I just kept on playing brawl.
Oh, so you can get more heroes.
Yeah,
Random heroes.
I try to understand why these heroes are good, and I've been getting a lot of Yu Zhong. I've been getting a lot of Khalid, and I really like the dynamic in which where I could see them in a way where I don't really have to take the full game.
Right, it takes a long time,
Yeah,
right?
it takes-
Especially with the way that the game's designed right now. I think it just forces you to go for the long game. And if that happens, you kind of the time to what do you call this? The time to study individual heroes, it's lessened.
Yeah. So, with that in mind, I've been playing, and yeah, I'm seeing a lot of these teams just going for these good picks. Now, I'm seeing Omega in a way where they did not pull off anything special.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like we're gonna play our game. You keep up with us, we won't keep up with you. We play our own game.
And
you guys play your own game. If you play our game, you'll have a hard time.
And this has been the way that Omega has been playing for a long time as well.
Yeah, of course.
Right? Ever since the Project Next patch, what they've done is that they did not do anything too special.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? And what some teams are thinking, what is this? What is this that we have to deal with? That nothing's changing for this team, but they're still so powerful in the draft.
Nothing is.
Right?
Yeah.
So I think it's difficult for a team like Execration to actually get a grasp of what it's like inside the brain of Dale. You know?
Yeah.
What Dale's thinking, what Coach Dale is thinking.
Well,
it's yeah.
I mean, Syre, I think he has a couple more tricks up his sleeve. I'm thinking that for the side of Execration, they will be aiming to get this to a 1-1. And remember, this certain bracket that we have up top, they do have this thing about the one who loses the first game is actually the one who wins the series.
You think?
I mean, it
You
happened.
think?
It's a trend. It's a trend on their group.
Oh, that's true. And
It was a trend in their group.
In game one and in day one, right? That
Yeah.
was what's been happening in game one. They've been what do you call this? They've been lose, win, win.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not sure.
It's that way. And Omega won in that fashion. Execration won in that fashion as well. So, will that trend continue here? Because if that is true, then that means Execration will be the one who's going to go to the grand finals. But
Another big.
sometimes these things are just meant to be broken.
I mean, it's nice to have patterns and stuff, and it's nice to predict. But these teams are some of the most unpredictable teams you'll ever face, right? I mean, Execration's that one team that's impossible to predict most of the time, and Omega is just consistent. They're just so consistent with what they do that you don't know whether that thing is gonna work or not.
Yeah.
So
And it's all about securing your comfort picks at this point for the side of Execration. They're not in any danger in any way. I mean, if they lose the second game, then that means they're in danger. One more slip up could just cost them their tournament life. But for the side of Execration right now, they do have the time to take this to a 1-1. And remember, if Omega wins this is going to be match point, and that's where the pressure actually kicks in for the side of Execration, because you really have to bring your A game, and it's really hard to go for a reverse sweep. We've seen this in other tournaments where a reverse sweep happened, like M1. Those kinds of moments really take guts of steel to get through.
It's aside from the fact that it's already super unlikely, right? It's very difficult to win from a reverse sweep. Guts of steel and absolute mental fortitude, like a Buddhist monk or something. It's just you have to like be super zen about it.
Yeah. And I'm not actually wearing something.
It's not for a monk, by the way. It's
so don't look at me.
Yeah, this is different. Don't worry, guys.
This is different. This is actually a formal, very formal kimono. Can you call it a
Is
kimono?
it a haori?
Yeah, it's a very formal haori.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
it's a very formal haori, to be honest.
It is.
Now
we're multicultural here, so
yeah, we did see Leo wear a barong though.
Yeah, that was just It's beautifully made, by the way, and it fits him. It doesn't pop out anymore. You know this. This.
You know what?
thing
If
doesn't
I
pop
wore
out.
a suit, like if I wore that suit,
yeah,
we'd look really similar.
Oh, that's true.
We actually have the same tone of undershirt, to be
That's
honest.
true. That's true. We might be. You want
And
to add flavor. You want to add flavor.
That
here.
happened way back season 2.
It did. It did.
That
Like,
happened way
oh
back
my
season 2,
gosh,
and we were
twinning.
talking about it.
Like
We
seriously.
didn't talk about it, and the last time this happened, these dress shirts matching up was way back season 2. we've been together since season 1, man.
Yeah. See, it just. Hey, we're close to 3 years in Mobile Legends.
Yeah,
close to it, right?
Let's see.
Anyway, let's go into the draft, ladies and gents. Omega versus Execration Game 2. We are going to see whether or not Omega can actually repeat what they did. I mean, that seems like a tall order, you know, repeating a pre-15-minute game.
I mean,
but Omega seems to be a team that looks like it has some stuff planned for you.
If Omega has other plans, then that means it could be a possibility. But yeah, I mean, if you just want to see how these team plays, then you might want to look at how Execration drafts right now, because Execration could put themselves in a bad spot.
That is a very good idea. Now, whether or not Execration is gonna do that is something that we'll have to note here.
Because the thing is, for drafting, you really have to anticipate what the other players are gonna go for. It's not about just drafting the way you want it.
You have to look at the enemy.
You have to be proactive, and you have to block some aspects of their draft. And sometimes you really just have to adjust on the fly. Omega here will get the Ling. They're the ones who actually use it. Haji has been having a good time with this Ling, even though the other teams aren't really getting much success from this anymore. Ling on Haji is still one of the best heroes that he has.
Yeah, it maximizes the guy's amazing mechanical skill, right? It's just, you know that when Haji is on that Ling, stuff is going to happen. Whether or not they're going to get an early game lead is very difficult. This pick is for the late game, right? This is different. A little bit more different. It's something that in the early game you just need it for the distraction. You know?
Execration right now will probably go for a Farsa or probably deny a Jawhead. I'm thinking deny on the Jawhead would be a great move here for the side of Execration.
Exactly.
And they go for the Yuzhong and Alice.
Man,
they go straight for the side lanes. And I'm seeing Omega going for a Jawhead.
Yeah, and these are the two picks that were banned out by Omega in the previous game. So
I don't know, Rockhart. Like, they went for item-dependent heroes or side lanes earlier, and now they went for level-dependent heroes.
Your team is picking.
Remember, Yuzhong has 4 skills.
He does.
So that means you have to scatter your early points out, and if he gets to like level 12, that's the only time where his kit is gonna make much more sense. I mean, having 4 skills is good, but optimization for those skills is going to be really hard.
And these are two heroes that I kind of expect to stay on their respective lanes for a long time. Expect some before 5 minutes, they will not probably leave their lanes unless there's a big gank happening. This is not something that can defend well against an invade. So they still need to be careful if a Jawhead gets picked up here.
Yeah, I think Jawhead is one of the picks that Omega could do here. I don't think Execration is that Jawhead. How do I say this? That Jawhead aligned. But for Omega, I feel that if Execration don't ban it, it's going to go to the side of Omega.
Look at this. They look like they have 3 offlaners for Execration.
Wow, well, Execration played the Jawhead last time they met with Signal Ultra.
Yeah, they
and
did.
It was actually Chaknu who went for the clutch play, and they have that capability. So
Yeah.
I think it's 50-50 for the Jawhead right now.
Absolutely. They can still pick it up if they want to.
Yeah.
They have a very tanky lineup. It's a lineup that has a lot of regeneration. These are 3 heroes that regen their HP almost like crazy. Alright, so very vulnerable to anti-heal. And they'll definitely need 1 more carry and 1 more tank for Exe. For Omega, this is just what we see day in and day out for these guys. Again, nothing too special for the Omega lineup.
Well, they still have their Farsa. We don't know if that's going to be the side lane or the support.
Yeah, we don't know if it's a Toshi or
it's a
Haze
versatile
Farsa.
pick. It's a versatile pick. Now, Hilda is still up for the side of Omega too. They could go for a Hilda. They could go for a Jawhead. But for the side of Execration, what do you ban out?
Yes, these are very good questions, Butter. These are very, very good questions. And I'm not sure what they banned, but we'll probably find out in a bit.
Probably find out in a bit, ladies and gentlemen.
So, yeah, for the meantime, I think they kind of, we're gonna need to go into a bit of a hiatus on the pickings.
Yeah.
For the meantime, just chill out. I think Execration might have encountered some issues, so we'll wait for them to get back onto the horse.
Yeah, and let's see how will that draft pan out. I mean, it's not gonna change in any way anymore. Like the first 3 picks are set in stone. Now, the second half of that, I think Omega will really need to, look out for the tanks that's gonna come out from the side of Execration. Like, they have the Yuzhong, they have the Yuzhong. What's the other picks?
They have a Yuzhong, they have an Alice and Khalid.
Alice and Khalid.
3 offlaners. I'm not sure who's. By the way, I'm gonna ask you that. Like, who do you think is gonna go offlane actually with those 3 picks?
It could be the Alice.
Alice and Yuzhong.
Alice and Yuzhong. Well, Alice has a kit in which, in terms of offlaning, it's in the defensive lane, it's a godsend.
It really
like
is.
flowing blood, the capability of going through walls, going through obstacles, that's a big thing in the offlane.
I think Alice was just designed as an offlane hero.
I mean, he was a mid lane for the longest time.
Yeah. And of course, since we are going to do a redraft because of the missed ban for connectivity issues, we will be going into a pause giveaway. Check it out. Code Hunters in the stream. This is definitely something that a lot of people might be looking out for instead, Instead of looking for it in the comment section, you know what? They'll just hope for a ban, or they'll just hope for a pause, and then they'll get new codes. That's funny. It's funny the way they said it. People used to really not like the pauses, right? But now every time there's a pause, you're gonna get codes on the bottom of your screen.
So what are you gonna do?
seriously.
Right now you're in a checkmate.
Right.
Right now you're in a checkmate, ladies and gentlemen.
Why?
You like watching the games, but there's a code when there's a pause.
So do you
what do you
just
do?
watching, right?
Do you want it to pause so you can have a code, or do you want to keep on watching and you're not getting a code and you're gonna get it in the solo analyst segment? You get extra codes for the pauses.
The solo analyst is like a different set of codes, right? So go ahead, and you have time to go ahead and pick up those codes on the bottom of your screens.
And yeah, clearly having this certain setup in terms of drafting, I think the teams with the break in between, they can look at the bans and the last two bans on both of their sides. They can think about it more. And when you can think about it more, and that only means that you can, just set the pacing up for the other team, and the other team can make the same adjustments as well. So you have to be very wary that whatever you're thinking right now, the other team is probably thinking about it too.
Yep. Mind games in the highest level usually is what wins games here in the MPL. Because at some point, everyone is in the maximum potential of each hero. Right? Like, you use this... if for one team uses a Kufra, the other team is using a Kufra, they're almost the highest peak. So, hero usage is not the issue.
Yeah.
It's whether or not you can play the mind games right, you can play the draft right. Because people play it on the highest level already. It's a given. If you're on the MPL, it's already a given that you are the best of the best in terms of that hero.
But you have to draft around those certain heroes.
And that's where the battle happens.
If you're the best in what you do and your draft doesn't make sense, then you're just gonna get punished. And when you get punished, like what happened earlier, where May is known to be a good Leo mode player, but he did not have enough time to actually blossom into the Leo mode that he wanted to be by the 12-minute mark or 15-minute mark. Those are the things that will set you back, and those are the things that will make you lose your games.
Basically, right? Like, that's a good example. He's like one of the top Leo mode players of the Philippines from before, and he picked one of the best heroes that he has, and it still didn't matter. It didn't matter because the draft indicated or dictated that, you know what, this hero is not supposed to go online early, and the enemy knows that. They picked heroes that could deal with it early on, which meant that the late game was not a possibility anymore for Execration.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do bear with us as we have a redraft in progress. And remember, you guys are still watching MPL-PH Season 6 Playoffs Semi-Finals number 1. We are going to have Semi-Finals number 2 after this. And tomorrow, it's going to be the battle for third and the Grand Finals.
They also have a little bit of a surprise happening for them. So
what?
That's a surprise. It's a surprise.
That's a surprise for you guys.
You'll have to watch tomorrow to get some new stuff. And we have a new guest as well coming in for tomorrow in the panel. I don't know if they're aware of that already, but we have some segments planned out for you as well. Do wait for that. And a lot of this is happening on both the English and the Filipino stream. By the way, we have a Filipino stream. If you prefer the Tagalog language, we do have that stream on the other, on the official MLBB Facebook page with Manjin and Rob Luna.
Okay, so with that out of the way, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the English stream. We are shoutcasters. He's the anchor, Rockhart.
That's that, exactly.
I am the analyst, Butters, and this is going to be very interesting in terms of what these two teams can bring for game number 2. We did see their drafts. It was very balanced. They did not go for the aggressive drafting that both of these guys do. Because sometimes they just pick their course and not look back.
That's fine. They just win. They just get the course, and then they just play the game. And I think that's important to note here. That Haji is also just so good at what he does now. I think the last game, with that game, he might be at the 10 KDA. I'm not sure. That's something I want to check later. Because it just added even more. I don't think he died in that game. Not even once on the Yi Sun Shin.
Yeah,
and this time he's going to be on the Ling?
Let's see. And I'm honestly surprised that Execration there did not have any answers. Like, clearly it was Selena who just stopped them from doing things. And a lot of them got hit. A lot of them did not have the defense capability because they don't really have the fast wave clear as we expected from them. I mean, they have Kagura, but Kagura can only do so much. I mean, if she gets by an arrow, then she's gone too.
We saw that first game. That was just, it was so amazing to watch. You know, watching Hayes perform on that Selena again, you know, it just brings us back, really.
Well,
to what he was.
You know what? I remember few hitting Hayes with a Hail Mary arrow.
The other way around.
It's the other way around. I mean, I remember Hayes. I remember Hayes kicking the lights off the DDPG side. And now, I'm just saying, like, have the tides turn, because if we do see, well, let me just say this: if things are good for the side of Omega, then that only means that there's a chance in which where Hayes could meet up against his former team in the grand finals.
Meet up against his former team,
Yeah,
exactly.
And who knows? It might happen. I mean, Onic could win the second series as well. And that could mean the meetup of the former teammates here, the former amateur league kings, which are some of the players here onto the side of Execration, and some of them are on the side of Onic. They could be having this meetup in which where Destiny is actually shaping up things for these players.
The former teammates in the winning team for the Southeast Asia Games. Former, basically the medal bearers. Right?
The medal bearers are just gonna go at it.
And that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're gonna go into a quick panel intro here before we get started on the draft. Go ahead, take it away, guys.
And just like that, dudugtungan lang namin. We're gonna add to the discussion that our casters have already had, and we can't help but look back at how, I hate to use the word, underwhelming, nakakakulang. Parang yung Chak Mamba, wala siyang kamandag dito because of that backsha pick. And while we're waiting for the redraft from Execration and Omega, I guess we should just add a little bit more of how do we say, insight as to what happened, no? Hindi kita dito, guys, pero yung bans also played quite the role here. I believe Jawhead was banned out, Kufra was banned out, and these are all heroes that Heath and Chaknu are looking forward to. Let's look at some moments. Paolo, off the top, what do you remember from game number 1?
Yung sa keys to victory nga nakalagay doon, they focus more on Benecute's lane, di ba? Talagang na-shutdown, walang kill, walang assist si Benecute.
On the show.
On the show. And again, Hate did not step up. Kaya hindi sila nanalo. 0-1-0 si Hate. No, couldn't do anything.
0x, yeah.
Yes, si Chak Mamba naman, he has a Baxia, a hero that cannot make plays. You're using Baxia to control the map and open up the map. It's not a hero to make a play, right? You're kind of like a meat shield.
Right,
more of a meat shield. Kaya yun, talagang na-outdraft ang XA. Napakalupit ng pinakita ng Omega. Man, seriously.
Yep, more than just a point for Omega, it's a point for Dale. Medyo na-corner niya dito si Syre.
Yes.
The draft forced Execration to, again, choke out Heath. That's one of the keys, right? Pansinin mo from the regular season, I think that's what Syre's doing, for sure, right? This was definitely something he was considering to stop Heath from doing fundamental things, but...
May naalala lang ako, binan ng Exe yung Freya, but the Freya did not...
Last ban.
Yes, the Freya did not do good on the Signal series. Exe versus Signal, sorry. Blacklist versus Omega series.
On Toshi.
Yes, on Toshi. So, what's the point of banning it? Kung alam mong, I mean, yes, there might be a chance na, okay, pag pinili nila yung Freya, Toshi might do good on it. But considering na it did not do well against Blacklist, you know, they could have banned Akai or who was the other open one? Hilda instead.
To force out either.
Oh, yes, to force out either.
Ito pala, looking at the post-match data, kasi I remember Omega already made a fatal mistake eh. Like in the playoffs, I think that would be a fatal mistake. Nagkaroon na sila ng miscom dun sa invade nila, in which case they lost Kurt TZ.
On the Tams.
So ang nangyari ngayon, yung funnel ngayon ng Execration had the freedom to farm. At actually nakita ko there was actually footage of the Roger being able to move around the jungle very, very freely.
Yeah.
Pero kung titignan mo dito sa post-match data, ang damage ng Execration mostly is coming from the back siya pa.
Yeah, he had the most damage.
Kung makikita natin, the least damage pa is coming from our Roger here.
Where was Hate?
Wow.
Where was Hate?
Dito pa lang sa post-match data, parang, oh my God.
Yeah.
OMG.
You know what?
OMG,
That's a good
wala.
question.
Yeah.
Kasi nga sabi ng Black Eyed Peas, di ba, where is the love?
Yeah.
Ang tanong ko, where is the hate?
Kasi, so yun nga, parang, we already saw that mistake eh. 4 sila nag-invade, pero biglang nag-second thoughts pa sila. Hindi, kung magko-commit na kayo ng ganun, you go for it na. Nandun na kayo, 4 na out of 5 players ang nag-commit to that strategy. Biglang, wag na lang. Tapos naiwan pa nila si Kurt TZ, which is very crucial to this lineup.
And then yung Execration, they could have capitalized on that mistake.
Early game.
The early game mistake that Omega did with leaving Kurt TC behind sa purple buff. Okay? So yeah, now that you pointed out, Hate, yung Roger niya, low damage nga. Ngayon ko lang nahalata yun. Hindi ko nakita yung post-game stats
I think
after.
it all went by so fast. Again, 13 minutes. To be fair, you're starting to wonder if this is Hate's record, right? 0-2-0. Very low damage output. Pero tinaman man yung buffs claimed, he was getting something.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I'm wondering now, where is the Hate? Kasi ang dami nangyari sa mapa for sure. It's just hard to just watch where Hate is. I'm sure our solo analyst and our casters from either broadcast pointed it out. But looking at the number, it's just so difficult to explain. No? Paolo?
But ito nga yung sinasabi natin kanina, 'di ba? Yung exit team fight talaga. Pero parang walang team fight na nangyari, no? Walang masyadong team fight. It's all like trading, getting objectives for Omega. Tas pinaikot-ikot lang ng Omega yung Execration sa buong mapa. And they just got towers one by one, objectives one by one until na-suffocate na sila and they ended up winning the game.
Literally all of them.
Right. Yeah.
9 plus the base. That's why it's 10, guys. 9 plus 1 kaya base. That's crazy. I could have sworn that Execration had something in there. Their draft looked good. Their draft looked okay. But, Paolo, your thoughts?
At first, actually, yung Omega, yung far sa offlane, medyo kine-question namin ni Chin kanina.
Kasi sayang. There's so much coverage on Toshi there. Why would you relegate it to the side lane?
But to, make up for that, yung making abilities ni Hayes with the Selena,
It opens up
that opened up so much. How many Abyssal Arrows did he hit? Okay? Tapos si Haji, he's always there for the follow-up. Si Tamos naman yung aggressiveness niya. Yung si Curtiz nga kanina, super, super good. Yung mga Hurricane Dance ni Akai, super well played.
Yeah. Yung counter-argument dito for Execration, which made me think this was an okay draft, or at least a draft that was closer to 50-50, is because, sure, you have the Abyssal Arrows, and yes, you have the wards, the traps. Eto Max is 100% win rate on that Kagura. So I'm guessing the bush check with the umbrella could at least help out, but I guess it just wasn't enough. Meron ng bawas yung 100%.
Also, fun fact, Kagura is supposed to counter the Farsa. But there's a lot of vision game with the Selena.
And the Baxia too.
And the Baxia is supposed to counter the Farsa
yes,
as well.
Diba?
Yes, because when she turns into a bird or wind, whatever you wanna say, you can actually cancel the bird form para maging human form siya ulit.
Yeah.
That's why Baxia is so good, yung movement speed niya.
I guess. But guys, papasok ulit tayo sa draft. I do believe the game is about to begin once more. Throwing it back to our casters, it's Execration versus Omega in the semifinals, game number 2.
And we are back, ladies and gents. Starting off right straight onto the draft. Get great analysis from our panels right there.
And yeah, they went through the game number 1, but right now let's focus more on the redraft that's going to happen in game number 2. Now, Execration, of course, everybody knows that they want to take this to a 1-1.
Everyone knows.
Everyone knows that. And how do you do that? You pick those heroes that are safe for the side lane and won't really punish you in the early game that much. I feel that Execration really had a chance at game number 1. It's just that their side lane picks limit their capability to fight the early game.
Yeah, it was a side laner that was basically super farm dependent, and also it should not leave the lane. Well, right now on the first 3 picks of Execration, they have 3 possible offlaners. They have picked people that can sustain for a long time, that these can also rotate if needed.
Yeah.
Compared to a Leomord, you know what? It's a difference. It's different comparing Alice to Leomord. Leomord really just needs to stay on the lane until he gets like 2 to 3 items before he fights. Alice can just clear the wave real quick and then move on.
Yeah.
That's the difference between those 2 heroes.
So now they have the capability to fight, and we did see Benny Cutie with his capability to play this Alice on day number 1, and I would like to say that this guy, well, on the side, not this side, on the side, Benny Cutie knew how to, abuse and activate whatever mechanic Alice has on her. So I'm expecting a really good game coming out from Benny Cutie if he is the one who's gonna use this Alice.
Yeah. I think this has happened historically as well. Like, we've had games from Benny Cutie where he just really tore it up using the Alice. He was able to at least 2-shot people with flowing blood. It was just beautiful to watch him play that. And I think that we should see the draft real soon, by the way, so don't go anywhere. And I think we should see a big difference in this game. Compared to game 1 where it looked like there was no fight almost against Omega, this should be different because these are heroes that Execration has heroes that were built to last. But of course, we should not forget Omega. They have some of the heroes they really like as well. They have that Farsa.
Yeah.
Right? So
yep, and I think for Omega, they need to be careful on what Execration is going to bring. They have a gauge on whatever it is that they can do with the Farsa. And I do agree with you. They have some of their favorite heroes. But I kind of think that, in a way, without the Selena here, Omega isn't going to have an easy time in securing game number 2.
For sure. This should not be difficult at all. Now we are going into where we were. We're trying to pick up where we left off. Really quick lock-ins of what they already had. And the FAMS is a very high win rate hero as well for Omega. So they got what they wanted. They have the stuff that you really want.
Of course.
And it's not surprising at all if Omega's going to be able to pull off a victory here just because of that.
You have to put it in a way where Execration got the Roger. All right?
They did.
Execration got the Roger.
It's pretty big.
And that is going to put Omega on notice.
Wait a second.
I think they mispicked.
Auto-picked.
They
it auto-picked. Yeah, that's why
it auto-picked.
If they had the free offlaners, yeah, probably not, right? But this is definitely what it looked like. It's supposed to be.
Well, I'm actually seeing right now Execration on their comfort zone. So they secured their 3 cores. And now, for Etomax and Sagitno, they're the ones who's gonna, how do I say this? Gonna have to adjust accordingly. But I think for Execration, as long as their 3 cores are, how do I say this?
Yeah.
Comfortable. They're not dazed about what will happen. I think for them, this is going to be the game where they would just be confident in whatever it is they're doing. And as we've said, the Jawhead is going to go to Omega.
Yep, Jawhead and Lunox. Lunox is a little difficult to predict in the draft whenever it arrives. Like, you don't see a Lunox coming. But it's one of those heroes that works very well against very tanky heroes because of the shred, right? Because of the percent HP damage going to that high loss, going to that Yuzhong. Already know that it's also going to do some pretty serious damage to an Alice, so Benny Cutie also has to be aware of this. Could be disrupted very easily by a Necklace of Durance built straight into the mage.
I'm actually looking at the stats right now, and I like the hero percentages on the side of win percentages onto the side of Execration, but this is something not really unusual. We've seen this time and again. But for Toshi, he has the Lunox on his side.
He does.
And this is going to be very interesting because Atlas at level 4, if he doesn't have the flowing blood, that's going to be the Lunox just going in.
Yeah, absolutely.
And taking him down.
It's just going to be a Lunox doing a lot of hurt. And again, in the hands of Toshi. My gosh, one of the most flexible people as well in Omega. He just knows when to go in and he knows how to deal the damage. See if that's going to be happening here on game 2 here for Execration versus Omega in the best of 5, 1-0 so far. See if Execration can pull it back from Omega.
Okay, so for the side of Omega, they are just staying into the mid lane, playing the favorite game of traditional 1-3-1. We've played this ever since Season 5, and we have no... How do I say this? We have no control over whatever it is that's going to happen till this day. And it's still here. It's still here. And look at what they're doing. They throw it back. So that side of Execration will have much late time in just getting those buffs.
Absolutely. So the late game is going to be secured here, I think, for Execration, no matter what. But of course, they're going to suffer a lot. This is no doubt. Execration will suffer in the early game still in this matchup.
Look at Toshi. Toshi here is just zoning Benny Cutie out. And he knows that he has this capability. I mean, flowing blood isn't as...
look at that.
Flowing blood isn't as spammable as, you know, those bolts.
Yeah. So there's going to be a big focus here on whether or not Itumax can keep these lanes alive. Curtizi might be in trouble here. Gonna get knocked down by Chakdu with first blood in this game. Looking good for Execration.
Okay, so why did they go for the bottom lane instead of the top lane? They realized there that Curtsy used the jump early, and that means with the execute on hand, he doesn't have the flicker to get out.
Oh my gosh, Hayes with a straight up gank out of nowhere. Catches a teleporting Benny Cutie, will go down for the second.
And that is how you deal. Whoa, 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 whoa. They're not done yet. They're not done yet.
Out of nowhere, Itomax also goes down. No ultimates yet for this Angelo means that it will not be able to get back into lane quickly. And now it will have to be the slow game here for Execration.
He's going for the toughness boots just to not get harassed by Etomax as much as possible, because Heart Guard still hurts.
And there's still a dive here. He's going to be going down real quick. This is what happens when this lineup is drawn together. Very easy to get into position and find the targets that they need.
If only Hayes used that Edfreded airstrike earlier, that could have been something that Hate could have died at. But it wasn't, and they will get that free kill. No trades at that point on.
Interesting. We'll definitely see a lot of big moves here for both teams. Definitely Omega. A big difference from what we had in Game 1 where Omega was just steamrolling Execration. This time around, it is blow for blow.
And clearly right now for the side of Omega, Kurtzy and the others, they're just having a fun time in lane. It looks like they're winning the duels.
Yeah, and that's what you want. That's what you want for Execration as well. But right now, Chakdu is in trouble. No glorious pathway for you. Even with the Angela ultimate, will be taken out really quickly. Bonus round for E2 Max. That's one. Supposedly just one, but added on will be two for Omega. Might be free if they can catch Benny. But Flowing Blood will be able to make sure that he gets out alive.
Heath didn't have the ejector activated anymore, so he cannot throw back that Alice. But you know what? They get the turtle, they do something proactive, and I feel that is a plus for Execration. It might not be looking that good for them, but still, a turtle is a turtle.
He got the turtle buff. That is very big for Hate. Will need all the help he can get to deal the damage that is needed against Omega. Here on the Gillette Instant Replay.
As you can see here, Chakdu trying to run away. But remember, that is a problem with Angela. Angela is capable of letting you live at those certain situations. But if you cannot live at those certain moments, then that only means that it's going to be a buy one, take one.
Exactly. Bonus round right now. Cutie, ultimate activated, will be putting Hayes down very, very low. But Toshi will be the next one on the target. A very scary Roger here, powered up by the Heart Guard. Heath will be able to do a bit of a crossover spin move there.
It was actually more the idea of run away!
Run away! That's exactly what happened, by the way. And he was able to do something. He threw Hate into the tower, but of course he was still able to walk out of there alive just because of sheer firepower of this hero.
Yeah, and Haji, did he steal that? Did Jacknus just steal that?
No. Yeah, he did. He really did.
He did. And he just went up straight to the face of Haji. Haji won't use the retribution on that monster.
There you go. Big engagement from Sagitno. It's a 2v1, but OMG is the one walking on out of there. Here comes the Glorious Pathway, blocking out Toshi's exit. Forced to go into Brilliance, and E2 Max will be the one to fly off into the radar as well. Hajizi wants to go for the finish up. He wants to go for that kill. He catches E2 Max on the bush. He will take him down. Chaknu very, very low. Will be active under the tower, but that will not guard against the Tempest of Blades.
You cannot go half-hearted against the lineup here on the side of Omega. If you do, it's going to be the Ling who's gonna punish you. Benny Cutie going up against Curtsy right now, flowing blood on the other side of the map. Will Ling go for the chase down?
It's a lot of damage. Hate again, empowered by the Heart Guard, goes straight for the turtle. Looking for Toshi, looking for Heath. Are they going to answer this? Where is the rest of the team? I don't think it's going to be taken out. It will be conceded. Going over this side. Execration again.
That's going to be a hard thing to do for the side of Omega if they ever want to take down a Roger with a turtle buff and an Angela Heart Guard on him. Those are protection-based buffs for the side of Roger, and that means you're not taking into consideration the certain lifesteal that this hero has. So, for the side of Omega, if they can catch out Roger alone, that would be great, but as much as 5v5s right now, I won't then take the chance just because Roger is really just activated right now.
Not to mention, he also has the turtle buff, which is an additional shield. So, Roger is well protected in this game.
Yeah, but Haji went for the DHS. Tried the Talisman on Benny Cutie. He really wants that cooldown reduction and extra mana regeneration.
Yep, absolutely. Whoa, Chaknu got thrown there by Mr. Fundamental himself. Forces both the Glorious Pathway and the Heart Guard into the tank.
Okay, so the Heart Guard is down. They do not, Hate wouldn't have it. But he does have the turtle buff. And with that, they lost a window to fight.
Yep, another 39 seconds of this turtle power going over the Hate. Will they do something about on top lane? Curtisi will be the one on the target. But looks like the tower is the agenda, not the hero. No more minions means it will not be pushed, but looks like they can still fight. Even though they're taking all of this tower damage. You go back to the tower and you absorb it. But Heath does not have enough firepower to finish it off by himself.
And will Haji go for it? I mean, if Haji could just jump from wall to wall right now, that would be great because Roger is at a very critical HP level. That's like a sliver of HP, like 1/4 of HP.
And Hajizi, he chose to go for mid instead. They wanted to get a kill. They did take down Chaknu. But again, the Roger is just becoming scarier and scarier by the minute.
And this is where the fun starts. Remember this, Rockheart. Whenever there is a certain thing happening here for the side of Omega, if you're gonna fight up against Execration, that means you are getting you're gonna fight how do I say this? A buff Roger?
Look at this, the buffed Roger is not even gonna need the turtle buff. Haji, you got my turtle buff? Go ahead, I will take you down. That is what Hate said. Hate cannot be stopped on the Roger right now. That is 2 for nothing, basically, for just Sagitno going down earlier. In Execration, Hate is online.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Hate we know. Hayes up top, He's just gonna try and clear the wave as much as possible. There is a stun getting hit by that Farza. But for Benecuti, it's his job to just control the bottom lane.
Yeah, he just needs to become that constant threat that if you don't respond to me, I'm gonna push your towers. So it's always getting a lot of attention from Omega. And it's working out very well for Execration because of that.
Yeah, I do agree. Like, considering that Kurt needs to go to the bottom lane to answer it, it's like you're putting a hero that can fight, is able to fight, in the leagues of an Alice that has late game scaling by the stacks.
Yeah, it's a pain to walk if you're a FAMS, right? Yeah. Oh, what a throw under the tower! Chaknu will be taken down there. Beautifully done by Heath with the ejector, but the follow-up is just nowhere to be found. The hitters of Omega are just not ready to deal the damage yet. Sagiti Do will be going for the hunt on Hajizi, and this will be another tower going down on top lane. Without any pressure from Execration, they are now in the lead.
Things are starting to collapse onto the side of Omega here. What lead they had into the early game is now done by the time we reach the early game. And that's a good throwback. So get that. No more.
Critical hit to Hajizi with the back and forth into the Tempest of Blades. Beautiful teamwork with Mr. Fundamental Heath, but it's not going to be enough. Again, the members of Execration becoming tankier and tankier by the second in this match.
And let's see how Haji decides to adjust accordingly. Like for the side of Omega here, they still have a chance to get back the lead, but Execration right now is in command.
Oh, look at that. Benecuti will be thrown over. Not so much of a follow-up. Again, Omega looks like they're super hesitant to go in to Execration's welcoming arms, and they are being super cautious at 11 minutes in the game.
Let's see how will this game pan out. As you are seeing, there is a four-man scuffle here in the middle lane.
There you go. Benny, you want in? We'll throw you in. That's what he said. But again, with the heart guard on this Alice, how do you even kill an Alice with a heart guard in the middle of a minion wave, absorbing everything? Look at that. Toshi's very low. Will not be given any chance to deal damage. This is starting to look like a cleanup coming in from Execration. They are unstoppable, even under the tower. No one dies, and it's a wipeout.
And that is going to be the game. That is 100% going to be the game, ladies and gentlemen. And this is what Execration is capable of doing if they don't pick those late game side lane heroes.
Scene zoned by Execration. 12-minute game, my friend.
They return the favor. And, ladies and gentlemen, they are capable of doing that as well. Championship caliber teams have this killer instinct. And Execration just returning that favor.
Yep, game 4 minimum for us, and we could not be happier, man. I feel like I'm just so glad finally we don't have a 3-0. We don't go home early. We'll see a fight. This is what we want to see. We want to see this game drag on into its maximum potential. We'll get that right here.
You will get that indeed, but man, oh man, what a performance coming out from both teams. And we are at a 1-1. Roger there just showing us why he is one of the best heroes in this meta. I like the adjustment that came out from Etomax, and that was really good adjustment onto the side of Execration. For the side of Omega, their Ling just got beat.
They did. I mean, that was just a different performance from what we've seen. Haji play on the Yisun Shin. The Ling, it worked very well for some parts, but it could not really go toe-to-toe with a Roger in a 1v1, in a full potential fight. Not to mention, unlimited the heart guard.
Yeah.
From the Angela.
And let us see what will happen as we throw it to Wolf for the solo analyst segment.
Number 1 mula sa Omega, and Execration bumawi ng game number 2. Sinabi ng mga casters natin na parang diesel engine down na nag-init. And you can really feel that happening in game number 2. Dito sa ating draft, nakakatuwa na ang Execration ay nagpakita ng kakaiba. Yung mga tipong mga heroes na sila lang ang nagiging successful. Let's just say na ang Angela ay isang hero na kahit sinong namang team ay pwedeng gamitin. But we're happy to see Execration showing us something different in this game. If you're looking at the lineup of Omega, konti lang talaga yung kayang makapatay agad ng heroes, well, in the early stages. In the late game, surely Lunox, malakas ang burst niyan, and Farsa and Ling. Pero sa lane stage, mid-game, hindi nila kakayaning patayin si Chakno or si Sagitnok or si Benny Cutie dahil sa tulong ng Angela ni Etomax. This is a defensive play ng Execration, pero ginamit nila in an offensive manner. Binigyan nila ng confidence boost si Hate at si Chakno. Imagine this, laging nagda-dive sila Hate at si Chakno na walang katakot-takot dahil sa tulong ng Angela. Actually, nung mga unang stages ng game, kakabahan kayo kung fan ka ng Execration. Kasi bakit sila nagda-dive? Bakit sila nagiging aggressive? Nung nagkaroon ng magandang timing, si Etomax nakakuha siya ng item, yung ultimate niya naging available na, tapos kumunat na rin after the first set of items. For the tanks and the side lanes of Execration, hindi sila tumigil sa paglaban. Masasabi natin hindi yun yung pinaka-safe na play, but it worked for Execration, so we cannot blame them for that. Now, we can see, syempre, mamaya sa participation ng bawat player dito sa ating laro, nantaas ang damage output ni Toshi on the Lunox as well as Hadjizi. But, again, wala silang pang closeout. Unfortunately, para sa Omega, isang clash lang ang nakadali sa kanila sa Execration. Siguro pwede nating argue na pag nagkaroon nga ng late game situation, Ling, baka kayanin niya yung Roger, or at the same time, Roger, kakayanin niya yung Ling. As well as this Lunox, magsiscale siya with Toshi. However, hindi nga natin nakita yun because of that one clash. And I think that if we see the highlights later, makikita natin kung ano ba talaga ang nangyari doon. But again, I would want you to focus on the fact na yung timing ni Etomax on this Angela and as well as yung timing ni Hate sa pagiging aggressive niya ay naging crucial dito sa mga nangyari nga sa clash in the highlights of that match. You see the early stages, obviously, balitan lang dito ang pare sa teams natin. Kakabahan ka din talaga kay Chakno dahil masyado silang aggressive. And they're trying their best. Pero nakikita mo naman, no can play aggressive dahil sa nakikita nating plays out of this Angela. And nagkaroon ng palitan ng plays ang pares na teams. There came to a point na ang Execration ay nagpe-play around dun sa fact na kaya nilang mag-push. And that's something na kailangan nating i-comment sa Execration. Meron silang objectives after taking down their opponents sa kills. Ang gandang bait play din nun. Chakno, siya yung kadalasang namamatay sa side ng Execration dahil napapatay siya ng Omega. But the fact that Hate is not being punished at all by Omega, that's good. Ito yata yung na-try ni Hate na tumakbo at makakatakbo siya afterwards. I think Farsa will be here after. Hindi yung isang clash pala yon. But you can see si Sagitno, kaya din niya maging aggressive. Tapos may wrap around mula kay Hate at kay Chakno kasi nagbuhos na sila doon kay Sagitno ng mga skills nila. And that is when you know that Execration knows kung ano yung magandang timing sa pag-clash. Katulad ng dive na yun ni Hate. Tapos, rinse and repeat mga clash. I think this is the clash that we can see yung Execration ay unti-unti na ngang makakuha ng advantage. Una sa lahat, naging aggressive sila with Benny Cutie. Dumating yung timing ng Winter Truncheon ni Benny Cutie na available na siya. They know na pwede talaga sila mag-dive. This specific clash right here, as you can see, hindi na natin ipopause kasi kita-kita nyo naman sobrang bilis, di ba? But that is off of the aggressiveness and the respect of timing para sa side ng Execration. Siguro, maiisip nyo yung sitwasyon sa bootcamp nila habang pinag-uusapan nila yung clash na yon. Siguro sinabi ni Benny Cutie na, oy, may Winter Truncheon na ako, pwede na kayo maging matapang dyan. Tapangan nyo lang. And then, everybody just chimed in. Talagang coordinated yung pag-atake nila. And this guy, Hate, the MVP, 6-0-6. I would agree with what the caster said. Ibang klase yung pinakita niya sa game number 2 from comparing his performance in game number 1. So, what are the keys to victory? What are the breaks of the game para sa side ng Execration? Napakasimple lang. Let Hate. Channel the hate, kumbaga. Yung na lagi natin sinasabi. And if you want to support Execration, scan nyo lang tong QR code na yan. What they did for Execration was all about kung paano sila coordinated sa laban, sa kanilang communication ay nandyan. We know that Execration is a team na parang magtutropa talaga sila lahat. And that really is what they need to be banking on Para naman sa Omega, if you want to support them, scan this QR code. And maybe what they can do para sa game number 3, para makakuha ulit ng panalo laban sa Execration, honestly, just do what they're used to be doing. Kung ano man yung recipe nila sa game 1 at game 2, hindi naman masama. It's just that ang Execration ay mas confident at mas maangas sa game number 2. By the way, do visit the new official MLBB page by scanning this QR code para naman din updated kayo sa lahat ng happenings sa mundo ng Mobile Legends. Also, would like to ask for your opinion sa mga insights ninyo. We will be showing some QR codes that you can fill in with the surveys. May mga katanungan po tayo dyan at matutulungan natin ang improvement, of course, ng Mobile Legends. Another survey. Do hope na nagpa-participate kayo sa ating mga surveys just by scanning the QR code. At syempre, para din naman makabalik sa inyo mga nanonood ngayon, mamimigay kami ng mga malulupit na giveaway codes all throughout the playoffs. Every single game, marami po tayong mga giveaway codes na ibibigay. At nangyayari yan every time na mayroong analysis segment. So we do hope you stay in sa panonood habang tayo po ay nagbibigay ng mga analysis para hindi lang kayo mananalo ng mga codes, marami pa kayong matututunan at pwede nyo pang magamit sa inyong mga laro. That has been game number 2 and all of a sudden, 1-1 na nga ang ating score. Napakabilis ng game number 2. Talagang nag-snowball bigla, nag-deathball bigla ang side ng Execration. And I'm sure that Omega is gonna be shocked. But we don't know. Ano nga ba ang magiging adjustments ng parehas na teams coming into game number 3? Alamin natin yan. But perhaps, balik natin sa mga casters natin.
Thank you very much for solid analysis as always, Mr. Wolf. Back here on desk, Murakar, your anchor, alongside Butters, analyst for Game 3 of Omega versus Execration. Now that was a solid death ball, I would say. The moment you got that ball rolling, there was just no stopping.
And I was actually writing a lot of stuff earlier about this certain game. And mind you, like, for the side of Execration, it feels to me like they've really changed in terms of playstyle. Like, usually you'd see them have a good time in terms of being aggressive into the early game. But right now, I think the team has a better understanding of what it is to do in the certain stages of the game. Like where to get the power spike, how to get it, and how to pick your fights. I feel this is a very important factor in terms of seeing how these teams will win or how these teams will get the series win here for this certain series. I mean, for the side of Omega, they just got their Ling handed to them. Like, the Ling for Omega is kind of their, comfort pick.
Yes.
It's their comfort zone pick.
Exactly.
In which where this certain hero, once used by Haji, it seems to me that victory just comes close to them. It's a victory magnet, certain kind of victory magnet for the side of Omega. But for the side of Execration, they didn't really think that way. They just saw the opportunity for the Roger to have a good time. They might have been getting the kills, but to be honest, it's the victory that's most important here, and Execration got it.
Yeah, it was just very beautiful to watch as well. Like, and it was not just any victory. It was a very, very early victory.
Yeah.
When the draft was starting, we thought they were going for the late game. But no, it did not reach the late game at all. And 12 minutes is not even mid-game for most people.
Is Execration becoming a team where one mistake could get you the win?
Good question. That's a good
Are they
question.
becoming that team? Because teams like this, the only teams that are like this is Onic, Bren, and the recently eliminated Aura. They had this certain killer instinct when they made it on the regular season. Now, it seems to me that Execration, they might have been the late bloomer out of these teams. But to be honest, seeing them just pull that off, it's a different dimension of Execration that I want to see. I mean, Omega is capable of doing that as well. Let's put him on the list. But this isn't one side of Execration that you wanna face in this certain playoffs. I mean, for the semifinals, they just released that they can win with just one mistake. For Omega, how would you feel? How would you feel if you made a mistake? You can just lose straight up.
That's true.
How would you feel? Now, that's a new dimension.
That's unpredictability as well.
Man.
That's not something that was probably it wasn't planned out too much. I'm sure confidence of Omega was a little different. You know, they're a completely different team compared to Execration. And Dale might have thought, you know what, this is possible 3-0. I'm very confident in my boys.
No.
That's what he's probably thinking. But now that we've had
No,
a
it's not.
crease, now that we've had to have a crease added into the mix, you know, the plans might have changed already.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that's very difficult to plan for.
To be honest, Omega has their moments of brilliance as well. That's the thing.
In that last
Rockhard.
game, yes.
But there's this thing about Omega where they are strong, but their playstyle is not that perfect.
Yeah.
Like,
exactly.
they have a few hiccups here and there. It's not as big as the other teams are doing, but still, you can see that there are vulnerabilities within their certain game.
Big vulnerability last game was that Heath was throwing a lot of players into towers. It's like that happened so many times. But we didn't see a lot of deaths from those plays. We didn't see a lot of follow-up, so something's breaking down there that might need to be fixed because Heath is consistent. He's there. He's using his jawhead to his full potential, but somehow the team itself cannot close out the game.
And as you can see there, they just go for that Execration banner. Not gonna lie, it looks really cool.
Really does look cool. That's something that a lot of people will probably want to have in their rooms, you know?
Execration fans would want to have that in their rooms.
For sure.
But Execration still banning of that Selena. They do not want to give that. Alice is a no-no as well, especially the Barretts. But on the side of Omega, these are still the same bans that they did for the 3 games or the 2 games that we had.
Absolutely the same bans. I think these are going to be not too much of a change. I think both teams are kind of in agreement that these heroes are a little bit too much. And I agree. Kufra on Chaknu, that's something that's almost never going to appear in this game, I'm sure.
They're not going to give that.
Yeah.
I mean, it could come out. But that's when the time where Omega is looking at other possible bans that gave them problems.
So unless something really, really pops up, like that's going to be a big problem here, I think Omega might just opt to even just let it go. Or maybe they'll want to pick it up instead. Now, it's not going to be the Roger first pick for Execration. It will be that Yuzhong, surprisingly.
Yeah.
And I can see the reason why. This Yuzhong, it works very well against those situations where, it kind of stops you from picking a Farsa. Because it's so difficult to Farsa with a Yuzhong. And it also kind of makes it hard to play a Yi Sun-Shin, like we saw. Supposedly, we would have seen. But this time, they're the ones who are going to pick it up, the Farsa. And
as expected, I mean, you know what? Omega is still, is confident.
They look like they don't care.
They know that they had a lapse in judgment for game number 2, and they're just gonna go for it again. I mean, might as well just pick it if they're not going to, if they're not going to ban it out, they're not going to respect it in any way. But for the side of Execration, this is do or die. They've been here ever since Season 1 as Obs Gaming, becoming Execration at Season 2. And this could be the first time that Execration could step on the grand final stage for the MPL-PH. For the side of Omega, they've been here ever since Season 3. And things are looking great for them this time. These two teams, these are first-time entries. They are first-time entries if ever they could make it to the grand finals. And that's a storyline that we have to look at, because the other team who are Onic and Bren Esports, they know that position all too well.
They do. They do know that position all too well. They have been there time and time again. So on the other side, the batch later, it's not going to be a surprise whoever comes out on top.
Yeah.
But this one, it's going to be a big shake-up for both of these organizations for sure.
Yeah, grand finals. That is the next step for these players if they ever win.
Especially
this
in the last,
series.
I think, since Season 4, since we've seen an Onic for 2 seasons now, it's always been Onic and Aura, right? So this time there's someone else who's going to be allowed on that grand final stage. We're not even sure if it's going to be Onic, right? We're not even sure because Bren Esports just looks really good as well in this playoffs.
I think these 2 matches have the capability to take us to game number 5.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, this is going to be a long day, ladies and gentlemen.
Possible game 7 with the check ping, you know? You don't know, you never know later.
Oh, they still ban out the Claude. They do not want to give out the Claude.
That's very interesting.
I mean, Execration is known to run this 2 marksman setup. So I'm not even surprised. I think it's a smart move for the side of Omega.
It's historically Claude has been a pick for Execration before. They know. Their members know how to play this hero very, very well.
But there is the 1-1 though.
There's still a 1-1 available, and that's something
But
that
do you
you
pick
cannot ban out anymore.
Do you pick a 1-1 on a lane?
It's difficult. That's
Yeah.
difficult to do. Yeah.
So might as well, right? Because I mean, BMI is much easier for Claude to get. In terms of BMI, in terms of the escape mechanic, it's much easier for the Claude to actually get out Farm's Way.
Yeah, and it's decisions whether or not you want to push the double marksman, right? If you're Execration, they're forcing. Basically, Omega's forcing Execration. You want to go a double marksman, it's going to be a very inefficient marksman if you push it.
Will Toshi pick another mage side lane? Is this going to be another Toshi mage side lane?
It's a big possibility. Hayes can also use this hero very well on the support around the mid lane. So, yeah, it's still a coin toss, my friends. Still a coin toss, and again, flexibility of Omega really showing up in this match.
And as you can see, the hair of Execration here, they all have color, and they go for the 1-1.
They force it. They force
I mean, we just talked about this earlier. Do you pick a lane on a 1-1? Do you pick a 1-1 on a lane?
It's an inefficient 1-1.
It's an inefficient 1-1, but you know what? Execration, gutsy move. They went for it, and let's see what can they do with it.
Big priority here is it's difficult to 1-1 against a Baksha because of the passive. You know, reduced damage per hit means that even if you activate Crossbow of Tang against a Baksha, it barely does any scratches. Same happens if a Claude uses a Blazing Duet against a Baksha. Those minuscule micro hits, those mini hits, each of those hits are lessened by a set amount. That's why it's impossible to deal with a Baksha for if you're a marksman. Now, you do have other targets. They also have the target for this. Oh, that's a Haze.
This is bad for the side of Execration.
Oh boy.
This is bad for the side of Execration. There is a lapse in terms of drafting here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh man.
I'm pretty sure that this Natalia is going to give that 1-1 and Farsa a hard time.
Yeah, it's gonna be hell playing as a Farsa era 1-1 in this matchup. Even the Roger might have a hard time just holding their lane together because he's gonna be constantly harassed, constantly threatened by this lineup, and especially by that pick in the hands of Hayes of all people. That's a very big surprise pick coming out there for Omega, from Omega rather.
This is very interesting. There's this thing about Benny Cutie on that 1-1 where they are very much confident that he can do it. I mean, for a player that's the caliber of Benny Cutie, I think he's capable of pulling this off.
Absolutely.
But it's never going to be an easy task.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be an uphill climb for sure for Execration in this matchup. But of course, the game is not set yet. It's not set in stone. We'll have to find out if they can execute it properly here on Game 3 of Execration versus Omega.
Remember, we had a 3-0 already. We had a 3-2 already. The only thing that we don't have is a 3-1.
That's right. 3-1.
And these teams with a 1-1, they aim to end this in a 3-1.
The 1-1's gonna break the 1-1.
Yeah, that's true. Probably. Who knows?
Nice, possible. Right, so here we go. Hayes gonna be a bit of a nuisance here on the top lane with a lot of pressure from Toshi on that Chang'e. And the intelligence game starts now. Look at that, a lot of vision for Omega.
Look at Hayes here. He's just trying to find a way to get Chaknu out of the lane.
Yeah.
And Chaknu here will be forced to get out.
He's forced
And
to
he
back
does
off.
he does have the mask.
So early, by the way. That's a very early push by Hayes to push out that Akai, who will be level 2 still. So there's still something good going on here to that side. But look at that. The pokes are coming in. Hayes able to dodge a 1,000-pounder. No surprise. Could have been a big stun. Could have been a lot of damage if he absorbed it. But it's not going to be the case here.
To be honest, Rockhart, I'm just seeing right now Chaknu. He's playing this in a way where Natalia could reach him so that the mana can get used up.
Yeah, he's forcing out.
He's forcing a lot of these situations where Natalia will have to use it on him.
Seems to be very happy as well. Going into the back foot, that's Hajizi close by. They could pull something off here if they were confident enough, but it looks like they're gonna leave it up to, they're not gonna leave it up to chance. They will go for slow and steady.
Okay, Haji stopping that. Stopped looking at his prey up top. He really wanted Benecutie there, and right now, this Ling is really aiming for Benecutie. He wants to take down that hero. Tempest of Blades, it will connect. Has the Aegis, will go down.
Yeah, Aegis not gonna be able to stop it right there. A2 Max as well. With a feathered airstrike for Heath, he's put in a very bad position, but with the help of Meteor Shower, pushes E2 Max out of that feathered airstrike pose. Now Hate's gonna be the one being dove in by Omega, and they will just threaten the mid lane for the meantime.
But Chaknu here getting a free lane. That's good.
Yeah.
At least you get your level 4. And Chaknu not really trying to, you know, push his wave out. He wants Benecutie to get the remaining minions because, you know, he might have lost one, but if he can get 2, that's minimal losses at this point.
That's just optimizing here at this point.
Yeah, min-maxing.
Maxing. You know what? From October 27th to November 13th, just log into the game and Trickster's Village event is going on for Mobile Legends. Get those Halloween candies, get a chance to win the Trizzle special skin later on.
Ooh.
Check it out after this game. Not during the game, okay? After.
After the game.
You log in after the game.
Hayes here being very aggressive and cautious at the same time. He's not really trying to go for those kills because some Natalia players would just die for that kill.
Absolutely. Like, I like the discipline coming in from Hayes to not offer too much of a chance for Execration, then forcing them maybe later on in the coming fights might be better. But now Execration, they're aware of this. Chakta was in the bush. He saw Heath going in there. He knows where you are. What are you hiding? And that can allow Execration a safe exit from that potential possible fight.
For the side of Execration, I mean, things are still looking great for them. No turrets are going down. Omega not getting the same momentum as the early game. I might have spoke too soon
way
there.
too early,
I
my
might
friend.
have spoke too soon.
Yep, E2 Max, the tower is not going to be enough to save him with the pressure from Hayes. Top lane, Chaknu win. The Hurricane Dance onto Toshi. Perfectly positioned right there, but Haji is going to go get that revenge. Tempest of Blades, catch by the Aegis, but again, it's not going to be enough to stop Haji.
Okay, once Haji knew that the Hurricane Dance was used, he went straight for the top lane.
Yeah, no fear at all. He knew that no one was going to be able to stop him if he goes for the hunt, and it got the bearing, the results that they wanted.
Okay, and they got Toshi. At least Benecutie is getting the kills. Not really getting the kills, but, you know, he got the assist. So that's something to be happy about.
Yep.
At this point.
And in 5 minutes in the game, you're kind of still close. That's what Execration wants. They don't need to win right away, right off the bat. Just need to keep it close. Like I said before, it is a win condition for Execration to go for the late game.
Haji, though, he is using these buffs in a very efficient manner. He's getting a lot of the spells out. Heath here trying to scout out whatever it is that is needed to be scouted out on those brushes. And Chaknu is a primary target. He goes down. Benecutie could have caught that. but he's not going to be forced to do so.
Picture perfect there, and Turtle gonna be taken to very, very low HP. Jump in and stolen by Itomax. Nice feathered airstrike into the dive for Omega, and that's a lot of effort being expounded to help Execration get a Turtle. Didn't go to Hate, but it went to the next best guy.
And Benny Cutie has the corrosion sight. Benny Cutie has a corrosion sight, and
Yeah,
that's 6
that's pretty
minutes
big.
in.
That's pretty big.
That's big. He gets the damage. He gets the slow. That's nice. He gets a mechanic that he wants to, and he will get the weakness stacks faster.
Yeah, despite dying a lot in that lane, being dove in consistently by Omega, a lot of pressure being given to him by the enemy, he's still able to get an item. That is a sign of progress for Execration. And now Omega just trying to see if they can keep that lead going. Hajizi is still very mobile. He is being given double buffs all the time. The buffs of Execration are actually a little bit threatened now because of the positioning, but they're not going to be giving away to anything anytime.
And they put Benny into the bottom lane, and they just want Benny to get as much items as possible here. Meteor Shower used at the bottom lane. Haze and Heath are here as well. This is somewhat a way for Omega to just not let Benny farm as much.
Yeah, that's true. Again, just let Benny go ahead and be chill, not die. That's the point. Itomax though with cancel feather airstrike, less ability to fight.
Itomax really likes that. Itomax really likes to pull his trigger on that feathered airstrike.
Even without anyone else.
Even without anyone
backup,
else.
right?
Even if there's someone in front of him, he will just press that feathered airstrike.
And another one. Haze in the wrong place at the wrong time. Behind on the Kai. Will get taken down. And oh my gosh. Seriously, that bottom lane tower is getting all of the beating. In Execration, they're positioning very, very well. Trying to take a lot of the objectives at the same time. Like right now though, jump in by Hate will be securing that Turtle and another kill possibly, but again, Glycan Pounce was on cooldown, means that Hajizi will be able to get out.
Now, Haji doesn't really have an idea what to do. Hate has been getting, well, not really Hate, but Execration has been getting 2 out of 3 of his turtles.
That's a big deal.
That's a big deal. I mean, if you have an early game oriented setup and you just want to win from there, then you should be getting these turtles. But for the side of Execration, they might have a marksman, but they have more success in terms of just getting these objectives on their side.
That's true. A lane without a turtle means it's going to be stuck to farming because you can't be proactive. You don't have a shield, you don't have the bonus damage, and you also have a marksman on the a carry on the enemy team that will be able to burst you down. So you always have to be careful, which means you're being forced to go into jungle mode.
And as you can see here, wherever the 1-1 is, wherever the turtle is, or wherever the big objective is, may it be a lord, may it be a turtle, 1-1 almost always certainly goes to the other side. And what does that mean?
Yeah, that just means that Execration wants this 1-1 to really, really not die. You know, push him away far from the action and let him farm off.
Yeah.
Speaking of action, Omega might be in for a treat here. Execration wants to push on mid.
Yeah, and looking at it, they will go to the middle lane. They know that the tabs is there, so they will just go for that push. And right now, 20 seconds, still the Lord
On the hunt, Sagitnu is going to have that Dragonid form. Benny Cutie gets spotted out by Haze. But again, you're able to kite away very quickly because you have items already. That's the power of a 1-1.
And no push is going to happen to the middle lane as Shaknu here will be left to fend off for this turret. Onto the top lane, that is the only turret remaining here onto the side of Omega in terms of tier 1. Now, this is where the fun happens. How does Execration deal with this? I mean, in terms of the turrets onto the bottom lane, there is an open turret there that could be taken down in just a matter of pokes. Now,
oh boy,
think about it. One more hit could take it down. Chakna here with her Hurricane Dance, still tanky.
Very
Athena
tanky.
Shield. Athena Shield.
Yeah, that Athena Shield really helped keep him alive And that's what you want. You want to be able to endure that meteor shower if you want to survive this game. And literally, even though Toshi is the only magic user here in this lineup, it works very well. It's a very good item pickup.
It is. Holy Crystal for Toshi. That will help them deal a significant amount of damage still. But for the side of Execration, it is getting to critical levels onto their side.
Yeah, look at that.
Not really critical levels, but favorable levels. Because it's almost nearing the late game.
Yep, and of course, Itomax is going to be the biggest target for Hayes still. And Hayes is on the hunt, charges out, checks out Hajizi's low. Tempest Blades used defensively to walk on out there. And Chaknu locking down Kurt for a few moments. He's going to be the one who get picked up as well.
Okay, so when the Tempest of Blades is being used as a defensive mechanic, it's most certainly a bad omen.
Sign. Yeah, bad sign, absolutely. We'll see the Execration actually will be forced back, and Lord is going to be in danger. Hajizi's already back in the field, and this could be bad. There's no one left here to get it for X.
Okay, they're just gonna let it be. And for Execration right now, they're thinking, there's only level 1 Lord.
Wait, do they want to reset it?
I don't know, maybe they're baiting it.
They look like they're baiting it.
Ah! That doesn't work though.
That doesn't work. I mean, it was
That
a nice
doesn't work.
try.
I mean,
but
they want to get it enhanced. So let me explain this a
Yeah.
bit, Rockhart. They wanted to wait until 12 minutes into the game so that the Lord can be enhanced. But the
can't
thing
believe they
is,
don't know that.
it doesn't get enhanced when you don't reset the
Yes.
HP bar.
Very, very surprising. It needs to be fully reset after 12
Yeah.
minutes.
So I don't know if they fixed that already.
Well, we'll
but,
see. We'll
but
see.
the last time that Signal Ultra did it,
It wasn't. Yeah.
it didn't happen.
In the regular season.
So
I
let's
think.
see if it will happen if Omega outplay themselves there.
All right, let's see if the Lord's gonna jump. All right,
Yeah,
if the Lord doesn't jump,
if the Lord stops, the Lord jumps, then that means that it's an empowered Lord.
And
but
no,
it doesn't.
it doesn't. It's a normal Lord.
It's a visual thing.
Yeah.
That it's going to be an empowered Lord, but it doesn't really do that.
Yeah, no special skill, but that's not what they need. They just need someone at the front, apparently, and they will do the rest of the job. Omega will be able to take down this inhibitor turret. Not much of a defense from Chaknu, only the Hurricane Dance. And the mid lane goes down as well by Hate. And don't forget Haji's on the bottom. It's a free lane push. They're not done. Sagitu's low on the bot. They're split up, but they're able to hold at least mid and bot.
Now, okay, for the side of Execration, it is going to be a tipping point for them. I mean, they do have Ben Cutie on that side. Now, it's getting favorable for them that they can actually just win this because it's almost nearing late game. But for Benny Cutie and the others, now that their base has been penetrated here by the side of Omega, one lane doesn't have any more turrets to protect them. This is going to be a hard game to deal with. Why? There's a chance that the jungle on the side of Execration is going to be locked by Omega. And where do you get your farm? Do you get your farm from the creeps that will come up your lane? That's not really that productive in terms of just staying in your base.
Yeah. I mean, that's basically like a lot of gold going to Omega instead of it going to you. That's a big problem. You don't want that to happen. And now Omega, they're basically stuck on just defensive at this point. They just want to control the map. They want to maintain map control because they can't push anymore. They can't really do anything unless Hayes can make a critical pickoff or someone from Execration makes a big mistake.
And clearly they have this thing of finishing the game as early as 14 minutes. But now we are going to head into the first time for 3 games on this series that we will hit the 15-minute mark.
15-minute mark.
We hit the 15-minute mark.
Yep, very, very late into this game. This looks like the place that Omega rather wants to play in. And Toshi will be catching off Sagitnu very low. That's a very, very low. Yu Jong will be forced to go back to the base. And Eric once again establishing Omega control of this area.
Let's see what these players can pull off right now. This is going to be extra scary for the side of Execration. Clearly, just having Omega with the right mindset of just waiting patiently for the next Lord, you can see that this team really wants to get the win in a very safe manner. Now, 10 seconds to the Lord, that is going to be the enhanced Lord. The first Lord wasn't enhanced. It did not go for the bump.
And again, that's what you want. You want to be able to get this Lord and finish off the game. Other than that, it's just control. Just make sure you don't make mistakes. You know, if you're Omega, just make sure no one gets picked off. And the split push can also happen. It could be a 2v1, and it will be. Catches off. Dragon form. Ito Max very close for the support with Feathered Airstrike. But looks like Sagitnu might be in for a treat. Takes down Haze. I was just saying it. I was just saying don't get picked off, and it happens.
And Chakdu uses the sprint, and that is going to be Natalia going down. So it's going to be a 4v5 situation for this Lord take. The only thing that's missing for the side of Execration is that Black Dragon form. Kurt could have been an easy target there if he gets hit by the Feathered Airstrike, but it doesn't. So thankfully for them, they will get away, or he will get away unscathed.
And still, that Black Dragon form, it's not that big of a deal. It cools down very quickly for a trade-off for an assassin. And that's not quits. Now we're going to go.
Look at Ben here. He's just in front of everyone.
Yep, just wants to see if you can catch up. It's going to be a big fight. Haji's on the back line. He's doing the job. He's not going for the Lord. He goes for the back line. Instead, Ito Max will be taken out. That's the focus. Benecuting's 1v1ing, but looks like Hajizi will be the one on top. They don't need the Lord. They just want to fight.
And this is bad for the side of Execration. Remember when we guys told you that a 1-1 into a Ling isn't really the best thing to do?
Yep, that's why.
It's showing.
That's why we said it. That's even with the Lord. You know what? Go ahead. Take the Lord, says Omega. We'll be able to clean up this game anyway because your marksman, your carry is out. That should be the big push that they need. Ignoring hate and a win for Omega. We're in match point.
They're at match point, ladies and gentlemen. As Rockhard said, it only takes one more win for Omega to secure this series and secure their spot in the grand finals. Now, for Execration, this is where the pressure kicks in.
After a long playoff, one game separates Omega from the finals. That's a scary feeling. That's a Man, that gave me chills. One more game.
I mean, clearly both of these teams really want that spot, but sadly, it can only go to one team. Man, oh man, this is getting hot.
Starting to get serious, man.
Execration needs to stop putting themselves in bad positions.
They
that
had it.
1-1 on versus the Ling and the Natalia. It's not gonna work. Even if you take down the Natalia, there is a way that Haji can just go to the back lines. And you know what? The crossbow of Tang was actually not used against Ling just because when he uses it, when Benecuti is gonna use it,
he's just gonna go
Tempest of Blades on the side of Ling, and the crossbow of Tang is negated.
And again, we've said it on the draft. It's very difficult.
It's very difficult.
So we'll go ahead and see what the panel's gonna have to say here for this matchup. Go ahead.
For this, my name is Wolf, your analyst, and let's talk about Game 3 of this best of 5 laglagan series ng Execration versus Omega. Looking at the draft, I want to say ang ginawa ng Execration, planadong-planado nila ang pagkuha sa 1-1. They know that Omega eventually ay pipick up yan ng Baksha, ng Thams. Binigay nila sa Omega. At ang kanilang sagot is to have the double core setup. Professional players actually prefer nila magkaroon ng Roger laban sa Ling in the late game. Tapos sasamahan nila ng isang marksman na 1-1. 1-1 is also a hero that professional players love against Baksha, Thams, yung mga support, mga sustainable na side laners, kapag makunat nga naman sila, hindi free game yon para sa 1-1 basically speaking. Kaso may mga conditions. Kailangan mag-buy time. Yan naman ang keyword para sa Execration, to buy the time. Kaya naman sila kumuha ng Farsa at pati na rin ng Akai. Yuzong is their way para meron silang panglaban sa early stages of the game. At makikita natin mamaya sa highlights kung paano nga ba in-achieve yon ng Execration. Para sa Omega naman, real quick, I love the fact na nag-last pick sila ng Natalia. Kasi ito nga naman talaga yung pipiliin mo na hero para hindi makapag-farm yung mga double core setup dahil sa kanyang invade potential. Maybe we can see in the post-game stats, post-match data, hindi nga tayo umabot ng 18 minutes. 17:58 bago pa din tapusin, 18 minutes. I mean, Omega was also banking on Toshi on the Chango. Nakikita nyo yung hero damage niya? Ito yung way ng Omega para hindi pag-farmin yung Execration. Toshi even using this para hindi pumatay. Pang zone out lang kasabay nung Lord, for example, ng unang Lord push ng Omega. Tapos, Hajizi, of course, the machine. The KDA machine. Si Hajizi, dahil sa kanya, maganda ang naging resulta para sa Omega. And we will see that later. Now, if we're gonna be looking at the highlights, isa sa mga una nating makikita dito is yung first blood dahil makikita natin ang priority ng Omega. We did say earlier, di ba, sinabi natin na ang condition para sa Execration ay makafarm si Benny Cutie on this 1-1. And actually, ginagawa naman nila yung mga tamang gagawin mo kapag gusto mo makapag-farm, yung iyong side lane na 1-1. Manggulo sa ibang part ng mapa yung iba mong mga members, as you can see here in the bottom lane, that's Yuzhong as well as Roger. Tapos si Chakno, babantayan lang niya si 1-1 para makapag-farm at makapag-buy time. Also notice the positioning of the Farsa, it's there. However, Omega, sinetapan nga nila yung first blood na ipe-pressure nila sa tamang pagkakataon ang members ng Execration. That's when handa na nga silang lumaban. So, with 3 members here up top, walang makapag-survive. Kahit may Aegis, and syempre meron kasing Tempest of Blades na pwede ka talagang mang-dive. And it will happen once again after 2 minutes, di ba? Or less than 2 minutes, ginamit ulit nila yung Tempest of Blades para mag-dive and 1-1 is out. Toshi, yung paggamit niya ng ultimate dito just to really just put down the members of Execration and then nagkaroon na nga ng farming battle. Actually, yung Execration, nung mid-game, tama yung ginagawa talaga nila eh. You would say, makikita mo sa nila na hindi sila nag-hard engage, kumukuha lang sila ng mga pick-offs, nilalabanan lang nila, at tinatry lang nila talaga na mag-survive against Omega. So, tama naman yung way nila para ma-prolong yung game. And they're on a good trajectory. However, this play happened at i-credit talaga natin kay The Machine, Hajizi, ang mangyayaring laban. So, Lord Bush, look at the positioning of Hajizi. Perfect. No way for Execration para makita siya. At bukod dyan, yung mga tropa base niya sa Omega, naghanap na ng gulo dun sa Lord area, as you can see right now. At, di ba, ang pinag-usapan natin, ang condition sa Execration ay makapag-defend. And what are the tools to defend? Farsa, as well as 1-1. Nakita na ni Hajizi, The Machine, nahabi niya, meron na akong free pass dito. Ginamit na yung ultimate ni sa Gitno. Ginamit na yung nandun sa gitna yung Akai at wala siya magagawa para makapag-depensa. So, in all totality, sabi ni Hajizi, naisip ni Hajizi, pwede ko nang i-go. And that's exactly what he will do right now, going for the Farsa first dahil kaya niyang patayin niya na mabilis. At kahit napunta yung Lord sa Execration, wala silang nagawa. Ang ganda ng laban actually ni Hajizi versus Benny Cutie dito, but the fact that there's no ultimate at wala na ring stock at tama yung timing ni Hajizi, The Machine, the KDA Machine, ay nanalo nga yung Omega dun sa fight na yun. I mean, we can say na napunta sa side ng Execration yung Lord, but that didn't matter dahil hinard push na lang sila ng Omega. And this is your MVP of the game. My goodness, all of a sudden, ang Omega na ngayon ay nasa match point. And with this 2-1 na victory over Execration, baka naman kabahan talaga Execration. But then again, Execration has been in this part before. But if you want to support Omega, well, we do have QR codes for all of you para matulungan at suportahan nga naman ang hashtag OmegaNon, if I pronounce that correctly. Yeah, then again, for Execration, they have been in this spot before. Nakita na natin sila na nag-force ng Game 5 nung mga maraming beses na before para mag-reverse sweep. And if you want to support this team, just scan this QR code. We also like to ask for your support naman sa Mobile Legends by scanning this QR code as well or going to the link ng fb.com/mplph.official. And I'm sure that we also want to know what you think about the MPL and Mobile Legends so far. And all you have to do is to fill in the surveys na makikita nyo sa inyong mga screen. Makakatulong po ng malaki ang inyong mga feedback dito sa amin. But then again, here we are in the match point analysis for Execration. And habang hinihintay natin yan, gusto ko lang encourage kayo lahat na manood, mag-stay with us dahil bibigyan din naman namin kayo ng mga giveaway codes. We will have 3 giveaway codes every single end of the game at syempre malaman na analysis every time na the post-match happens. Now, in this particular game, in this particular series, ang unang umabot sa threshold or sa match point ay ang side ng Omega. And Execration, we know this team. Iba yung parang never say die attitude ng Execration. And I'm sure that all of the fans out there are still hoping na mapo-force nga nila ang game number 5. Tingnan natin nga lang, dahil balita ko sa panel ay nandun ang anak ni Ginoong Valdez. So hindi natin alam kung ano mangyayari, but that is it for me from Wolf, the analyst, the solo analyst segment, at ipasa na natin sa match point analysis segment.
Wolf, maraming salamat. Back here at the panel, my name is Leo with Paolo Expert and of course, the heir to the Valdez estate. Chin! Ano sabi ni Papa?
Hindi, actually kanina, nag-text na siya sa akin eh. Kanina nung patapos na yung game ng Execration tsaka Omega. Tapos ang sabi daw niya, okay lang daw na... Ay, wait. Oh. Yes pa. Sige pa. Okay. Okay, sige. Sige, thank you pa. So ito na. Hindi, nagbago na yung isip niya. Okay lang daw sana kanina yung 3-1. Hindi na daw. Kailangan daw natin mag-game 5 talaga.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay, mag-game 5 na daw talaga tayo.
Alright. So, yesterday, correct me if I'm wrong, Ginoong Valdez's predictions or his requests were not given.
Hindi, actually, pinagbigyan naman, actually, mali lang daw pala ako.
Miscom.
Hindi ko daw naiintindihan yung instruction niya.
You know what? I kind of want to hear how Ginoong Valdez talks. Kasi kung yung anak niya mismo hindi nakakaintindi minsan, then, I don't know, I'm just curious. But, kidding aside, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the panelist desk. Here's the desk. Let's talk about this matchup. Ito yung game 1. We already covered a little bit of this. Yes. But I think now seeing game 2 and 3, medyo may context na tayo. Meron ng narrative itong 3-game series na ito. At tama nga, sabi nga ni Wolf, ang unang umabot sa threshold, ang unang nagte-threaten ng elimination ay ang Omega. Lamang sila dito and they're looking to take away Execration's one last shot. Let's remember this, yung unang pagkapanalo ng Omega. What was the key here again? Was it shutting down Hate?
It was shutting down Benny Cutie.
More Benny Cutie. There you go. More Benny Cutie on the choke.
Yes.
All right. And I think because of this, napatanong ako, no? Sabi ng Black Eyed Peas, where is the love? Tayo, where is the hate? And I think in game number 2, that's where really Hate showed up.
Yes.
And we'll be showing it here via the draft results. It's not necessarily because of Hate eh. Parang iba ang rason.
Iba ang rason.
For you?
Ang dahilan kung bakit nag-online si Hate kanina is yung confidence niya, yung aggressiveness niya, nagbago dahil sa Angela pick. Okay? Okay siyang mag-tower dive because of the Angela pick. Pagpapatay na siya, may shield na biglang maano sa'yo. Tapos extra movement speed pa and sustain.
Yeah.
That's why he was so aggressive on game 2.
Which is not present here, no? Parang dito, medyo dapat independent ka eh.
Nung game 1.
Lalo na't yung tank mo is back siya. It's not a setter.
You have to make your own plays.
Yeah. So, Chin, do you agree? Is that the kind of thing that Hate needed?
Well, yeah. Well, that was one. For me also, I think for me, it was the draft din. Kasi nga, ang titikas nung draft ng Execration eh. Tapos yung main damage nila would be the Ling nga, di ba? So, I was explaining to you guys kanina off-cam. Ako as a Ling user din, actually, at some point, naging Ling main din ako. Sabi ko, mahihirapan akong i-burst down yung heroes nila.
This game 2?
Yeah, nung game 2 with the Yuzong, the Roger, Alice, and yun nga, may Angela pa. So parang very, very hard sustain talaga. So it was looking very steep. And like Pao mentioned kanina, Angela activatable lahat ng heroes ng Execration. So na-maximize nila yung draft nila.
Even Chaknu, the Chak Mamba came back online, pero medyo iba itsura. I like that medyo may versatility dito si Chaknu, at least in the playoffs. We're so used to him doing big ticket plays. Dito parang very reliable. Like, papasok ako, okay, gusto mag-back out ni Hate, I got you. Pero kung papasok tayo, it's a siege, pwede rin.
Pressure in the front line, tama. For the early game for Execration here with the Angela pick, si Roger yung gumagawa most of the plays. It was Roger and Angela doing most of the plays. Pero sa late game yung Alice, no?
Yes.
Yung Alice, tas nag-ulti yung Angela sa kanya, ang hirap patayin. Ang hirap patayin. Not to mention Yuzhong late game, pag inultihan rin yan ni Angela late game, it's so annoying. And yung Omega, kung titingnan mo yung draft nila, ano yung solid crowd control na mai-offer nila?
Jawhead.
Only Jawhead. You cannot contain Roger, Alice, and Yuzhong with just Jawhead.
And you're running into Hylos.
Yes, napakahirap. Kaya I think, actually, Omega got outdrafted game number 2.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
But let's now look at game number 3. Kasi game number 2, sabi nila, where is the hate? Nandito lang. Kasi si Etomax nag-aabang. Right? Si Etomax nag-aabang, si Chaknu nag-aabang. And game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, it was a different story. It was somewhere in the middle na parang Hate wasn't shut down. Benny Cutie did some things despite the watchful eye of Hayes. At I think here the draft, you'll see, nasaan yung Natalia? Yan, nasa gitna yung Natalia dito. Omega win, but it was placed at the very last moment. And I think it has to be stated here, guys. I believe, I don't know if our analysts believe and agree, you never pick Natalia super early.
Yun yung one of the biggest mistakes common mistakes na ginagawa ng ibang team. Sino-show nila yung Natalia kagad. Whereas Omega, they drafted this last pick.
Last pick Natalia sila.
Di talaga expected to. But since Exe kinda just shot themselves in the foot with the 1-1 pick, napakahirap mag 1-1 dito. At tatanungin ng viewers kung bakit. Bakit? Baxia, pag inultihan ng 1-1 si Baxia, yung ulti niya may damage reduction. Okay? So it's really hard to reset the 1-1 ulti when Baxia ultis.
I mean, you'll trigger it as soon as you can.
Yes.
Pag natalo or pag na-target mo, crossbow of Tang, yung Baxia sayang.
Sayang. Also with the Tamus, napaka-tanky ni Tamus. He's like a semi-tank. I would consider him a semi-tank hero. Si Natalia may immune, right? With the smoke.
Yep.
Siling naman, pag inultihan ni 1-1 Siling, mag-ulti lang yan. Wala nang 1-1 ulti. The only good part here is 1-1 is good against Changi, I guess. Pag nahuli niya si Changi, sure. But Changi is most likely in the back line, which is super hard to reach.
May isa pa ako na note dito. It's in the same draft. The very last ban for Omega was awesome. It was the Claude.
Claude.
No? And that was for Benny Cutie. Kasi iniisip nila na, okay, it looks like they want to give Benny Cutie a secondary core. Nakita nila yon. So they forced the 1-1. Pero may ginawa yung Execration sa ban nila.
Yeah.
Which could have been a hero that they needed, right?
Yeah, they banned the Angela, which
Again,
they
could
shot
have used
themselves in the
on the Roger and the Yuzhong again.
Yeah.
Sayang yung ban nila.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, fun fact, Hajizi has officially reached the 200 kills milestone and is also the first to do so. So, in the whole of the history of MPL, siya lang ang naka 200 kills so far. So, congratulations to this young man, Hajizi. 200 kills!
That's a lot of kills in professional play. Out of how many matches, though? I don't know.
And to be fair, Hajizi has been here for at least maybe more than half of the MPL's history in the Philippines. I think, hindi ko alam kung nag-change name na ba siya or he's been with other teams prior to Season 4. But, yeah, congratulations. 200 kills.
That's a lot.
Get a cake, tas lagyan mo 200.
I actually thought Carl Tizzy was gonna get 200 first. I guess not. Siya yung nauna sa 100, di ba? Si Carl. And then now Haji got 200 first.
Nag-uunahan sila. And, fun fact, at some point, Hajizi and Carl Tizzy were on the same team. So, parang itong Omega, parang carry factory. It's like they're really good at making fundamentally sound players and then just letting them do their thing.
Feeling ko, by tomorrow, baka mag-change name na ako. Ako na si Chinizi. Feeling ko dadami na rin yung kills ko pag
That's the thing. Actually, you know what? We'll have to ask Flap how that's working for him. Saka mo gawin. Right? But we'll be seeing more of Flap and Carl later on in the second series of the night. But for now, babalik tayo. It's game number 4 here in this best of 5. Will Omega finally take out Execration, or will there be one more shot for Execration? Balik na tayo to game number 4.
Thank you so much, Leo, the panelist. Very well put. Will Execration have another shot, or will this be it? Let's have to find out as we head to game 4 here in this best of 5 series. We're gonna be casters. I am Rockhart. I'm gonna do this by myself, man. I'm your analyst, your anchor Rockhart. Your analyst Butters right here. Let's get into the game soon enough. And I just want to point out that it's not hard. There, I think the first guy to 100 points, 100 kills, is Drix.
Yeah.
And it's just they're not gonna be joining us on the playoffs. But yeah, he was the first one to 100. Congratulations to Hajizi for the first one to 200. And you know what? The reason why I think Carl TZ is left behind a little bit is because the games yesterday was 3-0.
Yeah.
Right?
The games take well, the games that Omega had here in the playoffs is 100% more than what Bren went through.
Exactly. At this point,
so
double the games. Yeah.
5 games, the 5 starting games here, and automatically they are at 8 games. Now, if ever it ends to the next game, then that only means that Bren won't really have the same amount of games, even if they went to game number 5.
Exactly.
So they have a maximum of 8 later.
It's probably a reason why.
Yeah.
Carl TZ is probably close to 200 as well.
Yeah.
Right? But it just so happens. So,
Especially with the Savage yesterday.
with the Savage. Yeah. Oh my gosh. On that Lancelot. If you guys didn't watch that, you really should. But for now, we are on the draft for Omega versus Execration. And I think the panel put out a lot of the points that we mentioned as well. And you said this after the match ended. You said, what is going on with the pick of the 1-1, even though there are so many heroes that can dodge it or that can nullify it? And in that game, we saw it happened.
Like if they didn't go for 1-1 and they went for a Khaled or something, that could have been an early game setup for Execration, which they actually excel at. But at that point on, the Ling, the 1-1 is good. 1-1 is still a good pick on my part. But still, if there's a Ling and Natalia that you didn't ban, sometimes those are the kinds of picks where you shoot yourself in the foot.
Yeah, literally. Like, I think if you're a 1-1, you shoot it and nothing happens. But if you shoot yourself in the foot, that's gonna hurt. So we are in the ban phase, and very similar heroes getting banned out. Ling, though, apparently is a bit of a headache for Execration to deal with. That will be on the chopping board for this one, and I'm starting to think that the carries might be next targets here for the picks. I think we're gonna have a very early carry pick in this matchup.
Let's see how these players just deal with certain heroes that they both have. And I mean, Execration here just being very preemptive into just preventing whatever Link shenanigans Omega has up their sleeves. They still just ban out the Link straight up. Now Uranus is still there. Barats will be banned here for the side of Omega because they think that Barats isn't really a first pick material.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have left the Barats alone if they wanted to.
Yeah, and for me, it's very few teams have had a good Barats game, right?
Bren had one.
Bren, that's not even good. That's a perfect Barats game. It was a 5-0 something for Rebo.
Yeah.
It was exactly the way you would play a Barats. And after that, but other than Bren, like very few teams have had success with it. But it's still a very powerful pick, even played incorrectly. So I completely understand the banning here. Now, Esmeralda has been, I think in this matchup, never been even left open. And it's absolutely fine. Selena, though.
Oh my goodness.
This is it.
They get the Selena the worst possible time for the side of Execration. And that's because you just banned out the Ling. I mean, the Ling, you dealt with that earlier.
It was okay. That was the right thing to do. I mean,
You dealt with that earlier.
Oh,
you
boy.
had the upper hand against that Ling, but against the Selena, you guys just fell down. You guys just, imploded in the game on game number 1 where they got the Selena. So, Execration picked. I think they didn't pick the lesser evil here.
yeah, it's super sad now that we're gonna see Selena going out. It's like, oh my god, we're close to the end. This is scary. This is very, very scary right now for Execration. Now, what's gonna be counter here? They need a strong opening, and they get that
That's-
Roger. That's the opening that we want.
That's fair.
For these
This is strong.
Alright.
That's a fair move coming from Execration. They got the Roger. I mean, that is one of the heroes where Hate actually excels at. It could be a side lane Roger, for all we know.
That is a good point. That is a very good point. And
Oh my.
Your team is picking.
Oh my goodness, the poke game.
I remember this lineup.
Get the Khaled right now. Get the Khaled. Just get someone who has force engage for the side of Execration.
We need to fight early on.
You
Oh
need to
my
force the
gosh.
engagements. You need to put them in their place. You need to be the ones who start the fight. Kufra and Alice are out, so that means your limit to getting a Khaled. What? A Hylos.
I've seen this lineup before. It's the lineup that you use when you want to finish early. Maximum vision and maximum range. I mean, if this had a Diggy, this would be a Diggy feeding strat, but it's not. It's not going to be the thing, obviously. But it's like the half. It's like the recipe.
Okay.
And there you go. They have the anti. They have the counter to
But
the vision.
that means they also have another late game setup.
Super duper late game setup.
I mean, it depends. It depends on how good the laning stage comes out for them. But seeing the trend of this fight, Execration, they do not have that certain liberty just because Omega is really aggressive when it comes to these kinds of things. Well, I do agree that in terms of Omega here, they need to scale up the Yi Sun Shin. But as long as the other players are moving on the side of Omega, this is going to be hard for the side of Execration. I'm not saying that this is set in stone, but I feel that this is going to be a side lane Roger already.
Absolutely. They will need to they'll go for the jungler super farm Helkert and throw Roger and the fams on the side lane. That is almost exactly what they'll do, and this is going to be telegraphed straight into the minds of Omega in this draft, and they will need, and knowing Omega, they'll know how to adjust to this. Oh my gosh, this is a
this is a tough one. This is a tough setup.
Yeah, for sure. Again, Execration, they'll need that X factor. They need the miracle play to make an advance here. They need to win in the early if they want this to at least equalize. I mean, equal is what I'm going for here if I was Execration. It's impossible to beat these kinds of heroes at the early game. A Selena and the Farsa? Are you kidding? And even with after the Mountain Shocker goes online, that's just so many things you have to deal with.
This is really interesting coming out on the side of Execration on how will
where are the
they
bans?
formulate here.
I think we might have we'll try to get some info on what these bans are.
Yeah,
Or
let's
we
see
went
that in
straight
a
to
bit.
Picking. Yeah, we'll see that in a bit. Don't worry. Questions to be answered. We'll still need a good tank here for Omega. Someone to front very well. Kufra is out of the question. No more Akai as well means that they might be pushed into something like an Atlas or a Hylos.
Okay,
which-
so right now Execution is just ensuring that their Hellcurt have a good game.
For sure.
They want this to just happen.
Yeah.
And Hilda
Your team is
will be picked here onto the side of Execution. It's going to be Hilda.
That's a very scrappy fight. That's a very scrappy fight here.
And I like the aggressiveness. I like the stalling capabilities. And I like that they have this level 1 hero that can just, take people out early on.
Absolutely.
And that's I think Hilda is for the side of Execration. It makes sense that they get the Hilda.
Or Omega can also kind of work with it, you know.
Let's see how will Omega answer though. Time is running out. Let's try to hear the audio cue.
Depending on the cue.
Jawhead.
It's going to be the Jawhead.
All right. Either way, that's going to be fine for me.
Jawhead and probably Yuzhong.
Yeah, I think that's for... Yeah, that's probably Yuzhong. No,
That's probably Yuzhong for Omega. It could be a Khaled
either
or
Yuzhong or Khaled, yes.
But it makes more sense if you get the Yuzhong.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. We're
I
absolutely...
mean, why does it make more sense to have a Yuzhong or a Khaled? Because if you can see, 4 of the heroes here on the side of Execration are melee heroes. Now, if you're melee heroes, then that means you're gonna hug out Yuzhong or you're gonna hug out Khaled, and they like that.
Yeah. So Execration is gonna probably... That's probably a Loyi.
Yeah.
Probably no audio means Loyi.
That could be a Lui.
They need the range. I was thinking either Chang'e, probably, or Loyi is definitely going to be the pick here. So, wonder if that got locked in. We'll find out, I guess, when we get into the game and the teams are ready. Well, let's just wait for the game to load itself, and let's find out.
Okay, so we were right. That's going to be the Yuzhong. Not really the Lui.
Yeah, Yuzhong.
Not really the Lui for the side of Execration, but because Lui was the last one to get banned. It was a Lui and Angela.
Oh, yeah, right.
And I'm trying to get a bit of information on the last pick of the side of Execration.
Yeah, front line of Omega will be that Jawhead and that Yuzhong. And one more, Khaled. I'm thinking Khaled might be the pick. If that was the last guy. All right, well, we'll find out. We'll probably find out in the end.
Yeah, they're gonna get the Khaled.
Yeah, that's a Khaled.
Khaled.
There you go.
That's a Khaled onto the side of Execration.
All right, we are in the game, and ladies and gents, this is game 4, match point for Omega against Execration.
Oh,
in
2
this best of
retributions.
5 series. Let's get into the game.
2 retributions. Benecuti and Hate has it. They have it both.
Yep, right there on your screens. Very aggressive.
Possible final game. Hayes here. He's not being let into that purple buff.
Yep.
What they wanted to do here was the same thing earlier. They wanted Heath to take care of the orange buff. They wanted Selena to go for the purple buff. So, right now, they won't get the fast-paced setup that they really wanted, and they get the kill on Hajisi, and that is bad because Heath will get that orange buff.
He got the orange buff. That is pretty big. It's not completely denied, but it goes to the wrong hero. That also kind of it slows down Hajizi. That's the point.
Yeah.
You just need to slow down this guy. And overall, it's just Omega kind of being put into a tough spot here by Execration right off the bat.
I think Omega might have had a lapse in banning because they just did not get that Khaled going on for him.
What was that?
Omega did not expect this Hilda.
Yeah. And again, Heath is a saving grace here. He's able to get that orange buff. He saves it from the hands of Execration. And he froze Chaknu straight, or Itumax, straight into that tower. Which means that Hajizi is able to catch up in terms of experience. Because they get a kill.
And let's try to see how we're going to move on to the side lanes here. I mean, Benny Cutie is going up against Kurtzy. So Kurtzy right now, they're just looking at making this lane equal. I mean, if the lane is equal here onto the side of Execration, it's going to favor them more just because they have the Hellcurt and they do have the Roger and they want to scale.
Exactly. Scaling is very important. Here we go. Oh, that Soshi super duper low, but will be taken out in the end by Hate with the Dark Nightfall still active. It's very hard to find out where you are on the map. That's going to be Hate's taken out as well. Sagitnu low, oh so low, but that's an orange buff powered Jawhead. You want to run as fast as you can, but you will be stopped very easily by, of course, that Heath. No unstoppable force means he can't really fight right away, but that doesn't mean that they can't kill him. Curtisi helps out to take him out in the end.
And this is the Execration we know. But Omega here is not pulling off their punches as well. They're not giving any mercy to the side of Execration. And Execration, they want to win this game. They want to turn this into a best of one. Omega right now, look at the preparations. They have a Vengeance on Kurtzi, a Flicker on Haze, and a Retribution on Haji. But on the other side, there are two Retributions, and Chaknu here biting off more than he can chew.
Way more than he can chew, but the good thing about that for Execration is at least they can get that turtle. So that's a big sacrifice play for Chaknu, basically baiting out so many members of Omega that they can't answer that turtle even if they wanted to.
This is quite interesting, Rockhart. I mean, looking at it, the pacing of this game just changed. On how Execration should be playing, the early game potential just showing up for Execration. They know how to run this. They're very familiar with this certain setup.
They really are. And I think it's working out for both teams to really read off the minds of each other. And again, Execration, they have practiced this. They look like they know what they want. Hate is always on the move. He's always making sure that everyone is in check as well with that Dark Knight Falls. Great job for Chaknu, going for the plays. Whenever his team needs it, he's going to be the distraction here. And what a solid lineup will be taken very, very low. Itumax going for the bush, but not going to make it in time. Hazel will be taking him out before he can get the chance. Dark Knight falls straight into the Selena. Hey, oh my gosh, what a beautiful play there from the Hellcurrent.
And looking at it, there are things that Execration are really doing good right now. But even if there is a bit of a breathing space for Execration just to get the kills, as you can see, the gold lead isn't that big. No.
Small gold lead.
A small gold lead.
That's right. Sagitnu going for the force on the Toshi. She's going to be put in half here. Itomax chased by Heath. And looks like Curtis is going to be in for a rough time. Oh, nice throw there by Heath. Goes straight into the Hilda. Will be absorbing some of that essence, but not be enough to stop him right off.
Oh, there's a throw.
Nice throw.
There's a throw. And
the result is anything. He was planning to go for tower throw, but yeah, got blocked by a wall.
Yeah, and clearly just seeing that everyone is looking at the turtle right now. It seems to me that everyone wants to just go at it, but they don't have the liberty of doing so just because both of them are on equal footing right now.
Yep, team fight after team fight after team fight. Turtle is low. Heath is there looking for Itumax. Itumax is such a pain for the Omega squad for it. And they can't deal with the Hilo no matter what they do. They're just trying and trying and trying, but Itomax is just gnawing at their time. They're buying so much time for the rest of Execration to get into play. Itomax is low, under the bush, 2 people against 1. It's not a fair fight. Will be able to walk out. Unstoppable Force finally closes it out. That was a long one.
So, there are things that really need to happen here for the side of Omega just to get the lead here. Okay, one of the things that they should do is they should be aiming for those turrets. They've been getting a lot of these kills. Yes, they have 3 more kills than Execration. But what's not happening for their side? They're not getting the turrets.
Yeah, no turrets at all. That's the lacking, which you're supposed to get because you have a lot of pressure. And even with the help of Toshi, they're not even getting much rotations done. Toshi's on top. And now they can catch Itomax under the tower. Even with the help of the tower, they can't take him out. Oh my gosh. Finally a turret goes down. And mid lane could be the next one.
And at least they got what they wanted. And for Execration, it really seems to me that this is going in reverse, Rocker. For me, it should be Omega getting the turrets.
Should be.
It should be Omega getting the turrets. And
there you go.
That is a 1-1. That is a
one for
1-for-1.
one. That's going to be a removal of that Roger, who has been steadily accruing gold in this matchup.
But then again, you do have your main carry right now, which is the Hellcurt. Hellcurt is at level 11.
Yeah.
This is a one unscathed Hellcurt at 8 minutes, level 11. Well, you could say the same for Hajizi, but I mean, with the Deadly Poison Stinger mechanic, I feel that the damage output from Hate right now is going to be much better.
Yeah.
When the time comes where Hajizi gets all the items, probably it could go head to head. Like 3 hits could take down the Hellcurt. But at the same time, if he jumps on you and you can't do Traceless, Deadly Poison Stinger's hit, you can be erased from existence.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hate is not he's not in any he's not slacking off at all at this game. Oh, another throw. Oh, where you go? Oh, there we go.
Turtle resurrecting soon.
Lots of flying off in the air here for this matchup. And a turtle is going to be priority. Heath wants to throw it out for the rest of the team. Not much damage here for Omega. GC is not in optimal position yet. He's level 12, but will be absorbing a brunt of the damage from those stingers. Will be cleaned up by Heath, but Hayes will go down as well.
Nasty, nasty, nasty. Execration still wants to fight.
Yep, still going for the fight. Heath with the ejector straight into Toshi while he's doing the big plays. Activating Feathered Airstrike in front of 2 enemies. That is just nerves of steel from the Farsa player.
He went in and used the Deadly Poison Stinger. He almost erased Haze. Haze lived for a bit, but the burn damage from the orange buff got in and he still gets the kill. But you don't really want that.
Poison Stinger, yeah, you want to go and close it up. You don't want to be in
and
a position where you have to survive. Exactly. So right now, Omega being constantly kept in check by, of course, this Hilda. Dark Knight falls again. Omega is on the retreat. You don't want to deal with that Stinger anymore.
You know what? Looking at it right now, Execration not really getting the stacks on Etamax. Etamax here is at the 250. So that means you still need to get those stacks on the Hilda just to get extra damage. I mean, if he's getting the stacks early, that could mean Haze and Toshi getting executed in the fight.
Yeah, you don't want that.
But you only have 2 stacks at 10 minutes.
That's not helping
with
a lot.
6 kills.
You're just basically tanking up hits. You're trying to go into a bush, you activate that shield, and just go back. Just absorb some damage. That's all you're doing right now. You're not doing anything else.
The earlier, ladies and gentlemen, you get the stacks, that means the earlier you are going to have an impact into just tanking. Sometimes picking a Hilda is not about getting those shots in. Sometimes it's all about the pain that's...
Sagitno!
Oh my goodness.
Almost survives there for a little bit. Then this Execration definitely trying to keep them alive, but that's an overplay from Sagitnu. And they will, of course, get a tower because of that, but is that worth it? We'll have to find out. The gold lead is less than 1,000. These 2 offlaners on the bottom lane have been going at it for a long time, but nothing's happening. And that's just the power of the Hilda, man. So tanky, even without those stacks.
And Chaknu, he doesn't have the Raging Sandstorm right now. He cannot go in. And this is what we're talking about earlier. They pick up the Khalid, and they need a Force Engage. The only reason why they could do that is because the Kufra was banned out. And the Alice is banned out. And Alice is very detrimental. Alice is detrimental to the lineup of Omega right now because she can actually force engage.
What a
Chaknu.
long play there. Lord will be enhanced, and Chaknu is just absorbing the brunt of the damage, forced to use the Raging Sandstorm to go out. Dark Knight falls. Hate is looking for a target, but he is the one being chased by Curtizi. Kagitnu as well. Trying to see if he can block out some of that damage and is successful. Hate does not fall.
And you know what? Looking at it, you kind of have to respect the mechanical prowess of
Here we are.
Hajizi there.
Turret will
Oh,
fall.
no.
The front line of Execration is melting. Oh my god. OMG is going for the chase and they get E2 Max finally. And the result is astounding. Toshi jumped in rather, by Hate, and Hate thrown to the tower, gets deleted by Toshi instead.
Benecuti still fighting this. He knows that he has damage. Haze here is not a target that you want to get, and Curtsy holding on to that Lord. This is Hajizi just staying in front of that objective, and they will get it. Is this the time where Omega goes for the jugular, ladies and gentlemen?
This looks like it. Here on the instant replay, you'll see Oh My G. He almost got taken out there, really close. Hate though, just barely there. He gets deleted in the end.
You have to give a lot of credit to Heath though.
He's doing everything here in this game almost.
The 2 times where Hate went in with the Dark Knight Falls, he took him out 2 times as well.
Exactly. There's so much they can do here. Lord will be in the middle. This is going to be the big one. Chapnu stunned again, forced to purify with E2 Max in the back. Sagitnu, he's planning if he can go in, but looks like the rest of Omega is just so scary to dive into. The moment you dive in there, there's no going back.
This is for match. This is for the match point Omega here. They want to take out Execration's tournament life. While for them, it means proceeding to the grand finals. Omega, what can you do? What are you going to do to finish this off?
This looks like it's very close. From 1K goal lead
E2
down to
Max?
4. E2 Max is gonna be taken out again! Oh my god, there's no answer from Execration. Hate, he was looking. He spotted out by the mountain. Shocker. And this could be it. Execration, Chapno goes in for the Raging
They
Sandstorm again.
cannot
Gets
do
thrown
anything.
back.
Is this
And
going to be the first 3-1?
possible? It's possible 3-1. Hate is still on the opposite side of the field. Forces Omega to back off.
Man, oh man, look at this. Execration. They need to find something to go their way.
They
E2
gotta
Max here
defend this.
getting the Athena shield, getting extra magic damage protection. Sagitno in front of everyone. He really wants to clear the minion waves and do only that. But on the other side of the map, Benecuti gets hit with a feathered airstrike. He's forced to go back.
Forced to go back again. That hurts. Toshi's feathered airstrike, 3-2-6 on the Farsa is no joke. But again, without the Lord, there's just not much of a solid front line for Omega to make that push happen. We will be stuck at a 4K goal lead for the blue side.
You need to respect Toshi right now for what he's doing. Position-wise, everything that he's doing for the team right now, it's just so on point. Chakno gets caught. Oh, look at the damage though.
A lot of damage with just one feathered airstrike
E2
and
Max is
Mountain
here.
Shocker.
And they know that E2 Max was there.
They knew it.
They knew that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's true. Here we go. Omega
1,873 damage coming out from Haji.
That's not a
Talk
joke.
about crits.
Now, the target is very clear for Execration. They need to be the ones to start the engagement or else it could spell the doom for this team.
E2 Max, let's see.
The Max is going to be in for a treat here if he goes.
He only has 2 stacks.
Yep.
16 minutes into the game.
Exactly. Not where you want to be. No assists as well. Means those stacks did not move. That's
Kurt
not where you want to be.
and the others just waiting for the Lord to come out 30 seconds before that happens. And if ever Omega gets it, that could be the nail in the coffin on their side.
Yeah, they catch Sagitnu again. And Hajizi is going to be the one to try to control this Lord area. They just want the sure win. They don't want to risk any big engagements without the Lord, without the big objective. This is Omega playing smart.
And let me be the devil's advocate here for a bit. You know, Omega is doing a real great job, but you have to give a bit of a thought to Execration. But as soon as I want to say that they've been doing great to hold things off, Rockart, it's like everything just goes not on their way.
Yeah, basically.
Etomax goes down, and when Etomax goes down, that only means that Execration won't have enough firepower to take down Omega. I mean, a 5v5 isn't looking that good as for them. Especially, that's gonna translate into especially not a 4v5.
Yeah, it's gonna be a poor 4v5 for sure. And that's 15 more seconds where Etomax is not going to be able to help. But Hate, though, he has his eyes on the prize. Hajizi will be denied that orange buff. That is big.
And this is where you look at Hajizi and how good this guy is. This guy is super low-key. Not really looking at anything.
Unstoppable force. Oh my god. Thief. Heath and Toshi on fire. Hunts down. You get our buff, we'll get your life. That's basically the cue. And that is going to be the cue for the Lord as well to go. Half HP.
Things are looking bad for the side of Execration. Well, for Omega, they have a lot of errors, or they have a lot of windows per error here before they can actually say that Execration will make a comeback. Chakno doing his best. I think Chakno is put into a hero where it's linear.
It's the wrong hero to put for Chakno.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm not feeling Chakno right now. The Chak Mamba factor isn't really
Not there on the Khaled, man. And this could be bad. Hajizi is on fire. He's chasing Etomax. There is no problem at all taking care of the Hilda. And it could be Omega barreling through the mid lane here. For sure. Just waiting for the Lord. It's a lot of death timers. That's a very long death timer on Etomax. Another kill possibly on Sagitnu. And it happens. That should be it.
Man, oh man, Omega here marching on towards the base. They want to make it to the Grand Finals.
Road to Grand Finals is going to be stopped a little bit by Dark Knight Falls. But the Lord is here. It can jump. It can work. Chaknu goes in, but he will be thrown in the middle of nothing. Nothing to be done by Execration.
And Hate will jump out, winning moment here.
The champion.
The Lord went to the other side.
The wrong side. It's only a small delay. That's Omega. They're going to the finals. 3-1 against Execration.
Omega, the time has come for this team to rise up and get that Grand Finals slot.
Unbelievably so. Omega, despite a very, very close series here, is going to be the one. Fight off whoever's going to win in the next matchup. Bren Esports versus Onic.
And one step away from claiming that coveted championship, that is Omega. For Execration right now, they are headed to the battle for third.
Battle for third for Execration here. Their finals dreams. Again, we'll have to wait for that again next season.
Yeah.
But of course, they're not gonna be out yet. They will be fighting for third. But again, the grand finals, the ultimate 1v1, will be happening tomorrow for Omega in this one.
That is going to be a best of 7, but for Execration, this is where the line ends for that coveted championship. Now, after this, we do have another series, which is going to be Bren versus Onic. That's going to be another best of 5. But kudos to Execration for making it this far. You guys really deserve your slot here into the MPL, and this is where the road ends for you. But we hope you guys come back stronger for Season 7.
Yep. We'll be fighting for Battle for Third tomorrow, but again, it's not gonna be as sweet as that victory, that trophy. Obviously.
I mean, you don't come into a tournament to become third place.
Absolutely.
You come into a tournament to become champion, and Omega denied that liberty, denied that opportunity for the side of Execration. And man, oh man, Execration here, their lineup looked really good. It's just that Omega had something up their sleeves that even Execration cannot answer.
Well, that's basically what you get with a team like Omega, who has been consistently striving to get to where they are, consistently planning a lineup that has evolved time and time again, gone through different iterations of itself. This is where they are. And we'll go ahead and pass it on to our solo analyst, Wolf. He'll have a lot to say about this matchup. Go ahead.
So, ng Execration, but Omega's draft was better in the end. And pwede nating sabihin ng maraming beses kung bakit mas maganda yung draft ng Omega. But, Execration, ang kanilang ginawa dito sa game number 4 ay sinigal na nila. Meron silang pocket strategy na nakatago sa kanila. Hellcurt and Roger, gustong-gusto nilang gamitin. First face pick nila. And unfortunately, hindi gagana yan kay Coach Dale. Tingnan natin yung mga heroes na nandito sa laban. At unti-unti ko i-explain kung bakit ko naramdaman na outdraft. Hindi naman outdraft, pero nasagot ng Omega ang draft ng Execration. Well, napakasimple na naman ang sagot. If you're looking at the Execration lineup, walang magic damage. Nagme-make sense kung bakit sila nag-last pick ng Khalid, tsaka meron silang Hilda na para sa Execration. Kasi nga naman, ito yung mga heroes na malakas mambuli. In a vacuum, maganda siya laban sa farming core katulad ng Yi Sun-shin. Kasi ang Yi Sun-shin gusto mag-farm. At syempre kung meron kang Hilda at Khalid, saan ka mag-farm? Kaya nga naman, in the early stages of the game, parang pumapabor ang gold, ang economy para sa Execration. Kasi yung mga mage dito ng Omega hindi makaporma dun sa pangboboset. The term is pang-invade, pangboboset nga naman ng mga members ng Execration. Nakita natin yung kalambutan nung Farsa and Selena. Although, naturally, itong mga heroes na to ay malakas din mang-invade. Pero kasi, Hilda at Khalid ang support duo ng Execration. Tapos, meron sila mga solid junglers na na napakadali mag-jungle. That's hate on this Hellcurt. Roger, Benny Cutie. All due fairness, ang ganda na kanyang performance in this game. I want to point out yung pinaka naging problema ng Execration. At actually, dahil puro physical damage output ang Execration, bukod sa all melee sila, lahat ng kanilang sources ay physical damage. And in fact, meron akong photo dito ngayon na nakita ko yung damage output ng Execration in the late game. 0 sa magic, no magic power. Kaya naman, yung mga members ng Omega kanina, kung napansin nyo, 3 antik kiras. In fact, dumating sa point na nang nag-high ground ang Omega, meron sila mga casual na dreadnought armor lang. Hindi mo na nila binuo. 3 ganon laban sa Execration. Nako, kahit gano'n ka-farmed bilang physical damage dealers at nag-all-in kasi sa physical ng Execration, doon na nga sila nadali. Looking at this, of course, Omega, the stats are there. Damage output of Execration na kay Benny Cutie, pero kulang na kulang. That is actually napakalayo. Tingnan mo naman yung mga damage output ng Execration. Nasa 36,000 pinakamataas. Itapat mo yan sa Omega. 10, 100k, 87k. Because the damage, again, spread out. Meron damage Toshi, magic damage. Meron kang physical damage mula kay Hejizi. And the combination of Omega's damage sources trumped Execration. Dahil nag-all-in ng Execration sa physikalan, doon na nga sila nayari. There came a point wherein hindi na makapagtulak ang Execration kasi makunat na yung mga members ng Omega. Kahit nung tumatalon si Hate, maraming beses na kamunti ka pa siya makapatay. But because of the physical damage reduction coming out from Omega throughout their itemization, gumanda yung nangyaring resulta para sa Omega in the end. Let's look at the highlights of that game. I think that we will see a little bit of a good laning setup para sa Execration. I like it a lot kasi binigyan nila ng aggressiveness etong Hilda dun sa may bandang jungle. Siya yung nanggugula, but that's how the Hilda goes. Tapos sinamahan ni Khalid si Hellcurt. Ang problema lang siguro, hindi ganun kabilis mag-clear kung double tank setup kayo. Pero ang nature kasi ng isang Khalid ay mabilis siya mag-clear ng waves. Thams versus Farsa, Thams napakahirap niyang ibuli sa lane. Kahit yung Farsa mahihirapan dyan. I feel that this lane setup para sa Execration worked in their favor para naman gumanda ang kanilang laning stage. At actually yun yung nangyari sa early parts of this game number 4. Execration, nakakuha sila ng magandang farm on their side. And then eventually, nakakapang-bully sila, nakakuha sila ng kills. However, syempre, this is Omega. They know how to communicate well, nakakabanse sila. There are many times na nakakuha ng magandang pick-offs ang Execration, but in a sense, yung Omega nakapag-farm pa rin on their Yi Sun-shin, naka-recover. Unti-unti tayo makikita ng development from the side of Omega, hindi malalaking clashes, hindi ganun ka-crucial from Execration, but they do get pick-offs. At nakakuha sila din ng Torre. Dahil to take note na si Benny Cutie, ay namatay dun sa may top lane. I think you don't want that to happen kung nagpa-farm ka as Roger. Tapos si Heath, pinipigilan niya si Chakno na umikot-ikot sa mapa. But Chakno is relentless as well as Etomax. Nangyari itong turtle fight. And Omega, kung papansinin nyo si Hajizi, bihira siyang mamatay. One death only at yun na nagsusurvive from Execration. Kasi yung Execration, nature na kanilang heroes nagda-dive. Kaya din naman maganda yung Farsa na pick ng Omega. Kasi bago pa makapag-dive ang Execration, bawas na sila with the feathered airstrike. And even when there will come a time na si Toshi ay mamamatay, it's okay. Kasi nga naman, nagawa na niya yung kanyang trabaho. And magpapalitan ng kills to Execration. Like I told you, they gave their hearts out dito sa game na to. Nakikita natin ang semblance sa mga malupit ng plays. Unfortunately, in the end, dahil doon sa nature ng draft, na puro physical damage output. Tapos meron kang mga antikiras on the side of Omega, 3 in total. To a point, Dreadnought armor lang yun. Sulit na sulit, 730 gold lang. Tapos ganun na rin yung effect. I think that's up to, 24% physical damage reduction. Napakasulit laban sa physical damage output ng side ng Execration. Heath, Mr. Fundamental. Pero syempre, ang buong team ng Omega performed well. I think that even at the start of the draft of game number 4, nakita na natin na handang-handa sila sa Execration and they will be moving into the finals. Siyempre, kung gusto nyo pang suportahan ang Omega, scan this QR code para pahayag ang inyong suporta sa team na to. Headed now into the grand finals. It's not the end of the line for Execration though, dahil meron pa tayong battle for third. Di pa tapos, makikita nyo pa at kung gusto silang suportahan, well, just scan this QR code, show your support para sa hashtag #ExeShot. Mga kaibigan, syempre hinihintay din namin ang tulong ninyo para mapalaganap ang Mobile Legends. Just visit the official MPL-PH page sa fb.com/mplph.official or scan na rin yung QR code. At bukod dyan, mas maganda na makarinig kami from you guys. So please, 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 please scan this QR code for the survey. 2 po ang ating mga survey codes and we'd love to hear from you. Kung meron na kayong mga gustong sabihin, ito na yung chance nyo. And of course, meron pa tayong series later. I'm sure na madami pa kayong mga tanong dun sa nangyaring series na yun. That 3-1 series, but we will be discussing that later. But for now, tingnan muna natin kung sino ang nanalo sa ating mythical raffle draw. In 3, 2, 1, here we go! Yan na po ang mga nanalo ng ating mga mythical raffle draw prizes. Legendary prize pa. Magic Dusts, tickets, Hero Fragments, Premium Skins, Fragments ang inyong mapapanalunan. So congratulations sa mga tao na nakikita nyo ang inyong mga IDs na nandyan sa Mythical Raffle Draw. Congratulations! We'll still have more draws. I think meron pa tayo later. So sana ay kayo ay makapag-participate dito. I mean, bukas na pala ang susunod na Mythical Raffle Draw. Saktong-sakto. So pwede pa kayong sumali. Maraming salamat syempre at congratulations sa ating mga viewers. And that's it. We still have giveaway codes for you guys to prep up. Naku po, sa ngayon, bukod sa tawagin nyo yung mga tropa nyo para manood at makakuha ng giveaway codes, nalalabas, 3 giveaway codes yan. I recommend guys, naku, tawagin nyo yung mga tropa nyo para sa ating post-game analysis. Because I'm sure na marami pang madidiscuss yung ating mga nasa panel. We already discussed a lot in that past series. Nakita nyo kung ano yung keys to the victory of Omega in that past series. But I'm sure marami pa tayong marinig mamaya kasama ating mga expert na panelists kung ano man yung kanilang naisip at kung ano yung kanilang insights, obviously, all throughout this series. Wonderful series. Unfortunately, para sa Execration, ang kanilang highest place na makuha ay 3rd place. But for Omega, man, first time in the grand finals for this squad, for this organization, and I'm excited to see Coach Dale. Nako po, ano kaya yung mga baon niya bukas. For now, my name is Wolf. I'm gonna pass it on back to another animal. Leo, what's up?
Maraming salamat, Wolf. Mabangis na pag-analyze ng 4-game series na ito. Welcome back to the panelist desk. I am with Paolo Expert and Chin Valdez. And, man, na-explain mo na ba sa papa mo na 4 games lang?
Sabi daw niya, hindi na daw ako si Chin Valdez.
Ano na daw?
Ako na nga talaga si Chinisi.
Chin TZ.
Chin TZ na ako. Hindi ko daw naiintindihan yung pang game 5 niya talaga.
You know what? We'll figure that out. The legalization of your name. But for now, we have on the line, ladies and gentlemen, one member from OMG na sigurado ako napakasaya niya ngayon. And we would like to hear from him. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Hajizi! Man, kumusta?
Hello po.
Congratulations on your
Thank you po.
4-game win. And of course, para sa iyong 200 all-time high professional kills dito sa MPL. May tanong lang ako, men. Paano ka nag-prepare
Ano po yun?
para dito sa laban mo sa Execration?
Paano ako nag-prepare? Naglaro lang po ako. Tapos, nag-practice.
Okay. Ito pwede mo sagutin, pwedeng hindi. May hinanda ka bang bagong hero laban sa Execration or yung same lang na mga carry from the regular season?
Meron po akong hinanda.
Ay, nako po.
Pin-practice ko po yun.
Oh, here we go!
Okay. So,
kahit ano po iban po nilang link, meron po ang
mainit. Okay. Sige, Hajizi, may tanong dito. Si Paolo Expert para sa'yo.
Okay, yung tanong ko naman sa'yo is, since drinaf ng Execration yung Hilda at saka yung Khalid, which is nakakatakot early game, di ba? Paano nyo hinandle yung early game pressure ng Hilda at saka Khalid?
Sabi ko po lang sa kanila, expect nyo na mahirapan ako sa early kasi kahit saan ako pumunta, nakasunod silang dalawa sa akin. Kahit mag-red ako, nandun yung Khalid. Tapos pupunta naman ako blue, nandun yung Hilda. So,
Bantay sarado. No? I can only imagine. Hajizi, napakagaling. Chin.
Yeah. So first of all, welcome to the grand finals. Finally, nandito ka na. And also, sa journey mo dito sa playoffs, I just wanna ask kung saan ka mas nahirapan? Doon sa drafting prowess ba ng blacklist or dito naman ngayon sa Execration?
Mas nahirapan po sa blacklist.
Okay, Haji, bakit? Ba't mas mahirap yung blacklist?
Kasi po, umabot ng game 5.
Basta pagod.
Tama ka naman.
Basta pagod.
Pagod.
Makes sense. Okay, pero sigurado ako sa Execration, medyo napikon ka rin. Kasi nga, di ba, sabi mo si Eto Max nakabantay, si Chakno nakabantay. Pero Hajizi, once more, congratulations. Shoutouts muna at pasalamat sa mga fans ng Omega. At anong maaabangan nila sa Grand Finals na laban nyo bukas?
Shoutout sa family ko. Tapos shoutout sa sumusuporta sa Smart Omega. Shoutout kay Coach Stark. Shoutout kay Coach Dale na tumutulong sa amin. Tsaka shoutout kay Coach Tony. Shoutout sa mama ko, tsaka sa papa ko, tsaka sa ate kong sumusuporta sa akin. Mga ate ko. Tapos shoutout sa baby ko, si Casey.
Okay, Haji, bago ka namin bitawan, man, message para sa potential na makakalaban ninyo para sa Bren o sa Onic.
Good luck sa atin.
I love it. Okay, Haji, maraming salamat. Thank you. Enjoy ka muna, pahinga na, and I will see you tomorrow.
Sige po, salamat
Maraming
po.
salamat.
Thank you po.
Wow, super impressive, this young man. Chill na chill siya, di ba?
Chill lang.
This guy reached an all-time professional high kill count. Just won a 4-game series, and he's just like...
Wala, no big deal
Naglaro lang ako. Nag-practice lang, laro lang.
Pero, guys, if there's any takeaway from this, is merong tinatago si Hajizi. May tinatago si Dale.
Oo. Sabi niya may pinag-practice daw siyang bago eh.
Mamimigay ako ng skin. Ayan, yung mga nanonood ngayon.
Ayan.
Mamimigay ako ng skin pag naglabas to ng hero na hindi pa natin nakita ngayon sa MPL.
Okay, so bumabawi. Ginong Valdez bumabawi si Chin. Okay? Since yung stonks natin hindi abot Game 5, bagong hero ang hinahanap natin. Alright? Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, what a day it has been so far. Kahit na sabihin natin walang Game 5, it still is quite historic. Again, Omega breaking through this glass ceiling of the top 4, sealing themselves a slot in the grand finals. But again, GG well played pa rin at maraming salamat sa mga tropa natin sa Execration. They can still reach third place potentially tomorrow. But with that being said, we are still gonna have to go on a quick break. Nagprepare na ang Bren at Onic. It's gonna be their series up next. But first, we would like to thank our partners and sponsors. Maraming salamat to Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gig for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games. Thank you so much as well to our official sponsor, Realme. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. Like and follow Realme on social media to know more. Thank you as well to Gillette, our official sponsor. You know what it is. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple 4s pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. And as well, thank you to our partner in Esports, Pay Maya. Get free 50 pesos credits from Pay Maya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply. Thank you as well to our partner in Esports, TikTok Live. You can watch the playoffs via TikTok, kaya download na. And of course, thank you to our official gaming headset partner, Logitech. Here, like a pro. All of this is powered by Moon Ton. Halloween is coming up next, so saktong-sakto. Mainit pagkatapos ng MPL, you can join our event happening from October 26th to November 13. Just do the activities, log in every day, and get your hands on this new Terizla skin. It's that simple. Thank you so much once more to Moon Tan. With all that being said, we're going to go into a quick break. Thank you so much for joining us and making us part of your weekend. Once more, you're watching the MPL-PH Season 6 playoffs. My name is Leo, joined here by Chin Valdez and Paolo Expert. Wag kayong aalis. We'll be right back.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
What is up everyone? My name is Wolf, your host, at kasama ko ngayon ang pinaka-relentless pero pinakamaganda rin ang skincare na team dito sa MPL Season 6, ang Onic PH. What's up? What's up?
What's good? What's
Hello,
good?
Sir Wolf. Pakilala muna kayo sa mga viewers natin, your name, IGN at role sa Onic PH.
So hello guys, this is John Marbilla Luna, the tank support and the team captain of Onic PH.
Hi, I'm Jay and tank support din na Onic PH.
I'm Kyle Barceño. My IGN is Rio. I'm the coach of Onic PH.
I'm Gerald Trinchera, Dlar, fighter ng Onic PH.
I'm Christian Manaog, Iakno, fighter ng Onic PH.
I'm Peter Bryce, basic, fighter ng Onic PH.
I'm Dannery James Wise, multi-role of Onic PH.
Kamusta naman ang journey sa MPL Season 6?
So hello Sir Wolf, thank you for that wonderful question. So about the journey of Onic PH this Season 6, I would say na mas mahirap siya compared nung journey namin nung Season 4 and Season 5. Dahil yung Season 6 ngayon is mas bigger na siya compared sa mga nakaraang season. And also yung mga kalaban ngayon is mas malalakas na and mas mauutak na compared before. Kaya mapapansin nyo yung journey namin from week 1 is medyo hindi kami stable and medyo nahihirapan kami mag-adjust. But despite nung mga na-experience namin this past few weeks, masabi kong mas nakaka-adapt na kami.
What do you think, Coach, is the biggest obstacle? Anong mga humaharang sa inyo?
Aura PH pa rin, tsaka Bren.
And how are you planning na lagpasan ang dalawang obstacle na to?
Siguro tiwala na lang sa isa't isa kasi ayun nga, gaya ng mga previous season, Season 4 against Sunsparks ng finals and Season 5 against Aura PH ng finals din na umabot kami ng finals. So, ayun, nagtitiwala pa rin ako na kaya namin umabot ng finals at kaya namin mag-champion.
Okay, Wise, paano kayo nagpe-prepare ngayon para sa playoffs?
Ginagawa namin is double or triple effort talaga. Lalo ngayon na nabanggit ng captain namin na lahat malakas na kalaban namin. Ngayon kasi may na kami, management na tumutulong sa amin kung ano yung mga dapat namin gawin.
Okay, Dilar, meron ka bang gustong makaharap sa mismong finals nyo? Sino yun? Kung meron, sinong team yun?
Siyempre yung Aura PH kasi 2 beses na namin sila nakatapat nung Season 4 at Season 5, di ba? Siyempre, masyado na sila sumusobre. At sa kanila nilelegan eh. Kaya, yun, gusto ko talaga sila katapat.
Sa tingin mo, observing the other teams, sino yung top 3 ng best performing players ngayong season?
Para sa akin talaga si Gymnast yung pinaka-number 1 eh. Throughout the season, feel ko talaga malaki na ambag niya sa next play.
Venus, what does it mean para sa Onic PH na maging champion this season?
After being back-to-back first placer from Season 4 and Season 5, and yung expectations namin ng mga tao ngayon is mas doble na. So winning Season 6 means everything para mapatunayan namin na talagang kaya namin. Mapatunayan namin sa mga taong dumuda sa amin na hindi namin kaya.
Jay, if there's anything na gusto mong sabihin sa trophy na to?
Gusto ko lang sabihin sa trophy ng MPL Season 6, matataas din kita ulit.
Sige, for one last time, gusto kong hingin namin yung gusto nyo sabihin sa fans ninyo at sa mga makakatapat nyo sa playoffs.
Para sa mga fans namin na talagang sumusuporta sa amin. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Sana huwag kayong magsabang suportahan kami, especially to my friends, family, and sa BYs pa. And para sa mga kalaban naman namin, maghanda kayo dahil mas naghahanda kami.
Sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, Onic PH, maraming salamat and sana masuportahan nyo kami hanggang playoffs, hanggang playoffs. And mga makakalaban namin, numanda na kayo at alam namin na kami ang magcha-champion.
Sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Onic PH tsaka sa akin, maraming salamat. Sana suportahan nyo kami this coming playoffs. Tsaka sa masasabi ko sa mga kalaban namin sa playoffs, maganda na kayo. Kasi kami puro TikTok lang eh.
Tingin sa mga sumusuporta sa Onic PH. Sana suportahan niyo kami hanggang sa dulo. Sa mga susunod naming laban, maraming salamat sa inyo. Sa mga kalaban namin, maganda na kayo.
Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa fans ng Onic PH. Salamat sa walang sawang suporta. Tsaka gusto ko rin magpasalamat sa Go Express tsaka Cebuana Lulier. Dahil sa inyo, araw-araw kaming motivated. Sa mga kalaban naman namin, maganda na kayo.
Thank you sa mga Onic PH fans na laging positive yung comments, lagi na yung nababasa. Dahil sa inyo, mas lalo kaming nagiging motivated maglaro. Patuloy nyo lang kaming suportahan. And sa mga kalaban namin, good luck and have fun.
Sa mga fans ng Onic PH, maraming salamat sa inyo. Sana supportahan nyo kami sa darating na playoffs ng MPL-PH Season 6. Sa mga kalaban namin, magandaan na kayo, lalong-lalo na kay Daay.
Mainit. Yun, maraming salamat, Onic PH, of course, most relentless team. At third time's the charm na ba para sa Onic PH? Abangan yan sa playoffs. Bren lang malakas. Mga kaibigan, ako nga pala si Wolf, your host, at kasama ko ngayon ang sa mga pinaka-consistent at pinakamalalakas. Pero sige, magpakilala muna kayo dun sa mga viewers natin. Name, IGN, at anong role sa team.
Ako si Angelo Kailar Kangel, IGNQ. Ang role ko is support.
Ako si Alan Castomayor, IGN ko Lasti. Role ko sa team ko, tank. Ako nga pala si CJ Ribo. Ang role ko sa team namin, fighter.
Ako pala si Carl Gabriel Pomoseno, IGN ko Carl TZ, role carry.
Ako nga pala si EJ Zambrano, ang IGN ko is EJ and the role ko tank support.
Phew, kamusta naman yung journey ng Bren Esports dito sa MPL Season 6?
And okay naman yung journey namin dito ngayong MPL Season 6 na patapos na yung regular season. Kahit may bago kaming player na si Top TZ. Okay pa rin naman yung mabilis namin nakuha yung chemistry namin. Kita nyo naman sa results ng mga laban namin.
Sino sa mga members mo ngayon, sa mga players ninyo, nag-shine ng pinakamaganda ng season?
Para sa akin, si Flap talaga. Kasi kinuha namin siya, galing lang siya sa RG. Tapos ngayon siya na yung isa sa pinakamagaling mag-offlane sa Philippines.
Sino sa tingin nyo ang pinakamalaking obstacle ngayon sa Season 6 para mag-champion kayo?
Sa akin yung Omega kasi sila yung tumalo sa amin nung last season tsaka yung ngayon din. Yung wala kaming talo, sila na naman tumalo sa amin.
EJ, paano kayo nag-prepare ngayong playoffs?
Nagpe-prepare kami kumukuha kami ng mga scrim sa ibang bansa, gano'n, sa Indo, then kakalabanin namin. Kasi sa PH, medyo parang sila na yung pinakamalakas talaga, wala nang makaharap. So talagang umaano kami sa ibang bansa. Doon kami kumukuha ng ibang meta.
Carl, sino yung team na gusto mong makatapat? Kung wala championship na to, grand finals na. Sino yung gusto mong makatapat doon?
Gusto ko makatapat yung Aura kasi sila yung back-to-back champion.
Ikaw, Ribo, sinong gusto mong makatapat doon sa finals?
NXP. Mas sikat kasi sila kaya pag dinurog namin, malalaos agad sila.
Sakto na rin, Ribo. Pwede mo namang sabihin kung sino yung top 3 players na nag-perform ngayong season, tingin mo?
Sa top 3 ko, yung pinaka-top 1 talaga doon si Chester. Siya yung consistent talaga maglaro. Laging papatay ng papatay. Tapos top 2 ko si Lasti.
Ba't ako?
Siya daw pinakamagaling mag-tank sabi niya.
Totoo yan, totoo.
Legit. Tapos top 3 ko si Carl. Magaling sana kaso Sobrang tamad.
Para sa'yo, Few, syempre sa Bren Esports, this is your second season tama, sa Bren Esports. Gano'n ka-importante para sa organization mo na makuha at mag-champion dito sa MPL?
Kasi nung last season parang ini-expect nila na makuha na namin yung champion kasi nga top 1 kami sa regular season. Tapos ngayong season siguro mas ini-expect nila kasi mga 2-0 na yung mga score namin eh. So tatry namin yung best namin para makamit namin yung championship ngayon.
Tanongin ko dito si Carl TC. Kung makakausap mo tong trophy na to, ano yung sasabihin mo?
Ano, trophy, dyan ka lang. Ngayong season kukunin na kita.
Angas-angas.
Kung hindi nyo alam, kung hindi alam ng mga viewers natin, may mga tatlong nag-champion na rin dito. Kayo ba, may gusto kayo sabihin?
Sa trophy, diyan ka lang. Makukuha ka na naming 6. Lahat makukuha ka na namin ng Bren Esports. Babalik ka na ulit sa amin.
Sige, for one last time, gusto kong kausapin yung mga fans nyo, magpasalamat kayo, or kung may gusto mo na kayo sabihin sa mga fans, pati na rin sa mga katapat nyo sa playoffs.
And sa mga kalaban namin sa playoffs, maganda kayo kasi mas pag-aandaan namin kayo, hindi na kami mag-choke sa playoffs. Tapos sa mga fans, salamat sa mga sumusuporta palagi, kahit minsan natatalo kami, nandiyan pa rin kayo.
Sa mga kalaban namin sa playoffs, ready na kayo. Dudurugin namin kayo. Kaya sa fans namin, kahit natalo kami ng isang beses, nandyan pa din kayo sumusuporta sa amin. Maraming salamat.
Sa mga sumusuporta sa Bren, dyan lang kayo.
Sa mga kalaban namin sa playoffs, pagandaan nyo kami. Sana next play agad para laglag agad yung mga EI sa MPL. Tapos sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, dyan lang kayo dudurugin namin next play kung sila matapat.
Sa sumusuporta sa Bren Esports, maraming salamat. And wag sana kayo magsawang sumuporta sa amin. Ayun lang.
That's been Bren Esports, na the best teams dun sa MPL Season 6 regular season. At kaya na ba nilang mag-champion this time? Abangan natin yan sa playoffs.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
I was building on a lecture.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Working on applying the scheme. The true stock trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The beast come freeze up, straight drop for the kills. Taking out the pieces and shares. A ball big sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. One shot. Now the future is yours. Go.
Legendary.
At nagbabalik ang MPL-PH Season 6 Playoffs. Mabuhay kayong lahat. And of course, to everyone watching from all around the world, welcome. We'd like to thank our sponsors before we get on with the show. Thank you so much to our telecom partner, Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gig for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games. Thank you as well to Realme, our official sponsor. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. Like and follow Real Me on social media to know more. Thanks as well to our official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, and Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Thank you to our partner in esports, PayMaya. Get free 50 pesos credits from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply. Thank you to our partner in esports, TikTok Live. You can watch the playoffs via TikTok, kaya download na. And of course, thank you to our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro. And of course, the MPL-PH Season 6 playoffs is powered by Moonton. We have an event breaking out after the grand finals on October 26th to November 13. It's a happy Halloween trick or treat, pero puro treats lang ito. Do the activities, log in, and you can get your free Terizla skin. It's that simple. Once more, thank you so much. MPL is powered by Moonton. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the panelist desk. My name is Leo, joined here by Chin Valdez and Paolo Expert.
Actually, Chintizi na tayo.
Chintizi, right. We need to get that worked out. But that aside, this next matchup is going to be a big one, all right? Possibly the closest we can get today. Because arguably, I think between Execration and Omega versus Bren and Onic, parang ito yung hindi ko talaga masabi.
Ito talaga yung 50-50 talaga eh. Di mo alam. Lalo na pag naglaro yung Onic, katulad ng ginawa nila kahapon against Aura.
Kung naglaro yung Bren, parang ginawa nila sa next play.
That too, okay.
It's both 3-0s.
Yes, yes.
And these two teams, they have been here and they've been chasing the gold for quite a while. Black and yellow, you know what it is. And they have champions within their ranks. No? You have Jay and Rio for Onic.
Yes.
And then you have Coach Ducky from Indonesia.
M1.
As well as Few and Ribo. Lusty as well, and Carltesi as SEA Games competitors. It's crazy. So this is as good as it gets for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Whether you're talking about hype, you're talking about narrative, you're talking about technicalities. But that aside, what are you expecting from these matchups? I'll be asking you that after we introduce our teams. First up, let's meet Onic PH. All for Onic. Parang iba ang, no pun intended, aura ng Onic this season. Especially coming from the group of death, Group B, they were relatively successful going into the playoffs and even in the playoffs slaying their eternal rival.
Yeah. Di ko in-expect yung 3-0 kahapon talaga.
Right? Paolo, what do you think it is? Is it off of a single player or is it like just they're all just popping off altogether?
For some reason, they were all on the same page kahapon talaga.
Sobra.
Si Wise, like instead of just, farming usually, he was actually aggressive and making plays. Yun talaga yung nagbago doon. Si Jay, napaka-confident niya maglaro. Nire-recallan niya nga yata kahapon yung mga kalaban niya eh. Oo.
Tinatambay na nga lang niya sa base.
Oo. Si Dealer naman, he showed superiority on his offlane, matchups. Nanalo siya on all his matchups.
Yep. And I like how Iaknu has just grown as a player from Season 4 where we first met him up until today. I'm not sure kung sino ang nagbigay sa kanya ng moniker na Kingslayer, pero parang pag may inutos ang Reyna na si Umay Venus, talagang gagawin ni Iaknu. I don't doubt it. When you tell Iaknu to do something on the map, he's your guy. That's what I'm seeing right now from this version of Onic PH. And of course, Basic just seems to just fit in.
Yeah.
Parang pasok na pasok eh. I don't know what it is, but their loss of Fuzakin in this season seems to just fly by, and it's paying off.
Right.
Chin, how do you compare this Onic to the previous Onics? What's new? What's different? I can't put a finger on it.
Actually, for me, feeling ko it's the same Onic, but it's like it's a whole another level of Onic. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Kasi like kahit kahapon, you don't see individual players moving around the map. Hindi. Like you can actually see like a entire unit. Like if something is happening here, may dahilan kung bakit nangyayari yun doon. If something is happening here, kung apat sila nandito, kumbaga everything was synchronized. Tapos, I don't know, I guess Aura wasn't able to handle it.
Yeah. I really do think that Onic PH has grown out of their older spells. They seem to have refined themselves to this level, and maybe they're going to go for gold this season. We'll see. They have to go through their opponents, though, and these guys, when I say gold, they mean gold. This is Bren Esports. I'd like to start by apologizing. I forgot that EJ is also a champion. And I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but Lusty also is a gold medalist.
You did, yep.
And Flapsy is just living his best life. All right? Ganun kalupit ang Bren Esports. Like, everyone has, like, the biggest accolades, except for the rookie of the year on Flapsy. And he's just riding it out like he belongs. And he does. All right? This set of 6 talents here, young men, led by Coach Ducky, is as stacked as it gets.
Yeah, this
right?
team is pretty stacked.
They slayed the group stage. And again, if you'll notice, Few is the only Savage in the season. Of course,
with Carl also.
Lancelot Savage
Carl.
yesterday, yes.
There you go. So that's updated. Carl recently hit a Savage yesterday. Same team.
Same team.
Oh, man.
Kumbaga, only Bren. In the whole season, Bren lang.
Only Bren is the strong one.
Di baka mamaya baka Flap TZ naman next.
It's a race. It seems like these guys enable each other. Parang the culture of excellence just kind of rubs off on each member, right? But that aside, let's talk about tangibles. Paolo, what makes Bren Esports?
So, the reason na napakagaling ng Bren Esports is they always know their win condition. Okay? There's at one point of the series yesterday versus next play at game number 3, nakakala ng mga tao na, oh, game 3, NXP actually has a chance of getting one against Bren. Pero that is not the case, okay? The win condition is to get to late game and then capitalize off that.
And they always do. They
They
figure it
always
out.
do. And also to add one more thing, okay? They actually took advantage of Renegay's habits. Na-notice ko si Renegay kasi mahilig siyang mag-camp sa bush, di ba? For an ambush with the Cho. But they were always ready for it. Kasi yung Selena nga nabigay and it was giving vision knowing where all of Next Play's members are at all times.
Yep. So who's to say na hindi nila na-scout out ang off-laner dito ng Onic?
Right.
Or even Venus. I mean, you don't know how deep the research of one Coach Ducky could go. But that's not to count out Coach Rio. Actually, you know what? We'll let the teams talk for themselves. Let's hear what they have to say about this matchup.
Kamusta naman ang journey sa MPL Season 6?
So hello, Sir Wolf. Thank you for that wonderful question. So about the journey of Onic PH this Season 6, I would say na mas mahirap siya compared nung journey namin nung Season 4 and Season 5. Dahil yung Season 6 ngayon is mas bigger na siya compared sa mga nakaraang season. And also, yung mga kalaban ngayon is mas malalakas na and mas mauutak na compared before. Kaya mapapansin nyo yung journey namin from week 1 is medyo hindi kami stable and medyo nahihirapan kami mag-adjust. But despite nung mga na-experience namin this past few weeks, masabi kong mas nakaka-adapt na kami.
Few, kamusta naman yung journey ng Bren Esports dito sa MPL Season 6?
And okay naman yung journey namin ngayong MPL Season 6 na patapos na yung regular season. Kahit may bago kaming player na si Flap TZ, okay pa rin naman yung mabilis namin nakuha yung chemistry namin. Kita nyo naman sa results ng mga laban namin.
Okay, Wise, paano kayo nagpe-prepare ngayon para sa playoffs?
Ginagawa namin is double or triple effort talaga. Lalo ngayon na nabanggit ng captain namin na lahat malakas na kalaban namin. Ngayon kasi ano eh, may ano na kami, management na tumutulong sa amin kung ano yung mga namin gawin.
EJ, paano kayo nag-prepare ngayong playoffs?
Nagpe-prepare kami ano eh, kumukuha kami ng mga ice cream sa ibang bansa, gano'n, sa Indo, then kakalabanin namin. Kasi sa PH, medyo parang ano na eh, sila na yung pinakamalakas talaga, wala nang makaharap. So talagang umaano kami sa ibang bansa. Doon kami kumukuha ng ibang meta.
Venus, what does it mean para sa Onic PH na maging champion this season?
After being back-to-back first placer from Season 4 and Season 5, and yung expectations namin ng mga tao ngayon is mas doble na. So winning Season 6 means everything para mapatunayan namin na talagang kaya namin. Mapatunayan namin sa mga taong dumuda sa amin na hindi namin kaya.
Para sa'yo, Few, syempre sa Bren Esports, this is your second season sa Bren Esports. Gano'n ka-importante para sa organization mo na makuha at mag-champion dito sa MPL?
Kasi nung last season, parang ini-expect nila na makuha na namin yung champion kasi nga top 1 kami sa regular season. Tapos ngayong season siguro, mas ini-expect nila kasi mga 2-0 na yung mga score namin eh. So tatry namin yung best namin para makamit namin yung championship ngayon.
Sige, for one last time, gusto kong hingin namin yung gusto nyo sabihin sa fans ninyo at sa mga katapat nyo sa playoffs.
Thank you sa mga sumusuporta sa Onic PH. Sana suportahan niyo kami hanggang sa dulo. Sa mga susunod naming laban, maraming salamat sa inyo. Sa mga kalaban namin, maganda na kayo.
Sa sumusuporta sa Bren Esports, maraming salamat. And wag sana kayong magsawang sumuporta sa amin. Ayun lang.
I still can't make ends of it. 50-50 pa rin siya eh.
Oo.
Looking at how confident these players are in these two teams, that definitely as much as each other deserve that slot. Not just the grand finals, but the title itself. Feeling ko talaga parang, I don't know.
They mentioned, di ba, na parang they're expecting Bren to win this time kasi denominate talaga nila yung regular season. Sunod-sunod na yung 2-0. Tapos parang we describe Bren and Onic na medyo similar. Parang Onic did something na parang they built themselves up para maging parehas Like, kung ano yung mga sinabi natin about Onic kanina, yun din yung gusto ko sabihin about Bren Talagang as one unit talaga sila gumagalaw, very synchronized.
They built they played the same way. They built each other up the same way,
right?
While being in the same group. Do you see how impossible that is?
Exactly.
Right? It's essentially the unstoppable object. The unstoppable force facing an immovable object.
So, yesterday, pareha sila nag 3-0.
Yes.
3-0 yung Onic, tapos 3-0 din yung Bren. Feeling ko today, makakita na tayo ng 6-0.
You know what? That's impossible, but we'll see how the stats play out. I mean, in our minds, sobrang hirap intindihin, no? Kung paano nga ba may matatalo dito. Who's gonna get the better of it? But the numbers will show us how Bren has more average KDA, how Bren has a higher win rate, amazing, close to 100 as it gets. But it looks like, ito yung sasabi mo, Chin, how they're so synchronized. First blood counts, higher on the side of Onic. Just by a little bit.
Yeah.
But against a team like Bren Esports, it might be that small difference. Pero gusto kong pansinin dito, yung average team net worth difference. Paolo, you explained this in the first series. The smaller this is, the less you play closer to your opponents. So this shows that Bren Esports, they dominated most of their matchups.
Yes, they almost always dominate their matchup, which is the good thing about Bren. So sa Onic naman, most of their games will be a very close game that leads to late game. Kaya medyo mababa. Well, it's not super low compared to last time, but it's still low compared to Bren at least.
Not just that, kahit yung match win rate nila, kung makikita nyo, first is Bren, second ang Onic.
Second highest.
Second highest. But yung difference ng percentage nila is huge.
Yeah.
That's 92% to 76%.
Close to 20.
Yeah. So parang that says something about how Bren has been playing this season talaga na hindi lang kami number 1, iwanan namin kayo. Like, if you're number 2, we'll leave you behind at number 2.
But then again, Onic is always different in the playoffs.
Exactly.
Onic playoff mode is insane.
Yes.
They always show up in the playoffs.
Yes, and they proved it yesterday.
Yes.
They showed us that last season's champions, actually last season's champions as well, our rivals were done.
Right,
It's the end of an aura. Onic PH, let's put a period on that. It's a new age, all right? Here's a couple more stats for you guys to number crunch. Turtle control rate higher on the side of Bren. More lords by just 0.01 decimals para sa Bren. So, close to 50-50. Same with unique hero picks. Nakalamang lang ng isa ang Bren. But, when you look at top hero picks, dito tayo nagkakaiba. They favor different heroes all in all.
Right. Actually, we just mentioned it naman, pero Onic in the playoffs is totally different. Ganito yung numbers because of regular season.
Yes, mostly from the regular season,
so,
yeah.
Iba eh, like feeling ko hindi ito yung, this is not the same Onic from regular season, di ba? Like Pao just mentioned, this is playoffs Onic. So parang, I don't know what to expect.
Playoffs Onic, you can say, is like an X factor, no?
Right.
It's something you can't see in the stats.
Right.
Katulad ng kahapon, di ba, si Mamshi Venus, yan, naglabas ng Eudora. And they actually, since they won 3-0, most of their drafts were similar from game number 1 and 2. So wala silang kailangan i-adjust. Walang kailangan i-adjust si Coach Rio. It just depends on, who counters who, which hero counters who. So yeah, that's something I want to point out. And dito sa unique hero picks, actually, I was surprised that Bren is only ahead by 1.
Well, they're actually always going to be at 1-1. Like, same in difference because yesterday you mentioned linabas ang Eudora ni Madame Oh My Venus. The Queen brings out the lightning, but he dipped his hands in some cold water there. Linabas niya ang kadita. So it's just +1/+1.
+1/+1.
Right? But looking at their last game history, we're going all the way back to Season 5, a season after the debut of Onic PH in the MPL. Onic seems to have figured out Bren then. But the times that they met here in Season 6, again, this is a whole new another Bren as well. Pero yun nga eh, playoffs Onic or regular season Bren?
But you know what, tawag dito, ever since Onic stepped into the MPL, Bren never made it to the grand finals. Did you realize that? Ever since Onic stepped into the MPL, they never got into the
Kasi
grand finals.
Onic ang nag-grand finals.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah, that's one fun fact.
Yes, but these facts, these historical trends, nagbabago na sila eh. We already started making history today.
Yes.
Omega moved up into the finals. That's
time.
already a huge change. Could the same be said here in this matchup right now? Once more, it's Bren Esports versus Onic PH. Nakakatakot isipin eh. Sa totoo lang, like how much this matchup will change the course of history for the rest of, the MPL-PH's life. And let's try to dissect a little bit of their lineups real quick before we go into the head-to-head for their captains. Both teams very capable of the 1-2-2.
Yes, I think so. Yes, they're capable of 1-2-2. Lalo na, actually, pag pinasok nila sa Basic. Because Basic's hero pool right now, it actually matches with the current patch.
It's perfect.
They could put Wise in the mage support. They could put Madame Venus on the tank, and the offlane stays the same.
That means Jay sits out.
Yes.
But for now, let's take a look at these two team captains. The Queen, Oh My Venus, versus Few. El Capitan, gold medalist, MPL champion. What else needs to be said? 3.96 versus 4.01. Sobrang lapit. Same amount of heroes used. Close to the same amount of MVP counts. And they play in the same role. Shot caller, mid support. This is as close as it gets.
Yes, these players are like the pillars of each team. Pag wala kayong shot caller, malilito talaga kayo kung anong gagawin ng team nyo. So, napaka-importante ni Venus sa Onic and Few sa Bren. Okay? Ang nakikita ko lang diferensya dito from Venus and Few is Few specializes more in assassin supports.
Right.
Instead of, si Venus more on like utility support.
And Venus has a few more tanks.
Yes.
Then Few, I have a question for you, Chin.
Yes,
this is super important. We're going to go with deep cuts here. We're going to go dive into the history of these players. You've known Few from way back.
Yeah, from way back.
Way back. What's new with this man here?
Actually, kasi maski dati pa, very, aggressive talaga siya dati. Aside from that, alam mo yung ginagawa nung nakaraan ni H2O with his Ling, you know that really, really, really deep cut sa lane, yung lalagpasan niya lahat.
Yes.
I've already seen that with Fuse, Fanny dati sa MSC1.
It's a younger Few.
Yeah, I've already seen that before. Kumbaga, ano na yun yung mga ginagawa today, nagawa na niya, even dati pa, from years ago pa. So, I don't know what to actually expect from him now. Kasi ang bilis din niya mag-evolve. Like from way back then, siya yung assassin nila.
Yes.
And then ngayon, he's now
Support?
the mage support.
Mid? Yeah.
Kumbaga, from being a shooting guard, baba siya ngayon ng point guard. It's completely different role.
And he's just as good.
Yeah, just as good.
On your screens now, the lane predictions, how we expect these teams to deploy their players. Wise in mid. Oh My Venus, of course, in mid as well. Trying to make an 8-figure around the map, the river, to make sure that Dilar and Yakno get the best of their lanes, while Jay as well roams as their tank. Halos 2 years na rin nilang ginagawa to eh. This is the trademark Onic. But Paolo, I gotta ask you, if Basic were to come in, anong mababago ulit? Let's think about that possibility.
Ang magbabago dito is si Basic most likely will go to the mid lane since a bunch of his hero pool will be assassins. So those usually go to mid lane. Wise can also play marksman. Nakita naman natin yun. Pati si Iakno actually, he's capable of using marksman. Okay?
Iakno was on a Granger in that game 4 moment. Alam nyo na yun, guys.
Kaya fit talaga dito si Basic. Katulad ng ginawa ng Blacklist, right? They put out Dexstar and put in Killer so that they can actually match up the patch. You know, the new meta. Okay? So yeah, that's where Basic would go. And then si Venus, bawal mawala yan. Kasi si Madam Venus ang shot caller eh.
Yes.
So pag nawala si Venus talagang Onic will fall. Okay? And Jay has to sit out.
Yeah. So I think we've seen that from seasons prior. Jay switching out with the Kingmaker, Fuzakin, right, when he was around on Onyx side. But for Bren Esports, this is what we can expect. Flapteezy, an offlaner at heart. You have Lusty, Mr. Heart Stealer, Mr. Showstopper. Karamihan ng mga naalala kong tank na nagnanakaw ng Lord from Lusty.
Yung Grok
because of the Grok.
Yes, from Season 3.
Yes.
Ever since Season 3. You have Few in mid, Carteezy, of course, the core prodigy, and Rebo in the gold lane. You know what I love about Rebo? He is so versatile, and he is so well-adjusted to whatever meta and whatever Bren Esports has to offer. Umalis na yung mga katropa niya. He's literally with new dudes. Si EJ na lang yata. Si EJ na lang yata natitira. At nandito pa rin si Rebo. Right? Chin, tell us about the evolution of one Rebo.
Feel ko dahil matagal na rin siya nandito, like kasabayan niyan sila Few eh. Like from before pa.
While he was in the other team.
Right. So magkalaban pa sila noon. At tapos magkasama rin sila pumunta sa very first MSC. Yan. So kung saan nag-champion din sila, sila Rebo.
Yes.
Yung nag-champion sa MSC1. So like Few, na I already mentioned na sobrang nag-transform, sobrang nag-grow, na who now plays utility support. Itong si Rebo din, I'm pretty sure na it's the same story. Nag-transform na rin yan. He can play probably all roles na rin. I think Few also din naman can play all roles din. So, pwede na rin tayong magpasok dito at ng possibility of a 1-2-2 maybe.
Yeah, and you have to give the marksman to Rebo this time.
Yes.
Not really calling in EJ. That's another story, but we can consider that. Now, looking at the keys to victory, you can expect an Indo-style Bren draft. You have Onic play confidently, ride that playoff mode Onic. You can prioritize drafting for Venus because, again, the queen is the heart of Onic-PH. Have Dilar dominate his lane and, of course, utilize basic if things get tricky. Ano yung sabihin nun? When do things get tricky?
So, let's say Bren gets a 2-0, right? Gets ahead 2-0. If they really have no choice, last resort na tong si Basic para masurpresa ang Bren, okay? Doon naman sa first point na nakalagay, expect Indo-style Bren.
Yes, elaborate.
About that, yung Bren kasi, yung scrimmage partner nila are mostly Indos, Indo teams. Sinabi naman ni EJ sa interview nila, that's why their draft and their playstyle will be really similar to Indo. So, Onic needs to expect that.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's it.
I'm pretty sure Onic is expecting that as much as well, given that they have brothers in their mother company offshore, right? So let's look at Bren Esports now. What are their keys to victory? Keep controlling the draft. So it's a battle between Rio and Coach Ducky. As well, exploit Venus hero pool, given that the Queen does prefer supports. If you force her onto a tank, things might get shaky, or vice versa. Carteezy on playmaking heroes. Ano nga ba ang number 1 playmaking hero ni Carteezy?
Well, we saw yesterday it was Lancelot.
The numbers say Lancelot.
Yeah, Lancelot. And any assassin, to be honest with you, nung nakuha niya yung Leomord, medyo naglay low siya. But it was still effective. I'm not saying yung Leomord ni Carteezy is weak at all. It is still super strong. So yeah, that's one way, I guess, for Onic to take advantage of.
Onic to,
for Bren, sorry.
Yes,
Bren
for
to take
Bren to take advantage of it against
yes.
Onic.
Yes, against
There
Onic.
you go. And of course, you can use your team's flexibility. Again, kung saan-saang role na nanggaling itong mga player ng Bren Esports. And of course, conquer the vision game. As a core, how important is vision?
Kasi, I think I mentioned also, I think yesterday I mentioned na si Carteezy yung pinaka unang nagpakita, well sa akin at least, nagpakita sa akin na he has this ability to see that weakness thread.
Weakness thread?
Okay, it's a weakness thread. Kung saan naman, may ability siya na parang may malasyaringgan siyang mata. Nakikita niya kung saan dapat yung target niya. Okay? So, to enhance that, if we have map control, if we have map vision pala, rather, mas ma-maximize niya yun. Makikita niya kagad yung target niya. The time it would take for him to find that weakness thread would be much less. Mas mabilis niya maka-carry out yung trabaho niya.
So, his game sense, we'll call it game sense, yung weakness thread na yan, no? Like, to hunt people.
Yes. Actually, like they called it back then in Season 2 was selective targeting.
There you go.
Like, very, very precise na ito dapat yung tatamaan ko. Rekta, yan lang ang tatamaan ko.
And you said Season 2, right?
Season 2, yes.
Season 2. And this was before the height of Carteezy.
Yes.
Baby boy pa si Carteezy nun.
Baby pa siya nun.
Oo, prodigy pa siya nun.
Siya yung pinaka-baby nun.
Yes, but now, look where he is. At the top of the world. And because of that, ladies and gentlemen, this matchup is super hard to read. But I'm hoping that we get what we deserve. And of course, for the fans of both Bren Esports and Onic-PH, ispam nyo na yan. Hashtag Bren lang malakas. Hashtag all for Onic. They need your support. The game begins now.
Hi guys, I'm Kayla Heredia, also known as K-Bear, and I'm inviting all of you to come and support Onic-PH.
Go Onic!
Go Team Onic!
Hashtag all for Onic.
Hashtag all for Onic.
Hashtag go Onic.
Hashtag Bren lang malakas.
Suportang MPL. Bren lang ang malakas.
Bren lang malakas.
Hashtag Bren lang malakas.
Suportang MPL. Hashtag Bren lang malakas.
And welcome back, ladies and gents. This is Game 1 for Bren Esports versus Onic-PH. My eyes are being flashed by yellow. And an overlay, absolutely. It's gonna be a yellow day.
Well, actually, seeing your hair, it's actually kind of yellow as well. So, I'm having a much harder time.
I understand.
But
completely
we are
understand.
going to be your casters. I'm your analyst, Butters. He's
I'm
your
your
anchor,
anchor.
and you should be getting it. Okay, that's
I'm
the ball
your
to you.
anchor, Rockhart, and we'll be taking you through this matchup of Onic-PH versus Bren Esports. Now, this has been heavily discussed earlier by our panel, and they completely they can't make up their minds.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Clearly, now these two teams are somewhat kind of equal. I mean, Bren Esports, they've been showing us that, yeah, we're the strongest team right now, blah, 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 yada, 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 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, everything. They are very skillful. They have mastery over their tactics. But the thing is, for Onic-PH, they didn't have the smoothest sailing season ever for them.
That's true.
But the thing is, what matters most is how you finish the season. And right now, these two teams, they have the capability they have the opportunity and the capability to end this strong. Remember, It's not about how you do in the regular season that's gonna make you champion in the playoffs. It's more on the idea of how you adjust to this cutthroat playoffs.
Yep, all of these stats, they don't matter as much.
Yeah.
I mean, they're here to give us a bit of an oversight
Yeah.
of maybe gauge our teams, but those stats, they're out the window, especially considering the performance that we've seen from Onic in the past, the past few days.
There are players that sometimes when you are put in more pressure, the more you perform.
Yeah.
Those things happen. Those things happen, ladies and gentlemen.
And the playoff, of course, the playoff Onic, like our panel said, is absolutely different compared to what we have in the regular season. Regular season, they look like they're kind of on a 50-50. Venus actually said it, right? He absolutely said it right there that we've made some mistakes. We are not perfect.
Yeah.
Right? And it was rocky, but they ended the season strong. And yesterday, they ended it very quickly as well.
They defeated the only obstacle that got in their way for Season 4 and Season 5 from claiming that championship berth. And you know what? Getting the championship means everything right now for Onic PH. Remember, you see players crying, you see players, having an emotional moment after being eliminated from the tournament, from the semifinals or the quarterfinals. But remember, nothing hurts more when you're there in front of the championship and someone takes the opportunity of racing that championship from your hands. That is the most painful thing that you can do to competitive players like these.
Yep, that championship, and now that there's no kryptonite,
yeah,
for Onic, is that gonna be a different story?
Yeah,
that's what everyone who's watching right now are waiting for. And on the other side, it's Bren Esports, so scary as ever. I mean, yesterday they also showed us how dominant they can be, and against a young, hotshot team like NXP, they showed us we are a team to be feared.
Yeah, and as we head on right now to our very first draft, it's going to be Bren Esports versus Onic PH. As you can see, Rio is there, and a lot of these blankets looking cool. Looking cool for the side of Onic PH.
Maybe it's gonna give them the superhero powers that they need. Who knows? It's a possibility, right? And,
yeah. And as you can see, they are here in the MPL studio.
That's right. We can basically reach out to them and grab them if we wanted
and,
to. But we won't do that.
Remember, guys, we gave them
options.
We gave them options.
Yes.
Like we gave every team in the MPL the option to, play in the studio.
And so that's basically one less reason for everyone to,
so,
connectivity should not be a problem anymore.
So if it was offered to them, then that means you shouldn't be having problems if you turn it down. If you have problems after that, it's on you.
It's on you, right?
It's on you, okay?
And so far, I think the playoffs has been a lot cleaner compared to the last weeks of the regular season. Oh my gosh, war flashbacks.
I mean, right now, when we were there, we were casting that.
We didn't have a choice, right?
Well, we didn't have a.
I mean, we did have a choice too about the connectivity.
Yeah, we didn't have a good time.
Yeah.
But looking back at it now, as we are we're in day 3, and tomorrow, we will be ending the MPL Season 6. It's actually a good memory now. It's all a good memory now.
It's really funny when you think about it.
Thank you for making this possible, Munton. By the way, I know you guys are watching.
For sure.
Bren Esports, Onic PH. Let's look at their draft. They banned out 3 heroes here.
Yep, absolutely.
It's going to be Roger, an Alice, and a Natalia. Onto the side of Onic PH, it's going to be Selena, Lance, and the Uranus.
So I really like that. Much respect for the Lancelot of Carl Tizzy. And of course, Selena. This is one hero pick that it always boggles my mind. This doesn't get banned out against Bren Esports. And not giving that to few just boosted Onic's chance in getting this. Now, there's still a lot of options. It's very difficult to completely ban out the hero lineup of few here. But again, without the Selena, man, that's just one free win that was denied from Bren Esports, I think. It's almost all ascertains a win. So Onic has been doing their homework here.
Yeah. Absolutely. You have to be very careful into just controlling whatever there is to control onto the side of Bren Esports right now. And for them, they got a lot of their favorite heroes. And you know what? For Bren, they are really putting Carl Z on that assassin role right now.
Yep, absolutely. They locked it in right away. They don't want to deal with anything else. The Barats is open for Onic PH, and they will pick it up. And again, Wise back on the Yisun Shin. He's been having such a fun time on that hero. So I'm thinking Onic is getting the heroes that they want in this draft. From the looks of it, especially when you see them react, they look like they got it. They got what they want.
Yeah, and these are very I don't know. I haven't seen Onic PH play that Barats in the MPL, but you know what? I think if they pick it, they see something in it. But Wise, this is his ever trusty hero, Yisun Shin.
Your team is banning.
Ever trusty hero.
Yep, it works well for Wise. Now we're on the bans. Valier is out. Eudora ban. That's the first if I've ever seen one. First time Eudora ban. Bren Esports were watching yesterday when my Venus picked it up for 2 games out of 3. And it netted them a free 0. Although Bren Esports is very capable of also handling that hero, the support role is still going to be contested in this last Twitch rotation.
You know what? I'm excited on how this Bren Esports Esmeralda lineup is gonna go, because as we all know, Flap is just a monster in the Esmeralda. And you know what? I like the Eudora ban. Like, you have to take into consideration that Oh My Venus is going to pick it.
Eudora is actually just disgustingly strong right now, I think. And our pro players have shown that it is true. It is a fact. Kadita still has also been shown to be a possible pick for these teams. Kadita is a very underrated pick for a lot of the other teams of MPL-PH, but these 2 teams are the possible teams to pick that hero up. It's so strong. It destroyed games in MPL Indonesia. And it's probably going to do the same if it gets picked up here.
But remember, we are not the same as Indonesia, though.
Exactly.
We have hero picks that don't work in Indonesia.
No, but they already picked it, so
Yeah.
they can pick it up if they want to.
I mean, right now, if we were gonna stick with MPL Indonesia, someone's not gonna pick. Well, no one's gonna pick the Hilda.
Yeah, the Hilda's gonna be out for sure.
Yeah, they don't like the Hilda.
Except Jay likes that.
Jawhead.
And they're gonna go for the Jawhead. Yeah,
Jawhead's great. Jawhead's a great pickup.
I don't think right now Hilda is the right option for the side of Bren Esports.
Yeah,
I think a Kufra would be good.
Open Kufra. Lusty is so well in tune with that hero, and he can do some miracle plays here. Still on the chopping board. So many tank picks available. And it's rare for Lusty to have a lot of tank picks. It's weird. He's just given so much freedom these days, especially because of the bans on so many priority heroes on the side lane, and the support.
Okay. So it's going to be Yuzhong
or Yuzhong. Okay,
and
there you go.
a Luyi.
Is picking.
Okay.
This is not familiar. This is
okay.
Not very familiar, but are we gonna see a flying teleporting dragon? I mean, that's something that's rocking on my mind right now.
Well, it could be a possibility.
Yep.
I mean, getting that full duration dragon onto in front of someone.
Let's do it.
Because sometimes the dragon will be used on the outskirts of the fight.
For the engage.
For the engage.
For the long jump.
For the long
right?
jump. That you don't really, you know, get it to work for you for the longest time. For
you
the
can't
fight.
use it for damage.
there are some seconds there that is going to be wasted
For
but
flying.
you know what? While channeling it, diversion could be there.
I really want to see that. I really want to see this happen. Rafaela, very staple pick for Oh My Venus.
Oh, so this is, I think that Rafaela will give Bren Esports a hard time.
Yep.
Seeing that most of them are melee.
A lot of them need to come up close. Even their mage, this Esmeralda, it needs to be so up close and personal before you can do any damage. I really think that this is going to be this is going to be a coin toss for me. And this Rafaela is only going to make it harder for Bren to secure that early game.
This is going to be very interesting as Oh My Venus and Wise get their signature heroes. Now, these two, it only takes a poke from Yisun Shin and a first skill from Rafaela to just clear out the waves. So, we've seen this time and again, and how will Kartzy, Few, and Lusty deal with this? Because they would be aiming to zone out people with the Loyi and the Khaled matchup for the early stages of the game. Because the thing is, these two can just go in your face and just deal so much damage to you at level 1.
Yeah, and at level 1, and these are the fights that you have to get if you want to get ahead in the matchup. And we are here for the first game in the best of 5 between Bren Esports and Onic PH. Starting to go up into the mid, and I'm really expecting a lot of early game aggression.
I am
coming
too.
from Bren Esports with this lineup of a Loyi. Again, comboed with a Khalid. This is a Khalid in the mid, not an offlane one. And this is definitely a lot stronger in the early, except when you get thrown with an ejector as his jawhead. Here we go.
Now, if you would look at it, Dilar and the others, they are going to the middle lane and they are not letting Kartzy have a good time. And look at this Few and Oh My Venus having a physical attack battle there. Wow, Bren Esports Onic PH starting it very aggressive.
Yep, very, very aggressive. And that's the start you want. That's the start you want to see. This is going to be possibly a high impact battle. And it's going to be so fierce in the early game. That's something that I'm already expecting. So here we go. These are the matchups on the lanes, as you can see. And you can really tell that this is going to be a heck of a battle here. Right off the bat, around the buffs. This is Jay, who's trying to reset that orange buff, but you know what Lusty says? No, you can't. Oh, wait, can he? I think he can.
Oh
no,
my
he wasn't over the kill! Whoa!
And Iyakno is there. The buff will reset, and there's the punish.
There's the punish. Oh my god. Right there, right now. Lusty to be in for a treat here. This is difficult. The early game, Khalid, you don't have that strong of a skill yet. You will get taken out by the burn. And Iyakno, Onic PH, they're getting the lead here.
And Oh My Venus here getting pulled back, but they cannot go for the aggressive here. Onic PH, they're looking really strong right now.
They are. You know what makes you strong? It's a skin for Terizla. If you log in from October 27 and November 13, you'll get a chance to get the Terizla special skin. Hammer Giant. Go to the Trickster's Village event. You'll get yourself a chance to go for those spins 7 each day, possibly for completing tasks.
And Jay here really wants Lusty's former teammate.
Lusty! He pushed back.
He wants his former teammate and he takes him back to their clutches.
So much control from the Khalid, for the Khalid. That's what's the good thing about having this Barats. Look at that. Getting that unlimited sets is disrupting the positioning of Bren Esports and giving them such a hard time.
And Few here is caught in a very bad spot. Bren Esports will get the first kill, and Few will go down.
Few's going down there for Jay as well. Again, this jawhead pick is just working out very, very well for Onic PH. The early game, the ejector plays. I mean, with heroes that need to be held in position, like this Khalid, it's a godsend to have a jawhead in your lineup.
Okay, so there's another throw.
Whoa!
And Jay is throwing the enemies like pancakes, hotcakes.
Dispositioned by a Barats and a jawhead. Oh my gosh, people are flying everywhere.
How do you fight this in currency? He's gonna go down.
Jay!
He actually stays alive.
Wow, the moves from Carl Teasy gonna be able to dodge on out of there, but Wise is getting a huge amount of damage from Flap Teasy and Carl Teasy. He's thinking, I want to help Wise, Flap Teasy rather, but then again, he's in a bad position already. There's no way you can save him.
And he still got
It's a
the
1 for
kill.
1.
It's a 1 for 1, Rockard. It's
boy.
a 1 for 1.
That is really saying something here. These teams rather, going blow for blow in this matchup.
Diversion.
It's
man. There. Few is here.
Go another big one. Jay wants to see if he can just scare off Bren Esports. Maybe a little bit of a mental battle going on.
Remember, Onic-PH, Bren Esports, Onic-PH doesn't have a score against. Didn't get a win on a series against Bren Esports. They were on the same group. That means they will meet twice. But this time around, Jay gets caught out.
Yep, Jay gonna get caught out there. Tempest of Blades not gonna be hitting. Carl TC making use of that just for safety as well. He's not sure where the rest of the Onic-PH members are resting. Jay and Oh My Venus were actually hiding in that bush for a long time.
And Flap here getting consumed by Dilar only to be spat back out.
That's not really how to use it, but you know, use it on cooldown. Just provide some damage and you're already doing your job as a Baron.
I mean, if he was in position for the tower.
Well, big one. Dilar into 2v1. Flap TC might have caught him by surprise. Tempest of Blaze slows him down a little bit, but will be finished off in the end by Few. And on the bottom, it's a free man push as well for Onic-PH. They're not going to give it away that easily. It's a tower for a tower. And we are still a little bit on the tie. 1k ahead for Onic-PH though at 5.5 minutes.
And you really have to look at in a way in which Bren Esports wants to play this. They've been 100% distracted by the movements of Onic-PH right now.
The Onic-PH members trying to see if they can spot out that turtle. It's very, very low. If they give to Carl TZ, it will be very bad for them. Oh, Wise gets in! He gets the steal and will be deleted right away, but denying it will be big. That's going to be fused. Spat out once more by Dilar. And by raw, pure damage, Onic-PH are pushing Bren Esports back.
They don't have their ultimates anymore. They are forced to run back. And that only means Carlsy and the others, they won't have control over the jungle this time around. Onic-PH, they just lose Wise.
They lose Wise. They deny the turtle buff though. That might be a consolation prize. But Onic-PH are still ahead by 2,000. That's saying something. Against a team like Bren Esports, you don't do it that easily. It's gonna be Yaknu. On Cyclone for the jump into the Chasm Blade, but not gonna be able to get away. That is a Ling. You cannot do that.
Yeah, and Wise, Oh My Venus here, staying within their own buff. And this is your Gillette instant replay. Hashtag shave the day. Onic-PH got the turtle, but the thing is, that won't save you from the 3-man setup that Bren set up here for Wise. But you know what? Dilar could have spatted back out to the allies, but it didn't really hit them.
Yeah, it went to the wall instead.
Yeah, it went to the wall instead, and that was, let's say, a few pixels to the left.
Almost.
Almost.
But it did the trick. It took out the target, and somehow it's going to be a very, very big Onic-PH map control lead. They are still waiting on the sides, and big possibility here for a big engage. Bren Esports, they are waiting. They have 4 members spotted out by the Mountain Shocker, and Jay threatening them with Ejector.
Are you seeing Cardsy right now? Jay was on Ejector. What he did, he went close to Jay. And you wouldn't do that if you're a Ling.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, okay, go ahead. We know that you're not complete here. We can see them on the map. That's what's happening here. The vision game is real. Another turtle fight. Here we go. Got Leslie waiting. That is a big untouchable force. Unstoppable force, rather. Wise secures the turtle again. I can't believe it. Yaknu's on the back foot. He's here to clean up. Fuse forced to flicker out as well. And everyone is just running for the hills here. Bren Esports, they are having a hard time with this game.
And Kartzy can't get freedom into this game. Flap hit! Will it hit?
Oh!
Yes, it will! Yes, it will, ladies and gentlemen. Onic putting out a clinic right now in the Celestial Palace.
Woo! That was unbelievable to make that hit just like that against a player like Flap. And it's going to be a very, very bad position here for Dealar. Will get taken out by the Bren Esports duo, but the rest of Onic are here to respond if they need to. No one's going to be fighting off for the meantime.
And right now, Bren Esports, they are on the back end of everything that's happening. They are getting the shorter end of the stick here. Onic PH, they're doing great. They're playing within their limits. They are getting the scaling that they want, the late game that they want, the patient game that they want.
Yep, this is it. This is what they're trying to go for, and that is also why they pick up this Jawhead. It's doing so much to keep Bren Esports in check in this matchup in the early game.
And turrets, let's check it out right now. 3 turrets onto the side of Onic PH. 2 turrets for the side of
the
Bren
ejector
Esports.
again!
And he has the Raging Sandstorm.
Yep, forcing Lusty to use the Raging Sandstorm right there. Not really the way you want to use that ultimate. And again, these are because of the plays that Jays are making.
Okay, Rebo here. Oh,
okay.
That doesn't go to him.
Thank you for the assist, says Iaknu. Ooh, I don't mind if I do. And that's going to be it. Jay with another ejector. Going to be purified right off by...
Well timed.
By Rebo. Man, the doctor.
Well timed.
The doctor's reflexes are pretty much intact.
Yeah, and this guy has been playing ever since Season 1. And you don't see any lapse or any, you know what? Any slowdown from this guy.
Absolutely. He's been a pro for a long time now, for a few years. And he is not stopping right now. Here we go. Jay dives in for the back. And here comes the Flying Dragon. Yu Zhang with the backline attack into that Yu. Oh my gosh, Flap TZ, what a monster! Goes on the back foot and takes down Wise. The rest of the Onic Esports are suffering one by one here. Oh my Venus, gonna be free fodder for Carl Easy. Teleport is here, but Few just way too late.
And that happened to View twice already. Rockhart. First time was near the Little Wanderer. Second time was there near the red buff, orange buff, if you will.
Yeah, that's a free for one.
That's
for Onic PH.
That is not bad for the side of Bren Esports. And these teams, they are looking to show us that, hey, we know how to take our fights. Don't get us wrong.
Nice spit off there. Rebo out of position, but will not be stunned. He can use that falling star moon to get out of the way, but fights are happening all over the map. Tempest of Blades will be going off and forcing Iaknu to use that flicker. And Jay, looking to see if he can protect. He catches Lusty again.
You know what?
Whoa!
You know what? He could have taken down. He could have taken Kartzy could have taken down Iaknu if he had the orange buff. If he had damage over time. But to no avail.
What a long tongue! And that will be able to take out.
Here comes the dragon! Here comes the dragon! Enter the dragon, ladies and gentlemen. But that is enough for the hype as they will disengage.
It's a 1-for-1, but man, that was one of the longest Daytona's welcome I've ever seen in my life.
Have you seen a tongue that long, though?
I have never seen a tongue that long.
All right. Good to know.
That is just disgustingly OP. What a beautiful ultimate usage from Dilar there. And again, we still have a lot of plays being used, being done by Onic PH on this barracks. And
he's just using it at will, though. Just letting it happen. I mean, looking at Onic PH right now, they're getting what they want. But still, Bren Esports, they're not gonna back down from a fight. As you can see, Kartzy finding the right position to get to Wise.
They're ahead in gold. They're ahead by gold by a little bit, but that's saying something. Considering it's been Onic who has been proactively seeking out the fights ever since minute 5. And now, we're gonna see some items here.
Okay, so now, Sea Halberd is there, Berserker's Fury is there, Endless Battle. I think Kartzy is probably gonna go for a Demon Hunter Sword next. These are things that you really have to consider when you're facing off against a very tanky lineup as Onic PH. And
Oh,
that
there
is
you go.
going to be Iyaknu going down.
All out of nowhere, Carl Teasy able to make an assassination happen on the top lane. He's going to be able to get on out of there.
And this is really just Bren Esports having control over this phase of the game.
Very fast, high-octane game for
Yeah.
Bren Esports and Onic PH. Absolutely beautiful to watch. And now we'll see if Onic will try to go for it. Jay spots them out. He knows this is happening. He knows he can do something, and he pushes Lusty back. Another Raging Sandstorm used defensively. That's just what you want to do. You want to deny all of these big-time ultimates from Bren Esports so that they don't have an option to engage later on.
The moment they saw that the turret was getting taken down by those cannons on the bottom lane, what they did was they played around a bit, and they were actually letting Onic PH just be aware of their surroundings and to just stay in place, because they know that if they prolong that turret will go down to the bottom lane and they will have a much better control of the enemy's jungle.
Yeah, that would have been so much better if they could do that. But of course, this map is just split. There's no one who's controlling the map altogether, except maybe Onic can kind of extend because of Dilar, because of the Barats.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's still a pretty even fight.
But if ever someone goes down here from the side of Onic PH, like that would be detrimental to their map control. Considering that Bren Esports right now, they got all the side lane turrets here from the side of Onic PH. They only need to get one more onto the middle lane. They just need to get that tier 1 middle lane down and they will have map control. Well, for the side of Onic PH, they should be aiming on how to get the side lane shoved to the side of Bren Esports.
Yep, the side lanes are basically a big deal when you go for lords like this. Right now, they want to go for the engage. They throw back Lusty. Lusty is going and spinning and making sure that he's not going to go down without a fight, and he's able to sustain. Also has the immortality in case he needs it, but will not be proc on the PH. They're being a lot more careful at 15 minutes in the game.
And they're much, I think Bren Esports is much happier with this current setup right now that they're having. 4 people are going in front of each other. Then they are dancing around, waiting for the right time, for the right opportunity to do things. But for Karlzy, what he does, he just Finch poises to the top, Finch poises to the bot. Diversion is there as well. If they need to defend, they can defend the sidelines.
It's the big engage! Right there! Big teleport into the back foot. They're looking for Wise! He's the target! He's the lone attack that Bren is going for, and they get there what they want. Oh my Venus is next. Immortality will be popped, but that's not gonna matter. He's gonna go down instead. Iyaknu had to walk all the way from the top. And he's way too late to the party, but he's still gonna try to go for a few. He will take him out with the help of Dilar. And the rest of Bren Esports, they're collapsing very, very hard on the Onic PH members remaining here. Iyaknu is trying to sustain, but he cannot do it against Carl Teasy.
And while that's happening, a turret went down onto the side of Bren Esports on the top lane. 2 turrets down, 2 outer turrets down on the side of Bren Esports. Onic PH, they're running around, they're playing around, and the bottom lane is shoved to the side of Onic PH onto the bottom lane. They have to defend that. That means one less person down that can play with this Lord contest that Bren Esports is doing right now. And Onic PH, look at this, they actually get the kill on Flap.
They got the kill on Flap, and again, Few is still down. It's a 3-man Lord. They want to go for it. They don't care. They're fighting. Lord is very low. No retribution available. 4 Onic PH means that Bren will secure the Lord.
And that Barrett goes small. Jay here, Immortality has been popped. A bit of a recall there. And Jay
Yeah, they're just playing around.
Yeah, Jay
Look
will go
at this.
down. Jay,
Look at this.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Run
Waste
him
time
home.
here. Yeah, go ahead.
Run him home.
Of course.
Run him home. And they know that Jay knows that he's dead at that point.
That was like a solid 30 seconds that they didn't do anything. I don't know. But here comes the replay. Full targeting on Wise.
Yeah, and considering that Flap here is on the Yuzhong, we've said this time and again, if you're gonna play YSS, please do ban out the Yuzhong. Yuzhong is not a good matchup for YSS. Why? Because for YSS, you need to refresh traceless. If you don't have that dodge, then that means there's the dragon form, the black dragon form, and there's the jumps that's gonna come out from Yuzhong. So you have to get through 2 gap closers, and you only have 1 dash.
Yeah, that was a short inhibitor, by the way, being secured with that Lord. Will be defended by Delor, by Yaktu rather. And the rest of Bren, they're engaging on the top. Vibe is flying. He's doing everything. He's hitting everyone with the essence. And it's going to be Few very, very low. Jay is trying to sustain, but he can't. Cartesi's is just way too strong. And now, they're going to be able to get away with 1 death. But they're able to defend.
Bren Esports, ladies and gentlemen, they are manhandling Onic PH right now in terms of getting the gold, getting the map, and getting the objectives. But look at this, 17k for Currency, 13k for Wise. What's happening here?
This is not what's happening. This is not what usually happens. Man, Delar is just having a hard time in finding targets now. It's scary to get a target because any target you get, except for Few, is just so scary to put in your teammates.
And as you can see,
what an engage under the tower. They don't care. Fighting under Tempest Blades Flap easy. He is taking everything. And they are able to get a target. Iaknu's down. There's a lot less more AoE. A lot less more burn. And there you can go for a push, but the minions are missing. The wave clear for Onic PH is still present. Just because of this Barrats as well.
And as you can see, diversion is there under the back lines. Few here will get caught out. He gets stunned, and he is the target here.
He's the target. There's no more Loyi on the foot. But because of that, Onic PH will be able to hold back the onslaught of Bren Esports.
And Onic Magic, they need to make it happen right now. They need to show it right now. Onic Magic, where is it?
They've got some magic tricks up their sleeve. This is the time to show it up. And any smart use of the Barrats is going to be needed here. Like, they're always going for a Few. That is the right thing to do. But the Cartesi magic, Cartesi power is just something that you need to deal with instead.
For Onic, you can see that they're really lacking the damage right now. I mean, they can take Bren Esports head on, but in terms of damage output, Onic PH will just lose that battle all throughout.
Yeah, Weiss is the target. Even Cartesi goes to the back line. Flicker out by Oh My Venus, and the fight is erupting all over the map. They go after Jay instead, and they will take him out. Lusty going to be in front as well. It's a very healthy Onic squad. They're only 4, but they are very high HP, which means they can go for the chase if they want to. They're doing that right now.
And look at this, Villar.
On the back line. Oh, Yaktu. He's absorbing all 3 Bren Esports members. Cartesi, he's looking for Wise, but Wise still has the immortality. I don't think he's going to go down very easily. And there goes Few. He's back. That's how long this fight's been going on. Few's already back on the field. And able to disengage with minimal damage.
They can sustain. Onic PH can sustain the damage of Bren Esports. But the thing is, they cannot take down the people here from the side of Bren. If you would look at their items, Dilar is relegated to attack. So that means in terms of damage output, they have 2 tanks in Jay and with Dilar. Now, where does the damage come from? It comes from Iyaknu, it comes from Wise. Iyaknu has tank items too.
There you go, another big one from Dilar, but he will get taken out before he can spit it out. There you go, it's a big defensive Raging Sandstorm, but that's all you need. They just need to stay alive. They just need to take down the... Oh, Cartesi, he wants to go for the finish.
He didn't have minions.
No minions, but he's going to be able to push on very, very close. That inhibitor turret should go down soon. He has the immortality. He's flying all the way out. And Yaktu makes it in time to keep the inhibitor alive.
All right, now Bren Esports, eye on the prize. They go straight for that Lord, that Luminous Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, it will bump into the base. If they get this, it goes to the bottom lane. So with that in mind, Bren Esports should be placing themselves comfortably up top, mid, or probably walk with the Lord.
And the Lord will be taking out Bren Esports. Again, Onyx defense is just spectacular in this matchup. Despite being down by 7, actually make that 8,000 gold, they're doing what is necessary to stay alive in this game.
Bren Esports, they run a Luyi. They haven't run this ever since the regular season.
Exactly.
What can't they do?
That's the question. That's the beauty of Bren Esports as well. There's always something in the back of these guys' pockets.
But you know what, Onic PH, they found themselves losing game number 1 of the regular season, and they just do fine. Let's see how will this pan out, and Few here on the back line. Why are you there?
Few's in a very weird position.
Are you gonna cut out the creep waves, the minion waves?
Yeah, he's trying to use that AoE, get rid of the minions, making a lot of pressure on each and every side of the map. But Bren Esports, they're not going to use that Lord push. Apparently, they're just waiting for a good chance to hit someone.
Yeah.
They will.
And they put Jay there and Lusty getting tossed back.
That's going to be immortality pop for Lusty under the tower. Raging Sandstorm will save him. Only for the meantime, Few is in a bad spot. Forced to use Winter Truncheon. And the flicker out instead by Yaknu. Oh, there's a chase. Rebo! He's not done with you yet.
And this is why Rebo is still with Bren Esports for the longest time. Onic here takes down Few. Few here is going to be the only casualty on the side of Bren Esports, while Yaknu is the only casualty on the side of Onic PH. But let's make that 2 as Rebo here gets caught out.
Carl TC again goes in with big Tempest Blades. Not yet being used. He's saving it for the last moment. And there he is. He goes in with Wise as well. It's going to be up to Wise to defend this for Onic PH. Oh my Venus trying to keep everyone alive. And they're just about enough. They're having just about enough of this damage output. They want to go for the fight. Wise is doing his very best to stay alive here with the help of Venus. But everyone is just piling on to him. And he will get taken out. And that will be the win. It's 1-0. Bren Esports win over Onic.
Bren Esports there, just showing us why you do not pick a YSS versus a Yu Zhong. You did see the Traceless, ladies and gentlemen. He got out once, but when the jump and the knock-up came, it didn't really make sense for the YSS to live anymore because he was just caught out in the middle.
Yep, this is one of the most ineffective YSS ever of Wise. It was just, he was holding it steady, but they can't do anything offensively. And that's because, again, the only reason that happened is because of the Bren lineup. Because of this Yu Zhong, it's just so difficult to stay alive. It's difficult to free hit. We've never seen Wise free hit perfectly in this matchup, even with the Barats in the front line.
This is his comfort hero. This is Wise's comfort hero. This is his most successful hero into the MPL regular season. He's taking it to the playoffs. And to be honest, ladies and gentlemen, this is a really hard task to do for Wise if you don't set him up properly in the draft. 100% sure that Bren Esports will be aiming to get that Yu Zhong time and again, because this is gonna stop Onic PH from picking Wise's most comfortable hero.
Exactly. And it was already drafted pretty well. It had the bodyguard Jawhead. It had the Barats to make sure that, you know, Bren Esports was always busy. But still, Bren Esports knows. They know how to prioritize.
They know how to.
They prioritize. No matter what your frontliners do, we are going to dive into you. And it showed to be an effective strategy. So, I don't know. We'll have to analyze that a little bit further. But first, let's go to our solo analyst, Wolf.
This top 5 series between Bren Esports and Onic PH. Tingnan muna natin ang draft at ang mga heroes na napili ng ating pare sa teams. I was actually looking at the draft and na-feel ko na even. It was even. In a way na comfort picks para sa Onic, comfort picks para sa Bren. But I think ang pinaka naging problema ng Onic PH is yung fact na kanilang damage output ay parang nang kinukulang sa late game. The scaling is not there against the sustained-based lineup of Bren Esports. If you're looking at Esmeralda, Yuzong, Khalid, Makukunat, Sustainable, well, there were Sea Halberds picked up by Onic. Pero if you look, the grander scheme of things, wala silang way para mag-deal ng malaking true damage agad ng mga nukes. And many times, in the mid-game pa lang, naramdaman na natin yon. Ang ganda ng performance ni Dilar, ni Iyakno, as well as Wise in a way. But Bren Esports, everybody showed off. Maybe, pag nakita natin yung mga damage output ng mga members ng Bren Esports, makikita natin kung gano'n ka-impactful nga sila sa laban. Looking at Rebo, ni Esmeralda, pag tinignan mo yung Onic lineup, sa early at sa mid, siguro kaya nila yung Esmeralda. But in the late game, pag na-build up na yung items, kinakapos sila ng damage output laban sa Esmeralda. And that is also true for the Khalid as well as the Yuzong. Sobrang free game eventually para kay Flap TZ. I mean, nakikita mo yung Onic, na-outplay talaga nila yung Bren Esports in the late stages of the game. Pero mas madaming outplays na nagawa ang Bren Esports dahil na rin comfortable sila. I see that Barats, although maganda siya sa game na to dahil maganda yung kanyang guaranteed lockdown, it's just that Bren Esports knows the timing of the Barats. Like Tempest of Blades para makancel yon. Sometimes wineflick Kairan, although kailangan magandang sobra yung timing mo for that. Of course, the quick sand guard and Khalid in general, wala siya masyadong pakialam sa gobble up ng isang Barats. And lastly, Yuzong with the transformation, the dragon form, hindi rin talaga siya talagang pressured in this game. When I look at the highlights of that previous game, man, a lot of highlights, diba? Hindi katulad nung mga iba natin nakikita mga playoffs games na tactical approach. This time, it's also tactical, but at the same time, ang daming highlights. Gonna have to give it to Onic PH. For the early stages and the mid stages, they are leading. Nakakuha sila ng crucial kills. Napigilan nila ng kaunti etong si Carl TZ. But the problem with Bren Esports, the problem for Onic PH, I mean, with Bren Esports at ang paggamit nila ng Ling, laging nakakabawi si Carl TZ. As long as hindi siya namamatay, which is in this case only once, goods na goods siya. Flap TZ is my own personal bet for the MVP, although I'm not entirely sure who will be the MVP this time. Pero kung hindi dahil sa kanya, hindi makakaraos ang Bren Esports sa early and sa mid game. Kung paano niya kinontrol itong Yuzong, tamang main maxing ng specific hero na to para hindi siya mamatay. Onic PH, nakakuha sila ng 3 turtle or 2 turtle na nakaw pa laban sa Bren Esports. Pero eventually kasi doon din sila nadali. Kahit pa nananalo sila sa fight na yon, so nakakuha nila yung turtle, they don't necessarily win in terms of economy. Kasi kung mamamansin mo, after a few seconds, nakaheel up na agad yung mga members ng Bren. And I think the best play we will see later, eto na yata yun. They went, hindi pa ito yun. But we will see something like that, na gagamitin nila yung diversion ultimate ng isang Louis for that dragon form. And nakita natin dito yung Onic PH, na nanalo naman sila ng clashes, but they cannot stop the Carl TZ Ling. At nakikita natin ngayon, etong dragon form from the Yuzong. Sobrang ganda kasi, they came from this spot. Because kung nakita nyo sa inyong minimap, nandito yung Louis. And you're thinking, bakit hindi sinama yung kahit sino doon? Medyo hula. Kasi alam ng Bren Esports na pwede sila maglagay ng isang Yuzong doon sa backlines kahit ilan pa yung nandyan dahil alam nilang hindi siya mamamatay agad. That's how confident they are. And that's the nature of the hero. Ngayon, dahil meron silang extra information, isa sa mga keys to victory natin for Bren Esports is controlling the Vision War, di ba? And this particular play from Bren Esports really showed what Bren Esports can do. Kahit pa sobrang lakas ang kalaban nila. So, little by little explain natin, tineleport nila using the diversion, etong dragon, kasi nga makuna at hindi mamamatay, nakita niya 3 yung members nandun. Particularly, nakita niya si Wise. Sabi ng Onic PH, okay, mag-back tayo, merong dragon, nakakatakot yan. I think that's a natural decision and it's correct. Sabi naman ng Bren Esports, uy, alam na natin kung nasan Yi Sun-shin, punta na agad. And that's exactly what they did after. Chase from Bren Esports, definitely destroying Onic PH. Kasi nagkagulatan, kahit gaano ka kalupit bilang isang Yi Sun-shin, kahit ikaw ang Yi Sun-shin God ng Pilipinas, you cannot survive this play because Bren Esports ang ganda ng pag-checkmate nila. Nagkakaroon ng balitan ng mga plays from both teams for Bren Esports and Onic PH, but it always favored Bren Esports in the end. Onic PH gave out their heart. Ganda ng mga plays ni Delar. Iyakno was trying his best. And even Wise, after that play, bihira na siya mahuli. Unfortunately, dahil focused para sa pag-survive si Wise, bigla na wala ng damage output ang side ng Onic PH. MVP of the game. Let's Flap TZ. And I know that anybody who watched that enough, that game, hindi ito magiging successful para sa Bren Esports kundi dahil dito. 3-4-11, not the best stats in the world, but game-winning plays coming up from Flap TZ and the rest of Bren Esports. Kaya naman nanalo sila sa Game 1 ng Best of 5 na to. Mga kaibigan, that's just game number 1, however. We've seen Onic PH struggle before. So far, I think Bren Esports ay nananalo palagi sa Onic PH in MPL Season 6. Will Bren Esports get the 2-0 or makapag 1-1 pa ba ang Onic PH? We'll find out. But if you want to show your support para sa Bren Esports squad, to scan this QR code. Maganda kanyo ng trajectory. kung gusto naman ng hashtag all for Onic or hashtag Onic Magic, pick it up dito sa support, dito sa QR code na to. Just scan it out and show your support for the teams. Hindi lang naman sa teams ang gusto natin matulungan. Of course, the whole of MPL-PH scene sa ating tulungan. So if you want to support it, scan this QR code as well or like and follow the page fb.com/MPL-PH official. Also, we would like to hear from you guys. Kung meron kayong mga opinion, it's better if we get it through this QR code as well. We have 2 sets of QR codes for your surveys and sana makikooperate kayo lahat. Makakatulong po yan na malaki para sa eksena ng Mobile Legends in the Philippines. Siyempre, para mag-give back sa inyo sa mga nagstay para dito sa analysis na to. Don't worry, every time that there's an analysis segment with me in here, ako bahala sa giveaway codes nyo. We still have 3 giveaway codes every single game, every after game. And I do hope na sasamahan nyo ako ngayon na aralin yung mga games natin na susunod. Like I said, this is just game 1 of a best of 5 series. Madami pa tayong makikita. And I'm sure that Onic PH, hindi sila magpapabawi. Then again, Bren Esports, mas gusto nilang manalo ng sunod-sunod. And I'm sure na hindi sila magdadalawang isip na mag-bully or maging aggressive laban sa Onic PH. I'm excited to see that for sure. My name is Wolf, your analyst. Ibabalik na natin sa mga casters.
And I have to say, that really was one of the most successful defenses of a team I've ever seen. But of course, despite that, you cannot really just stop Bren Esports in their tracks. Very difficult to do, especially against a team like that.
Yeah, and clearly, they had the sustain to go head-to-head with Bren Esports' lineup. But the thing is, if you can sustain hand-in-hand, then that means the one who has better damage will be the ones on top.
Absolutely.
And Bren, they had better damage. It's as simple as that.
That was just that's just it, right? There's just no way to substitute pure, unadulterated damage with just defending, right? It's just not done that way. So, yep, there's still a lot to be done here for the draft. I think that was a pretty good draft, but they need to be a bit more offense-oriented instead if they want to keep up with, especially with the moves of Carl Teasy, man. It was not in. It's like a Jawhead is not enough to defend against him, right? Even a Barats was not enough to defend against him.
So there is a delay in the stream, and they are actually trying to see who's the MVP.
Oh yeah.
And as you can see, there is a delay, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, there's
While
a delay.
We are casting in front of you right now.
That's what
they
see.
only are in that, post-game analysis segment. So who knows?
Yep.
Well, I don't think that it's a valid reason to tell us that, it's a stream snipe or anything. Then again, ladies and gentlemen, we are headed to game number 2. And this is semifinals 2. If you haven't watched the first series of the day, Omega cemented themselves as the grand finalists, the first grand finalists of MPL-PH Season 6 playoffs. Now, after the series, we will know who is going to be their opponents.
That's right. We will know.
We will know.
Omega, they've been celebrating. I've seen Hajizi really pop off, really pop off on social media. He looks very happy. And aside from the 200 kills that he got, he also got the victory. That's one good reason to celebrate. And again, Carl Teasy is also, he's gunning for that 2-0-0. So definitely something to watch out for is the amount of kills that Carl Teasy will get under his belt in this series.
Yeah. Clearly, there are things that Bren Esports can still do, and it's scary that they can make that certain lineup run. Few on Aluyi, you haven't seen Aluyi yet.
Man, so many surprises
from Bren Esports,
oh
and
my
yet
gosh.
they make it. It's like Mobile Legends and their heroes is an extension of their bodies. It's like, you know what to do in this high pressure moments, and it seems to me like Bren Esports are really built to be contenders for the season.
Absolutely. They've studied their way into each and every matchup. They've given a lot of thought to their draft. As always, very spectacular draft. Knowing the ins and outs of your draft, it looks like they practice it like thousands of times a day.
Yeah.
You know, obviously that's not possible physically, but that's what it feels like. And they are making it work. Definitely making it work for themselves in this matchup. They're showing up, even though they were supposedly behind in some of the turns in that matchup. They had a pretty fun time there.
They had a pretty fun time, man. I do agree with that, and it's Onic right now. They have to make the most out of the chances that they have, and for them, they only have 2 more games.
2 more games.
They only have 2 more games to give to Bren Esports before Bren Esports just takes this finals. They have room for error. This shouldn't be a problem for the side of Onic PH. Onic PH is a team that actually lost a lot of their game once in the regular season, and I feel for Onic PH with their form right now, they are more capable of getting back into shape.
Yep, getting into shape is something that's still very much possible for Onic PH. There's a big leeway. Again, sometimes some teams they do that download kind of thing, that download game kind of thing. Obviously, this is not it.
Yeah,
it really looked like it was a very close fight, and it's very difficult to do against a team like Bren. You saw yesterday, Bren was just finishing games so quickly. 12 minutes, I don't know, 14 minutes.
Yeah,
so quick.
It's Onyx's way of it's Onyx's way of adapting, adjusting, and not giving into the pressure. That will save them from this certain Bren Esports lineup that we know. Because as we all know, Bren Esports is really known to dominate teams. Now, if you're going to lose morale over this loss, then that means it's not going to be good for you. So what Onyx should do right now is they did well on the first game. They just lacked a bit in the drafting.
Yep.
So what they need to do right now is to play their game and make the most out of the idea that they are the first pick into this series.
Yep.
Just plot it out properly and never lose the damage. I think the Thams and the well, I do remember one time on the regular season where Iyaknu went for a full damage build Thams. You could have done that if you wanted to.
Yeah, and then there are strategies. Certain strategies are still available for them as well. Iyaknu going on the jungle Helker. We've seen that before. It's not far to be used, especially against a team like Bren Esports who values the vision a lot. So I'm expecting that something like that, something to that extent. Again, we've seen it on the keys to victory. They got to deal with Bren's vision. That's what the panel said before the game started. And apparently, that is true. So what can they do? They should absolutely ban that Selena. Yep, absolutely. Do not, that's it, cardinal sin against Bren Esports. And again, deal with Carl TZ heroes. Apparently, that's what Onyx doing. The full ban on the Lancelot and the Ling. That's not something you see every day.
Onic PH. Who will they go for? They have the Khaled in front of them. They can still go for the YSS if they want to. They don't ban the Yuzhong in any way. Because I'm pretty sure that Onic PH is probably still thinking about YSS right now.
Probably, right? Probably thinking about YSS. But again, what if it doesn't get picked up? Will it be taken by Bren Esports? That's something that's probably in their minds here on the second pick rotation. Should they lock it in, or should we risk of not picking it and then run it and then get into a possibility of 1, it can get picked up or it can get banned out, or 2, it can get picked up by Bren Esports? That's just, you don't want that. You don't want that to happen at all.
Yeah.
So I think it will be a lock-in. I mean, the YSS earlier was fine. It was just that there were so many tools for Bren Esports to deal with it. And they go for Roger instead. On that carry, they have had success with this before.
And I would like to greet our stats man a happy birthday.
Your team is
And yeah, may you have many more birthdays to come. Wolf. We're talking about Wolf. So
Yes.
For Bren Esports, oh, they pick Harith. Wow.
This is
I like it.
Okay, this is different. That's a lot of that magic damage on the side of Bren Esports. And happy birthday, Wolf. If you guys are watching, go to Facebook and greet him on his Facebook page. Absolute. You know, he's one of the best here in the MPL. One of the best minds of the MPL as well. You know, aside from the coaches, you know, that there's Wolf. He's always coming up with some stuff. So show him some
Your
love.
team
Go
is
to his
bound.
Facebook page and greet him a happy birthday.
And these Bren Esports got the times, got Esmeralda. And I'm kind of surprised that Onic PH still giving them the Esmeralda.
Yep, Esmeralda. Rebo played it very well. So many clutch plays from this Esmeralda, actually. So I'm not gonna be saying anything bad about that. It's just that there's a lot of magic damage on Bren Esports, which kind of could get picked up, negated rather, by Oracles.
Okay, so we are on the second phase of banning. They ban out the Jawhead, the Valor on the side of Onic. Bren banning out those Dilar heroes. They ban out the Dilar heroes. Oh, probably Yakno heroes as well.
Yakno and Dilar heroes. Oofra! Wow. That's a big pickup. And that's going to give the Roger and the Khalid a very hard time in this matchup. Not to mention they have to do it while dancing around a Zaman Force. Makes it a little bit more difficult for Onic PH here. Now they're going for the picks. We see a double core setup again. Definitely a support here for offensive support is definitely needed. Farsa would not be ill-advised. I don't mind going for a Farsa here.
Yeah. With Bren Esports lineup in your face, you can punch them heavily by picking up a Farsa. I'm not gonna lie, that's true. Not
There
gonna
you
lie.
go. Thanks so much.
Farsa Natalia. But I think Natalia here.
Natalia might be overkill, but
I mean,
if you're really there, you go. This
now,
is what I'm talking
this
about.
is where it hurts.
This is what I'm talking about. Here we go with another Kadita.
This is where it hurts for the side of Onic PH. Not gonna lie, that Kadita could make or break their lineup here. Onic PH, if they get a good early game, they could stop the Farsa from actually scaling up. But for Bren Esports here, as long as that Farsa, that Kadita could get his Clock of Destiny, could get in good positions, Farsa will always be scared of his life. Because the thing is, Ocean Oddity, Breath of the Ocean, Rough Waves, those are skills of Kadita. Well, all of his... Oh, well, I did name all of his skills.
Yeah, basically.
Tasalophobia. Tasalophobia is a passive. I'm just gonna add that, so that makes it 4.
There you go. So the skill set of Kadita is
so conclusion. I know all the skills of Kadita.
Exactly.
But then
List
again,
that
I should know that. But you know what? All of his skills could destroy a Farsa. If he's not, if Venus is not positioned properly, he's gonna get forced out.
For sure. So make sure you're careful when you activate Feathered Airstrike, or else that could be it. That could be it for your backline damage, aside from Roger. And you have to be careful as we head into game 2 of the Bren Esports versus Onic PH matchup. Again, so much magic damage on the side of Bren. That's free mages. Count him. It's free mages on the side of Bren Esports. Again, Oracle, expect a lot of Oracle pickups in this match.
And Dilar and Jay find Lusty charging up the Tyrant's Rage. The Tyrant's Revenge.
That's a good pickup. You know what? They denied a flicker. He had to flicker or else he was going to go die here.
And Lusty here.
Yeah.
You know what? I like that. That is actually really cool. And Venus here will force Carlsy out of the Retribution probably. And they catch up
there
Natalia.
you go.
And that Natalia is one dead hero.
Yep.
First blood.
First blood, go in. A nice try, by the way, from Jay, but he will get taken care of very easily. From October 27 to November 13, though, Trickster's Village event is happening on Mobile Legends. So just go ahead and log in. Get those Halloween candies for a treasure spin. You can get up to 7 each day from completing tasks, and Teresa's special skin Hammer Giant is guaranteed within 10 spins. So go ahead and pick that up.
You know what? I just noticed if you, well, let's talk about it later as there is going to be a pick-off here
Yep.
at the side of Onic PH.
Big fight. Carl Teasy is already level 4. That is so fast. Yaktu trying to see if he can sustain, but he's absorbing so much damage from that Harith. It is just difficult to deal with. And Jay going to be picking up 1 for 1. And he's able to get away. And Few might be in trouble here. And goes down to the Lycan Pounds.
And that is the thing about Kadita. Kadita is has good damage, but all of her cooldowns are mid-range. That means it's in the middle. It's not too long, it's not too short.
Exactly. And it also the passive is also very difficult to time. Like you have to really know the timing of the passive for it to be super efficient, and if it doesn't get healed up, you're gonna get destroyed by an execute. And that's why there are 2 executes on the side of Onic PH.
Yeah.
Which is sometimes overkill. You know, we've seen 3, but 2 is actually still a lot.
Certainly. But you know what? For the side of Onic PH, they should be looking at Oh My Venus right now. Mystery Shop, Emblem, the Farza has 3 assists. So, in all honesty, Venus will be getting his Clock of Destiny early.
Wow, look at this. 1v2 and Carl Teasy. There is no fear in the eyes of this boy right there. Going in for a hard fight in the middle. That's going to be Few going down again.
And everyone is just punishing every single hero onto the map. May it be from Onic, may it be from Bren. These players aren't going mild on each other. Nobody's calm. Everyone's aggressive. Everyone wants to fight.
Oh, it's going to be Wise picking up the turtle right there, and then Zaman Force goes down, but he does not want to fight under that ultimate, and that's a very smart move from Onic. You know what? We don't need to fight, even though we got the turtle. If we fight under there, that's still a 50-50. So they went on and go for the disengage instead.
Carl's here getting caught out by 1 faired airstrike pop, and that is going to be a really bad position for Bren Esports to be at. I mean, it's not that well, at that point it wasn't that bad, but if he gets caught out in a bit when Oh My Venus gets his Clock of Destiny and all the other items that the Farsa needs, that's going to be a bad position in the long run.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to see again big engages happening for Onic PH. If ever Flap is not careful, we got a 3-man dive here, possibly under the tower, but no. Onic PH choosing to be a bit more careful. No information on the rest of Bren Esports means that they should not go for the fight.
Okay, so someone's been blocked.
Oh, you don't message us during the tournament.
Blocked.
You're gonna get blocked.
Yeah.
Says the UBS. So whoever's on this account, I don't know.
So our names right now is Butters Cutie Forever and Rock Hearteasy.
What is this? What is this? You're not supposed to do that. That's not my.
That's not our names.
That's not our names. What is this?
Why am I Butters Cutie Forever?
Why am I Rock Hearteasy? It's Rock TZ. Okay, it's no heart. That's just overkill.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Our names. It's. Okay, my name is not Butters Cutie Forever, and his name is not Rock Hearteasy.
Get your facts straight.
It's
Oh
Butters
my
and
gosh.
Rock Heart.
It's Butters and Rock Heart. Okay, thank you. So big fights from Onic. It's a 5-man fight versus 2. Oh my God, the rough waves are not gonna be enough. Oh, actually, will be enough to get out with the Ocean Oddity. The rest of Bren Esports are here to respond. Oh my gosh, Carl TZ is still fighting even though it's a 2v5. Look at this guy. He is flying everywhere. No fear at all. Whenever he plays a Harith, this is just a treat to behold.
And looking at it, Flapsy on the other side of the map taking down a turret. It's... Man, oh man.
It's just...
This is Onic PH just really having a good time right now.
They're having a great time. Dealar finally catches up.
Oh, this is
with
bad.
that oh,
This
wait,
is bad. This
the
is bad.
re-engage! Oh my God!
And look at Flap. Look at Flap. He
Flap
is mad.
easy.
He wants Oh My Venus right now.
Purify is already procced from the Farsa. Now, Oh My Venus will get some of that HP back, but even in the clutches and moments, Bren Esports, they're taking something out of the hat.
And a Yaknu here.
Yaknu here will be in the middle of 4 people trying to slow down. This lore take will be secured by Carl here on the Harif. Now that is a scary Harif with the fully buffed setup. Now, what's Onic gonna do here? Suddenly, it's Bren Esports in the lead. It's small, but it's there.
Okay. A lot of people have been blocked.
I don't know why.
Dilar?
Yeah, one big fight. That's a dive in with the Lycan Pounce. Gets airborne. But not going to be enough there to hold. Lusty cannot take the damage from Onic-PH. And that's another 2 going down for Bren Esports. And looks like Yaknu is going to be rolling up on top just to defend as well.
Okay, so now Onic-PH, they're getting what they want from the map. And they're getting the kills that they want from the side of Bren Esports. High-profile kills. The only person that they haven't killed onto the side of Bren Esports is going to be Karlzy. And Karlzy has been playing in a godlike manner ever since game number 1. So, for this one, let's try to see what will happen when Bren Esports gets to the mid-game. Because as we all know, this is what happened earlier as well.
Oh, wait. They're going to be catching someone here. Lusty. He's low. Feathered Airstrike takes him out as well as the Lars. Desert Tornado. Carl Teasy, he's in danger. He's under the tower. Here's Rebo with a follow-up, though. They're fighting under the Zaman Force again. Yaknu, that turtle buff, really keeping Carl Teasy alive. And Rebo with a great falling star moon on the back line. Finally able to equalize against Onic in a big straight-up match.
Jay, he's trying. He's sizing up his man. And he will go in, and they will get the kill. So that was a good call coming up from him. But here comes the boss.
Here he comes.
Karlzy really wants to get the kill, but doesn't want to get detached from the Salmon Force.
Oh my god, so smart for Onic-PH to just run away when they see that Zaman Force. They know that they don't need to force anything at all. Especially now that the turtle buff is going to be available for the taking. No more turtle buff on Karlzy's Harif.
Okay, so Yaknu and Rebo going at it, and Rebo will just get away from there because he knows that the shields won't be as effective in front of Yaknu.
Yep.
And as Yaknu, you know, the passive of Yaknu stands, the more times you hit him, the less you hurt.
Exactly.
So that means Esmeralda isn't a burst type of mage. She's more on the consistent damage DPS with the Stardust Dance and the Frost Moon Shields. So you don't really want to duel 1v1 Abaxia when you're an Esmeralda.
Because it's just difficult. It's just very difficult for you to do a burst. You know, Falling Star Moon doesn't do a lot of damage. It's more of the consistent hits on the Stardust Dance. And right now, the Wise is going to be in trouble. Put out to half HP. He's like him bouncing back into the field. Even though there's a bouncing ball, it doesn't stop the Roger. And it's going to be Jay looking for a target here. He has that execute. He is itching to use it. But Bren Esports, they're going to stick together. And they're going to go for the push instead.
Look at Flap with a couple of recalls as well.
Of course. Can't go home without your sticker pack. It's always fun to know. I wonder what's the emote pack Bren Esports carries. I feel like they have a lot as well, aside from the teleport.
Oh, Wise. Wise!
Cheeky play there by
Stole
Wise.
that. Jay is here. No.
Very, very easily.
Can they catch up Jay? Jay is on the wrong side of the map right now. It's like he wants to become Bren Esports or something.
Yeah, he's just trying to go into the base, seeing if he can regen from there. Apparently he can't, so he's going to be blocked by the towers. Wrong ID. You don't have an ID, you can't enter.
Okay, Karlzy and Rebo trying to check if they can take down Yaknu. Yaknu actually falls into the clutches of that Death Brush.
Oh, Yaknu, he's trying to sustain. He is very tanky as a Baksha, but you can't do that as much against Carl Teasy. And again, it's a trade. It's a 1-for-1 on opposite sides of the map, but it's going to be Bren pushing on the mid.
And look at this. Bren Esports gets that middle turret, and they get the outer turrets onto the middle lane. Onic-PH, that was a lapse in judgment. Someone should have, you know, defended that turret. That turret was very important to their cause.
big lapse of judgment there as well, for not leaving at least one guy to deal with the minion wave. I mean, that minion wave could have been dealt with very easily. Again, they were trying to go for a big play on the bottom and really was read out by Bren Esports, out-tempoed at that point. Item check.
Oh, let's try to check how much damage can Venus deal. He has the clock of destiny and the necklace of Durance. So there's still no high magic damage output item for Venus here. It's more on just messing up the regeneration that they have. For Bren Esports here, they know that Onic PH does not want to fight right now. They need a couple more items to actually make it work. But they actually let go of the Lord. That was a waste. If they just went straight for it,
I feel like it could have been taken down really quickly, but they're not taking any chances. They know that Onic can be here in any bush, and they're right. Dealer is nearby. So is Iaknu. This could be big. Iaknu's rolling in. Flat TZ is the target. Lord is very low. 2 bars remaining on the health. Will get reset, and the re-engage is happening for Bren Esports. Exactly. Very low. The dive in by Rebo on the backline. Wise and Venus, they don't know what to do. Rough Waves makes a full impact on the Wise. He will get taken out. Iaknu's on the run, getting chased still by Few Ocean Audi for the chase, and the Tyrant's Revenge slows down Dilar. He can't get out anymore.
oh my goodness, this is bad for the side of Onic PH. Onic, they see Jay, and okay, they got the minion. They got the minion through.
They got the minions through.
They got the minion through. They can take down these minions. They can take down these turrets. They want to.
Oh boy, Jay, he's nowhere to be found. He's trying to proxy on the top, on the mid lane. He's trying to stop some of the future minions coming in, but the bottom lane already of Bren Esports will get taken out. This is a big threat. Carl TC is there. He's charging it up. He does not have the Zaman Force. He can't go for the unlimited chrono dashes, but it's not enough. That'll be it. Bren Esports. That's a 2-0.
And they do it. Match point.
Match point.
Bren Esports.
Just like that, Bren Esports. They are feeling very good about themselves. Flap TZ, he's burning up. Will this be the match that will end Onyx's run for the finals?
It's the battle between the black and yellow and the white and black. And honestly, things are looking good for the black and yellow. This is going to be a battle in which Onic PH changed the status quo of the finals when they defeated Aura PH for the first time this MPL-PH Season 6 playoffs. But then again, there's this status quo too of Onic PH eliminating Bren Esports to make it to the grand finals. So that means
we've been here before.
We've been here before, but at a very different position. Onic PH just one loss away from being eliminated in the MPL playoffs.
It's very big. This is a very big story, and we could be in for a big heck of a game 3. It is hot, and again, we have been through a time where Onic Esports have defeated Bren. But, again, those are different times, different staff, different coach, and somehow different players.
I want my social media handles back. That's possible 1 or 2 followers.
Yeah, you know. So,
let's just
we'll
throw it back to Wolf.
Let's just throw it to Wolf. Go ahead and analyze that for us.
From Bren Esports, Carl TZ was amazing. And my name is Wolf, your analyst, and we're gonna be talking about game number 2 in just a bit. Mapapaisip ka sa lineup ng Onic PH. Ang ganda sana ng unang 5. And Bren Esports, napuwersa sila ng Onic na mag-pick ng Harith. Well, we have not seen Carl TZ play the Harith, but we know kahit pa tumingin ka actually a few seasons back, sobrang lapit ng performance nitong si Carl TZ with the Harith at hindi naman din nawala yung bigay na yun. I would say though, the biggest factor here para sa side ng Bren Esports was that last picked Kadita. Etong Kadita na to ay kukuha ng Petrify at makakuha ng free access to the backlines. Kung ang isang Natalia ay nakakapunta sa backlines dahil sa kanyang invisibility at sa kanyang execution potential, ang isang Kadita naman ay may free pass to any part of the backlines dahil sa kanyang rough waves. Crowd control immune at syempre sobrang deadly ng Petrify into rough waves or kung ano man ang combo niyang gagawin. At nakita natin yan meters in this game. Now, backshot pick coming out from Onic-PH was good. Maganda siya laban sa double sustain lineup ng Bren Esports as well as Khalid. This first pick from Onic-PH. Alam naman natin na paborito din yan ng Onic-PH. Siguro dito tayo nadalis dun sa last pick nga naman na Kadita ng Bren Esports. Now, Cartesi dealt so much damage. That's 62k. And if we're looking at the other members of Bren Esports, ganun din naman, malaki yung ambag nila. We want to look at Onic-PH. Ang ganda ng performance ni Wise on this Roger, but it's just that na-check siya ng kanyang mga kalaban. That's the nitty-gritty of things. But I think na mas maganda nating tignan ang mismong mga highlights ng ating laro. I wanna say, hindi ganun ka-importante yung mga initial na clashes. Kasi para sa Bren Esports, ang kailangan nilang lang gawin ay makapag-farm si Harith. That's exactly what they did. The fact that Onic-PH is always chasing Bren Esports, lagi sila naghahabol, lalong-lalo na kay Cartesi, doon na nagulo yung plano ng Onic-PH. Parang dahil nga naman, lagi nilang hinahabol etong si Harith at hindi siya namamatay. Tulad nga sinabi ng mga casters natin na parang eto yung paborito mong kampay sa patintero kasi hindi siya natataya. Well, you have to agree with that because Harith in this particular game did not die once, not even once. At yung Onic-PH masyado naghabol for that. You can see the highlights perhaps kung gaano kalaking epekto ng mga paghahabol na yon ng Onic-PH. You can see na maganda ulit ang start ng Onic-PH, just like in game number 1. But come the mid-game, dun na lumalabas yung mga trade-off. Sabihin na nating nakakapatay ang Onic-PH, but not Harith. And you want to eliminate the Harith as much as possible para hindi siya makapag-farm. So, even when there are kills para sa Onic-PH, kahit nakapag-farm, yung mga supports din nila, hindi valuable yung mga nakakuha kills. Like this one, Wise was able to survive and get a kill onto one. Pero anong kapalit? His own life. Cartesi, he's safe. And this will happen over and over again. Kaya comfortable si Cartesi. Maraming beses nakamunti ka na si Cartesi, pero nakakatakbo pa rin siya because of the nature of the hero and the fact na protektado siya ng mga kuya niya sa Bren Esports. Cartesi was also amazing. And the Rebo Esmeralda, sobrang reliable. I want to say though, this is the play na talagang nahanap nila si Wise. As you can see, that play from few, kaya nila nahanap si Wise and it spelled the doom already of Onic-PH. Without the damage dealer ng Onic-PH, wala silang nagawa. And I think that come the next games, kung gustong makabawi ng Onic-PH, they have to save their Wise King, or kung ano man tawag nila kay Wise. But man, everybody else from Onic-PH is doing great individually. But this guy, Few, outdid them in that particular game. Napakagandang hanap doon sa huling-huling clash na nakita natin na stun niya agad si Few at na-control niya. And dahil doon ay nanalo na nga ang Bren Esports. Man, would have thought that this will go to a match point agad, 2-0. Very close game 1, little bit close game number 2. Let's see kung magtutuloy-tuloy na ang dominance ng Bren Esports. If you are here to support Bren Esports, mas maganda scan nyo na rin tong QR code na to show your love and support for the team. But if you are part of the other ones na gustong sumuporta naman sa Onic-PH at magpuwersa pa ng Game 4, tapos siguro Game number 5, well, scan this QR code. And syempre, gusto rin natin na ma-keep etong community natin sa MPL-PH. If you do want that to happen for more, naku po, visit nyo lang tong QR code na to and syempre fb.com/mplph.official. We'd also like to hear from you guys, so we would love it if you scan this QR code, answer the survey, pati na rin yung susunod na survey form natin dito so that we can get your feedback for MPL-PH. Mga kaibigan, this is such game number 2 of a best of 5. Hindi pa tapos ang karera ng Onic-PH, pero yung Bren Esports, ramdam na nila yung path nila pabalik sa Grand Finals. Dahil nag-stay ka dito ngayon na nanonood ka pa rin, itong para sa'yo isang giveaway code. Actually, 3 giveaway codes ang pinapamigay natin every time na natatapos ang ating mga laban. So kung gusto pa na mas marami pang giveaway codes, mukhang kailangan mo na sumuporta sa Onic-PH para mas marami pa tayong laro. But if you want this to end agad, nako, mukhang Bren Esports, they're on a good trajectory. The momentum is there, mukhang madami pa silang bala. And this is time for Bren Esports maybe reaching into the finals once again. Maraming salamat po sa mga nanonood. Marami pa tayong mapapanood. And fortunately for us, bago pa tayo pumunta sa actual na winning moment, kung mati 3-0 man to, dahil nga nasa match point na, punta muna tayo doon sa malulupit nating analyst sa match point analysis segment natin. My name is Wolf, passing it back once again. Isa pang wild animal out there. Leo, what's up?
Thank you so much, Wolf. From one analyst to another, my name is Leo, also called a panel host, joined here by Chin and Paolo. I don't want to call you Chin Valdez anymore kasi hindi ko alam kung ano status ng last name mo eh. What did your dad say? What did Mr. Valdez say? Ginoong Valdez, tumawag ba? Nag-text? Kasi mukhang nagmamadali yung Bren eh.
Hindi na niya ako, hindi na niya ako kinokontak.
Non-responsive?
Oo, feeling ko medyo delix ngayon. Tsaka, I don't know, like for that last game, feeling ko, kasi malalakas talaga kami mga TZ. Ako si Chin TZ, si
Flap TZ, Game 1, Carl TZ,
Hajiz. Yan, malalakas talaga kami mga may easy sa, sa pangalan.
But jokes aside, ladies and gentlemen, let's look back at what happened here in this series. Isang best of 5. And again, it looks like Bren wants to go on the speed track to the grand finals. Ito ang game 1, their draft. Ling ni Carl TZ, nagwawala. Only conceded 1 death. And of course, the MVP of that game, the Yuzhong on Flap TZ. Sa kabila naman, Onic, medyo maganda eh. They revealed their side lanes very early. Yun ang nanonood natin sa draft. The Barats and the Atams on Dilar and Iaknu. Pero pag-usapan natin yung very last pick, yung Rafaela. We were noting that it could have been a Kadita.
But yung problema kasi doon guys is di natin alam kung naglalaro na Kadita si Venus.
Yes.
Di pa niya nire-reveal. I don't know if it was a panic pick sa Raf. We all know na naglalaro siya ng Raf.
Oh yeah, since season 4.
So yeah, ito nga yung nasa keys to victory natin. Maybe exploit Venus's hero pool.
Choke it out.
And baka nangyari yun sa game 1. Okay?
Yeah.
Actually, meron siyang kadita sa ano niya sa hero pool niya. It's just that di ko alam kung baka last minute choice lang talaga. Rafaela lang.
Okay.
Pero I'm pretty sure na merong kadita si Venus sa hero pool niya.
Something tells me this was a reactive choice and maybe they underestimated exactly how much Bren wants to push in. This is what I'm calling this lineup, yung push-forward lineup. Kasi tinan mo, dire-diretso sila. They don't want to pull back, right? You have the Dragon form on the Yuzhong. You have the Khalid with the Raging Sandstorm. Ribo just wants to keep dancing, forcing the Esmeralda into you. And again, we noted the teleport on
Teleport ng Luoyi.
Fuse Luoyi. Papasok, di ba? So, I guess, ang inisip dito ni Oh My Venus, we can all only really speculate what the Queen was thinking is, gusto ko makipagbakbakan. I also want to push forward and I'll do that with heals and speed boosts.
Actually, okay naman yung ginagawa nila, di ba? I think game 1 and 2, Onic was on a roll. Like, maganda yung early game nila.
Early game.
Yeah.
But mid-game to late game, doon biglang bumabawi ulit yung Bren.
But that is because they always get outscaled. Katulad ng sa first game, Yisun Shin lang yung main DPS nila. They cannot kill a Yuzhong, an Esme, and a Ling that just jumps around and flies around with just a Yuzhong. Barats doesn't give you enough DPS. Si Tamus as well, they're like more of a semi-tank. Rafaela obviously not gonna give you any more damage.
The ult is a skill shot na may stun, pero yun nga, isa lang yun. So I guess they needed more from the Queen here and I think hinanap nila yon. Sabi nila, okay, Venus, mag-farsa ka na. Alright? And they put J on the Natalia. Let's talk about this Natalia. It has a 50% win rate today. I think so, yes. Hayes used it earlier to harass Benny Cutie. It's good. Dito medyo nabitin. What happened?
The way Onic uses Natalia kasi, si Jay lang kasi nag-Natalia talaga sa kanila eh. And if they want Jay to get this Natalia, kailangan syempre may tankiness rin sila sa side lane. Which, yun nga, Baxia side lane. And then we end up having Khalid with a lot of sustain on the second skill heal. But the problem with this draft kasi sa Onic guys, is walang pill Walang feel para kay Roger. Ang makita niyo naman kanina, inultian ni Esmeralda si Roger. Mag-isa lang si Roger talaga. Walang magpipil sa kanya. How exactly do you feel a Roger with an Esmeralda chasing you and ulting you, Tamus jumping on you, Harith dashing around, and then you have the Kadita with the Petrify knock-up combo and with the burst.
Yeah, it's so hard
super hard
to counter and to check what Bren is putting on the table. And let's note here, Carl Tizzy back-to-back with that Ling, impressive performance. On this Harith, all the more, not conceding a single death.
Yeah.
At ang maganda sa ginawa ng Bren dito, Coach Ducky, you crazy, crazy man, they drafted most the heroes that counter Harith.
Right.
You got the Esmeralda, you got the Kufra, and then you call it a day.
Yes, they actually denied pick the Kufra. Okay, it was on the second phase of the ban. And yung Onic, nagban sila ng Valir, which was kind of questionable for me kasi yes, na-pick na yung Farsa, but Farsa could have been a side lane, you know.
Like Toshi does.
Yes,
right?
nakita na natin si Farsa side lane. And then Madame Venus could have used like Valir to counter the Kufra and the Esmeralda. That
To
could have
push
been
him back.
Yes, that could have been an option. And Necklace of Durance as well.
I don't know. Chin, which was the more impressive Carl Tizzy play to you? The way he used the Ling or the way he used the Harith?
Para sa akin, maybe yung sa Ling. Only because here, Bren showed me something also na kung napansin mo yung endgame stats, tatlo yung silver ng Bren eh. But they still won and then walang death yung Harith.
Yeah.
Kumbaga, I think it was like a huge team effort compared to yung talagang mechanical prowess lang talaga ni Carl Tizzy on his assassins with the Ling. So, ayun. I think if we're just talking about Carl Tizzy, maybe it's still on his Ling.
You still like the Ling. Numbers will say Harith, but you like the Ling.
Yeah.
Actually, I wanted to quickly point out, the Kadita is actually a super good pick, last pick here for Bren. Because kung iisipin nyo guys, yung Khalid, pag nag-heal, he is a stationary target. And Kadita could just literally use second skill to cancel that heal and force Khalid to move para hindi na siya nag-heal. Same thing with Farsa. Pag nag-ulti si Farsa guys, stationary target siya. Pag may second skill ka ni Kadita, it's forcing you to get not use your ulti and get out of there. So yeah, super well played from Coach Daki.
Yeah. So now we kept saying after seeing the MPL Indonesia finals, lalabas at lalabas ng mga hero na to. And now we're seeing Kadita become a more normal part of Fuse Arsenal.
Right.
And of course, the Eudora for Venus, it showed up yesterday. Today it was respect banned for
it was
game
banned
number
earlier
1.
for second phase, yeah.
Yeah, and even second phase, I don't know what Onic has to do here.
I don't know too. Baka, like I said earlier, baka ipasok nila sa basic. Hopefully, this is like their last resort. Hail Mary. They need something. It
Show
seems
us
like
a 1-2-2 possibly.
Yes, their original plan did not work. They need something new to surprise Bren if they want to win.
Just in general, what you're saying here, Paolo, is playoffs mode Onic PH is not enough to face off against playoffs mode Bren. So they need something else. They need a shot in the arm. They need an injection of power. San manggagaling yon? We're throwing out all of these possibilities, but in the end, manggagaling ito sa Onic PH. It's gonna come down to the shoulders of Coach Rio. He has to make the right decision here, and the players need to execute. Can they do that? Can they force a game number 4? We'll see. Bren sitting happy and comfortable at 2-0, and they are 1 game away from locking an Omega versus Bren Grand Finals. Kakapit pa kaya? Hashtag all for Onic. Your team needs your support right now. Hashtag Bren lang malakas. Uuwi ba tayo ng maaga? We're about to find out. Let's get into game number 3.
Thank you so much, Leo, and the rest of the panel, Sushin Valdez and Paolo Expert. We are here on possibly the last game for this series. It's Bren Esports versus Onic PH on a 2-0 in favor of Bren. And I'm thinking it's not over yet. I'm thinking it's not over yet.
It's not over yet. I mean,
I have a good feeling. I'm not with any team here, obviously. But I have a good feeling this is going to be a long night. I don't know. I've seen, you know what, one of the reasons why, I've seen Onic. I saw Onic on my way to the restrooms.
Yeah.
I passed by them. They didn't look two-phased.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw them as well, but yeah.
I looked at them too, and They look somewhat kind of jolly. I mean,
They do.
It's those are the faces of people who haven't who hasn't not lost any kind of hope yet.
Yes.
To make it in the grand finals. Now, this is going to be a tall order for them though to make it in. They need a 3-0 sweep.
This is what we were talking about. You were talking about, right? The reverse sweep. That's almost impossible, right? That's almost very rarely happens in esports, in any esports.
Yeah, you see that happen once or twice, but then again, that's probably like 2 out of 10 events that happen.
Yeah.
So it might be smaller than that though.
Yeah,
but
less than
still.
less than once a year, probably. Less than once every few months.
Could this be the reverse sweep of the year?
I don't know, man. But we'll definitely find out as we head into the draft here for Game 3 of Bren Esports versus Onic-PH. Now, that Natalia definitely was not what they were looking for, right? It has a shining moment, but Jay might look a lot more comfortable with primary tanks instead.
I feel that Onic-PH is trying to make this a bit complex for their side. In which that they were really trying to get the best heroes of the meta. They were trying to, fix their playstyle around Bren Esports. But the thing is, the more stuff you try to adjust, the more loopholes Bren Esports find. You know what made them lose that game number 2?
Yeah.
That perfectly placed last pick Kadita.
Yeah, it's like, you don't expect that anymore, right? It's very difficult to expect. So when it popped up, I'm pretty sure like the plans were shattered, right? It's just let's put it this way: what team picks 3 mages these days?
Yeah,
they already had the Harif, already had the Esmeralda. Who would have thought they would still pick the Kadita?
Your team
That's just even no matter who you are, you would be surprised by that, no matter how good your team is.
You could say that Bren Esports right now is actually rearing to stop the rampage of Onic Esports. Onic-PH has been getting a lot of wins recently, especially that 3-0 win against Aura.
Yeah, that was just...
Man, that was. Did you expect that? I did not expect that.
Absolutely,
I
absolutely
put
unexpected.
them. I told myself that Onic-PH could win that, and they probably have a higher probability to win that, but not in a 3-0 setup.
Yeah, just like, oh my gosh, seriously, they had so many opportunities to slip up, but they didn't, right? So, free 1 was what we were expecting, free 2, but not free 0, absolutely. So, absolutely a big surprise. So, now we are into the picks. And Bren Esports, they see a Urine's opening. They said, you know what? This looks good. This looks good. We'll pick it up. There's gonna be an Esmeralda pick for Onic. They know it, but they're ready for it. That's what Bren Esports is showing right now.
Yeah, and Uranus on flap 100% player win rate. Rebo probably has that as well.
There you go.
Esmeralda and Thams Onic-PH got the best side laners of the game, and right now they're going back to basic. Not basic, but back to basic.
He's out there, but
he's out there. He's not playing right now. But then again, Onic-PH going back to basics. This is very standard. Season 5, Season 6 drafting. You get 2 of the best side laners and you just put it there. It's a good balance between magic damage and physical damage, and it's a perfect mixture of tankiness as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Mage tank is the official description for the Esmeralda. Absolutely useful in situations where you want to kind of diversify the amount of damage that you output. Farsa. Wow, what a classic Bren Esports pick right there. And this is something that the Bren Esports lineup right now, it's not too different from what we usually see. Although, because of the Lancelot and the Ling ban, we are going into the marksman territory. Possible Yi Sun Chin's coming out, possible Claude's coming out here. or will we see something new? That's the big question.
But I like Bren Esports first 3 picks. Steady. They showed their best side lanes. They made their side lanes so strong right now onto their side that they can go up against Esmeralda and the Thams. Now, Eudora, that actually stops Bren Esports from getting a lot of these. How do I say this? These pesky heroes that go for retribution, especially the Ling, the Claude, a Lance could probably be in the list as well. Because that is a reliable stun. You don't have to go for any kind of skill shot when you're gonna use a Eudora. You just press it, and if it doesn't get disjointed, Eudora innately has a way to burst you down as well.
And on the second bans, I can still see some. You know what if they target Carl TZ?
Your team
And they
is
go
banned.
for a removal of the Yuzhong just to make sure the Eudora doesn't die. Doesn't get disrupted right off the bat. And the Yi Senshin ban. Whoa! Seriously, Bren Esports. They're thinning out the carry picks for this matchup. A lot of the main priority carries being banned out in this third game.
YSS was banned from the side of Onic. They don't want those kind of heroes now. Roger was banned, so there's no Roger Wise that's gonna come out. What will Onic PH do? Will they go for a Lance? They could go for a Lance.
Yeah, probably. No, Lancelot was banned out.
Oh, they did ban out the Lance.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before. Like they thinned out the carry pool, Lancelot and Ling.
So who do you pick right now? You have Claude, probably. I think a Hellcurt could be good.
Yeah, Hellcurt's probably in the pickings here for Onic PH. And again, Claude is very much open. Harith also get banned out by Bren Esports, really forcing Onic into a very tough spot in terms of the carry role. If they don't pick a carry now, they are gonna get out picked in that area.
It's hard, but they have to deliver. Okay, Onic PH, they took out Wise's Harith. So now, who are they left with? There are only a couple of heroes right now on the carry pool. And carry is a good pick for the side of Onic PH. Probably a 1-1 as well. They could go for a 1-1 side lane, then just get an Esmeralda mid lane for... Well, Hellcurt is going to be their answer. How will Bren Esports deal with this?
It's already a given. I think that's the only way to pick it up. If they didn't pick it up, there's actually a big possibility that Bren Esports might go for it. Claude, nothing too different there. Nothing at all. Now a tank. And I'm spelling the Kufra, but Lusty can go for something else. He goes for a Baksha. Okay, there you go. Something that can kind of live through a Claude, live through a Hellcurt, live through a little bit of the hurting from this FAMs, and you know what? Something else that could come out from Jay. It's gonna be the big question. Big tanks. Something that could have been picked up by Jay was this Baksha, and now it's denied as well by Bren Esports.
Oh my goodness, this is Onic PH with their final possible pick for the series. Onic, who are you picking for a tank? You can go Kufra right now. Yeah.
Yeah, they go for the safe.
As expected.
They go for the safe pick, as you can see. Onic still looking really confident here with Coach Rio right there going for his exit. We're going to go straight into the game very soon. And again, possibly the last game for tonight. We will see if Onic PH can climb their way out of this big ditch that Bren Esports has put them in.
Talent. It's what these teams are full of. But Bren Esports, they've been winning in terms of execution. They've been winning in terms of draft. But right now, this is the moment of truth for the side of Onic PH. How do you deal with Bren Esports lineup? They got the Uranus. They got the Claude. They got all the heroes that they're comfortable with. Now, for the side of Onic, it's not about wanting to win this the game. It's more about needing to win this game. Because they could have wanted to win game 1, game 2, but never game 3. Because game 3, man oh man, this will actually determine their tournament life. How long are they gonna stay on this stage? Will it be extended? Will it be halted at game number 3? Who knows?
We'll have to find out
We'll
as
have
we
to
go
find out.
straight into the game here for Game 3. Bren Esports versus Onic PH in the semifinals of the MPL Season 6 playoffs.
This is going to be really interesting for the side of Onic PH. How do you find Wise as a Hellcrit?
Which is going to be very, very difficult, man. I've never seen Wise play a Hellcurt well before. And I was expecting it to go to Iacno, but again, Iacno is still sticking to this his FAMs, and it's completely different. And Delar is off-roll as well a little bit. He's still off-lane, but you know what? You always expect Delar to go for the FAMs this time around.
If you staying,
that was a little weird.
Yeah. He was staying there, and Iacno bring the fight to Rebo.
First blood already.
Brought the fight to Rebo.
Yep.
I like it.
Absolutely. There you go. Of course, for October 27th to November 13th, don't forget, guys, log into the game and participate in Trickster's Village event. Get the Halloween candies for the treasure spins. 7 spins will get you 10 spins will get you a guaranteed Charisma special skin, Hammer Giant. Check it out in-game.
So now you can see Lusty rotating with this Baksha. And they actually kind of changed the roles or changed heroes, to be honest. Kufra was on Lusty last game, but it was Iacno on the Baksha on the previous game too. So they kind of just switched it up a bit. But you know what? Right now, let's look at the preparations. It's going to be Rebo on the Everest, and they got 2 kills on Rebo already.
Rebo is getting hammered really hard here on the bottom side of the map, and X is gonna be few. Whoa! Hold on there. Hold the door. What is happening here on the bottom side of Bren Esports?
Okay, so right now Lusty is going to drive and going to try to, fix that bottom lane problem that they're having right now. And it seems to me that Uranus is put into the middle lane for a bit, just trying to get a bit of a gold in there as to not be behind Whoa,
look at that.
A lot of pickups happening. 0-4 for Onic PH. They're in the zone.
They're in the zone indeed. In the zone for now. Again, Bren Esports, they're slowed down. They're playing a little bit sloppy in this game. Misposition after misposition. They're being caught by Onic PH all the time. Very aggressive play once more for Carl TZ. Tries to go for the wave, and Iacno waits on the BMI.
He just goes out.
He just walks
casually.
out.
He walks out casually.
Doesn't even need the BMI.
He knew that the slaughter blades are there.
Another burst. Again, because of the Baksha passive, he's able to survive for a long time there. Lusty is going to be able to make it out just in time.
Okay, for Carl here, what Onic PH is doing is they're trying to take the fight to Rebo and Flap. The other members here of Bren Esports is who they are pressuring, not Carl. As we all know, if Carl gets the items, if the others aren't okay in terms of items, then that means Carl is the only enemy.
Yep.
And they only have to take out Carl.
And Carl is just going to be an easy target until we reach a certain point where he has 2 items. For now, even if he has a double buff, he's still not going to be as strong as he should be. And that is the opening that Onic PH can kind of abuse.
And as you can see here, Kartzy getting all the farm prioritization in this game, and Lusty went over his former teammate. And they are just gonna go through that crab coin. They want to get that Wise as well here with the turtle buff, extra protection, and let's look at the net worth here for both of the teams.
Maximum net worth so
Look,
far.
look at Iyaknu and Rebo's gold.
Woo! Look at
And
that.
Oi,
Oh,
Bren.
wait!
Bren,
Oh, that's gonna be a
they go
secure.
in. He goes out, and Flap is safe.
Flap is safe and sound there on the back line. Bren Esports. And that is just what's happening to Bren Esports positioning Rusty. That they have caught out in a very weird and relatively safe area.
Rebo is getting pushed out of his own lane.
That's Yaknu. Carl TC helping out a little bit with the minions. There's a damage output from the Claude. Slows down Yaknu as well. Forced out Cotter Inferno. And yeah, a little bit more sloppy, but this time around, Bren Esports is looking for it.
Okay, so look at this. Oh my Venus just staying near the brushes. She wants Eudora wants to see Few get in the range for the burst. If he can get his hands always on Few, then that's going to be one less problem to think about for a couple of seconds.
Yeah. Again, every time, every moment that you can afford to buy, you take it.
Oh, Dilar. Okay.
Dilar could be in trouble.
Just gonna get away.
But again, those are just a few of the tankiest members of Bren. They're fine with that. Feather airstrike in the middle lane. That's going to be a Kufra jumping in. That's Jay. No fear at all for Jay in this Kufra. A lot of trust in his teammates. They go for the turtle now.
And Bren Esports don't really aim to get anything out of this early game. What they want to do is they really just want to secure the late game from themselves. And as long as Karlsey is farming, Karlsey is at level 10. He's doing fine.
He's doing absolutely fine. I think Carl TC is one of those people that just, he can farm out even if he's behind. It's not just how good he is. So I'm not, that's not what the point of contention should be. Point of contention should be whether or not they're going to get towers. And they are. They're getting towers, Bren Esports. They get some of that gold back, but they're still behind by 3 points, 3K.
Okay, so Bren, how do you deal with this? I mean, for them, this is actually kind of a big lead for the side of Onic. This is probably the biggest lead that they had. Well, I think there's a 4 to 5K range on those leads. But you know what? For Bren Esports, this is not out of hand. They can just come back from this. And Karlsey hasn't joined any fights yet. Now, for Onic, they need to make sure that Oh My Venus gets his items on time. Rebo here just doing the swerve, but it won't really matter as Wise has the physical attacks to make this count. And Flapsy on the range of Venus, will he go for that ultimate? Yes, he will.
Oh yeah, we'll be catching off of Venus. Whoa. That was just very, very ballsy. Again, Wise doing his very best. Go for the bottom lane turret instead. No one's defending. No one's going back.
And there's Lusty.
Oh, there's Lusty. There's Lusty. All right, will it be enough though? Carl TC so greedy under the towers. And his greed is very much well placed. They go for the turret. This is very fast take here. Could be bad.
No, Wise.
Oh, Wise, you're not going
Wise.
anywhere.
This is checkmate for you. You cannot get out of that. And you guys bullied Rebo for the longest time. Lusty made sure to return the favor.
Absolutely. With a little bit of assist from Lusty, we're able to make it work. And Rebo, he's back on the clock. He's doing the split push on the bottom lane while the rest of the team is going for the turtle. And again, Onic is not going to be in any position to take that.
And
go for it.
Is where the fun starts for the side of Bren Esports. Onic PH, they could not hold on to that lead that they set up into the early game. This is bad for the side of Onic. They have to make this count. They have to weather the storm. This is their final chance to make it back and make this to BO3 once again.
Yeah, you got to make it to a VO3 if you want to keep your tournament goals alive. Here we go, Carl TZ with a lace and duet under the tower. Yaktu cannot respond in time.
Wise. Karlsey, he's so good.
Oh, Jay!
Okay.
He catches! They catch on Carl! He's shut down! And that will be the rest of Bren Esports. They're thinking, should we go? They're going to get able to get Jay. They're fighting off under. Oh, they're feeling
Dilar.
confident. They want to go. And Rebo is the one who's doing the damage output in the middle of that fight.
Cardsy, that was a good catch. Jay making it, jumping in front of him and making things better for the side of Onic. But you know what? This is the Gillette instant replay. Let's watch that again, ladies and gentlemen. Jay going in, catches him with his ultimate. But look at Few and the others. They fight in a very narrow area. And who makes the most out of that? Rebo makes out of that.
Rebo
Makes the most
likes
out of that. Flap
Rebo.
on the Khalid likes that.
Boom.
Lusty, his ultimate, he likes that as well.
Literally boombaya for Bren Esports here in the middle of in between big walls. Like your enemy can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Like they're absorbing your AoE. That's how bad that was.
And Bren Esports,
they're suddenly in the lead in gold.
4 turrets on their side. This could be another 3-0.
I can't
for
believe
the
it.
side of Onic PH, for the side of Bren Esports, rather. And
There's
this,
no way.
will this be hit for Onic?
They're crumbling. Onic PH had it. They had huge momentum.
Oh my goodness,
Oh,
this
man.
is bad. Cardsy is at level 14 already. They took him once. They took him down once, but look at Wise. Wise is at 13. They need to fight Cardsy. Doesn't have Purify.
That's right. That is a retribution clause.
Yeah, they have to find him and they have to take him out, and Dilar gets punished once again.
Oh, the punish. Oh my gosh. Seriously though.
Oh.
That is just, okay. That is just absolutely monstrous here. Bren
And
Esports.
Card was like, okay, you can deal with that. I'm out.
Yeah, I'm out. Just go
So
ahead.
mic drop, goes to the middle lane.
I don't need the KDA anymore. I might be at 200 already. I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Jay gets got out, faded airstrike, one more will hit. Actually, 4 of those connect. Jay will get away with a flicker.
That hurts. Now, it's going to be the Lord. It's Lord time, ladies and gents. Are they going to wait for 12 minutes? I think they will.
Are we going to have new grand finalists for Season 6?
Apparently so. And Bren Esports, they've been trying to do this ever since Season 3.
Season 4.
Did they not get in Season 3?
Season 3, they made it in.
Oh yeah, Season 4. Season 4. There you go. But they have been so itching to get into the finals.
And this is the beginning of the end. If Onic PH cannot do anything at this point, Bren Esports will take this 3-0. And if you're an Onic PH fan right now, make sure you guys just raise your hands up.
Give them your energy.
Give them your energy. Go for the Onic PH Spirit Bomb or something.
Yeah.
Throw it to
do
Bren
it.
Esports. Throw it to Onic PH. Just give them the energy that they need. It's still possible for them to make this work. But Lord has been slain.
Yep, that is the enhanced Lord. The Luminous Lord there for Bren Esports, waiting until 12:00 before they actually engage it. That is the right way to get that Lord. And I think this should be it. We're close to the end here. All you gotta do here is pray that Onic makes the right decisions each and every time. But will the right decisions be enough?
And this is an enhanced Lord. This will bump through the turrets. And they catch out Jay.
Okay, Jay with a Tyrant's Rage. Not gonna be enough. The tank is down. The tank is down for Onic PH.
And there goes the TP, the recall, and they are marching on. Bren Esports, they've been itching to eliminate Onic PH because they wanted to return the favor. Dilar trying to get away. Dilar will go down on the hands of Cardsy.
That's gonna be it. That's the last push. Yaknu's trying to hold out, but that's not gonna be enough. A triple kill for Carl Teasy, and that is a win! Your next grand finalist, it's Bren Esports.
And Flapsy choking himself out.
Yep.
And his first playoffs is going to be his first grand finals appearance as well.
Man.
Rookie season And Flap keeps on choking. Because everyone was there. Everyone
keeps telling them that they're
Bren keeps on choking.
Yeah, in the playoffs, not anymore. Apparently,
Not
so.
anymore. Not anymore. I actually put down my glass for that. I just wanted to see if I'm seeing right. Okay, now it's back.
Now we're back, and that is going to be it. Onic PH is eliminated from grand final contention. They will return tomorrow for the battle for third against Execration. But again, that is it for the championship dreams. We will have different set of grand finalists for tomorrow.
I am speechless.
I really am.
We did not expect.
We're expecting a close fight, man. These two teams.
Okay. All matches that happened on the top bracket were all 3-1s, 3-2s. There were a lot of games, but onto the bottom side, it was all 3-0s.
Oh yeah, that's true, isn't it?
And man, we have Omega and Bren Esports for the grand finals, and it's a dance between Rebo and Hayes.
That's gonna be it. I mean, a battle between former teammates. It's gonna be really big tomorrow. It is green and yellow going through the boards, and cannot wait at all. Again, it's been a pleasure casting that for you, and we are your casters. I'm Rockhart, your anchor. With Butters, your analyst. And last words.
Don't miss out on the grand finals. This is the heaviest MPL playoffs that we've been through in the PH, and I'm expecting 7 games tomorrow.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and do that. And let's throw it to Wolf for the post-match analysis.
Napakagandang simula sa Onic PH. I'm sure na lahat ng fans ng hashtag #AllForOnic ay nag-cheer na sa loob nila, although kinakabahan pa rin sila. Unfortunately, it did not end well for past 3 games. Bakit kaya ang Onic PH ang nananalo sa early game, pero ang Bren Esports ang nananalo sa dulo? This guy is the key. Pero masasabi natin, hindi naman magsiscale si Carl TZ bilang hyper carry ng Bren Esports kung hindi rin dahil sa kanilang mga kakampi. I want to say though that probably Onic PH ang kanilang naging fault dito sa game na to is hindi nila na-respect ang staying potential, clear potential ni Few. This guy, the Farsa, was able to delay the game. Sabihin natin hindi napag-farm si Rebo. Mas mayaman si Iyakdo sa matchup na yun. In fact, first blood belonged to Iyakdo. Na-outplay, nakapag-stay si Delar sa top lane. Kahit pa dinodoble na siya doon sa may top lane. And Wise was phenomenal. Oh My Venus was playing the Eudora of his life. Talagang ganda na performance siya. But the nature of the heroes of Bren, in the end, late game, no matter what happens, lalamang talaga sila. Kukulangin ng damage output. Bren Esports. Nakita natin mamaya siguro sa stats ng bawat mandalaro, malaki ang ambag talaga ni Few. Look at that. 55,000 hero damage. And I'm sure kung merong stat line about minion damage, nasa taas din siya yun. Siya ang dahilan kung bakit nakapag-delay ang Bren Esports para hindi mag-snowball ang Onic PH. And we do know that this kind of lineup, lalong-lalo na may Claude, it will almost automatically win in the late stages. I want to say though, yung decision ng Bren Esports na mag-back siya laban sa sustain lineup ng Onic PH with the Thamsin Esmeralda was perfect. Napakagandang choice at nilagay pa nila sa tank para talagang nambubuisit even in the latter stages of the game. Revitalize was also key against the burst potential of Onic PH. Nung una, hirap na hirap ang Bren dun sa burst potential ni Eudora. But eventually, if you build up enough items against Magic, gaganda na nga yan. I wanna say, this game, kung meron mang title itong game na to, Onic PH, para sa kanila, it's the gamble. After 2 games na natalo sila sa Bren Esports at after 2 games na tinatry nilang ubusan ng hero si Carl TZ at hindi nila napagana, tinry nilang isugal ito sa game number 3. It worked wonders in the early stages of the game. Makita natin sa highlights kung paano nga lang nag-develop ito para sa Bren Esports. So, makikita natin talagang dominant performance coming out of Onic PH in the start. Think that there will come a time na itatry nilang i-trade yung base turret, inhibitor turret sa may bottom lane, exchange for any good stuff. Look at the positioning of Wise at tingnan nyo rin yung fact na wala siyang ultimate. Now, this fight happened. As you can see, here in the bottom side of the map, nakita natin si Wise at tingnan nyo yung status ng hero niya, wala siyang ultimate. So, technically speaking, kapag ilikutan siya ni Lusty, kapag si Lusty ay paikot-ikot na ganyan, wala, mahirapan si Wise na tumalon patak. Kasi sasaluin lang yan ni Lusty no matter what happens. And looking at the middle part of the map, you can see na nagte-trade off na nga Bren Esports. Walang wave clear ang Onic PH na katulad ng Farsa. Siguro meron silang Eudora, but you wouldn't want to expose yourself. Farsa is the perfect defense hero, but katulad na rin ni Chango, kasi si Chango masyadong malayong range. Farsa can run away. At nangyari na nga yung trade-off. Unfortunately, para sa Onic PH, this did not pay off. This is the beginning of the time where doon na nga tatalo ang ekonomiya ng Onic PH. We can see that lamang din sila in this specific part of the map, but again, the trade-offs did not favor them in this particular clash. Napakagandang simula para sa Onic PH. Unfortunately, na gulong din sila dun sa dulo because by the way, what a play from Jay. Alam nila kasi na walang retribution, na walang other spell. I mean, retribution ang hawak ng Claude. And wala siyang purify, so hindi niya maliligtas yung sarili niya. So this was amazing play going from this part of the map papunta doon. And hindi ito talaga nahuli ng Bren Esports. However, Bren Esports sabi nila, okay, sige, mapapatay nila si Carl, pero ano ang kapalit? 3 members of Onic PH are here exposed. Pwede sila mag-back in this particular part of the game, but they chose not to. Kasi may feel mo, this is a decision-making sa highly pressured match. And unfortunately, para sa Onic PH, yung Bren Esports, mas kalmado sila at this point. They're up 2-0. Walang pressure kahit ano sa nila. Then decision-making happens. I mean, marami na sanang ways para ang Onic PH para mag-cut ng kanilang losses. But that did not happen. And you know what's next. The dominance of Bren Esports afterwards. Jay, mahuhuli siya. And it's not like there is something else to defend this. Blazing Duet was timed perfectly. Kita mo na si Cartizzi, nag-hit na rin siya ng Torre at this moment. Tapos, naghintay siya ng tamang opening para pumasok ulit. Wala ng skills sa Onic PH na nakapagbuhos sila ng stun. That is when you know that this guy, Cartizzi, this monstrous performance from this scary player, nagbubuhat talaga ng Bren Esports. Madaming nang tawag kay Cartizzi at isa sa mga nag-stick sa akin ay yung Child Prodigy. Naalala natin na si Cartizzi nung kanyang mga early stages dito sa MPL back in Season 3 was known already na tinakatakutan. Now, napunta siya sa isang organization that really, capitalized about dun sa kanyang talents. Sinamahan ng mga gold medalists team at ngayon, mukhang en route na nga to the finals. Finally, lifting the curse of Onic PH na nagbabagsak para sa Cartizzi sa MPL playoffs, and now he is here. If you want to support Bren Esports heading into the grand finals, scan this QR code. At kung gusto mo naman suportahan ng Onic PH sa kanilang laban tomorrow, by the way, meron pa silang laban tomorrow, that is this QR code. So scan this code, and syempre makikita pa rin yan para sa Onic PH. Unfortunately, it's just the top 3 plays para sa Onic PH na pwede nilang pinakamataas na mapuntahan for Bren Esports, of course, ang coveted championship. Mukhang nararamdaman na nila. Visit the official MPL-PH page sa fb.com/mplph.official or scan this QR code para suportahan ang ating eksena dito sa MPL-PH. And kung meron ka mga comments, suggestions, do scan this survey code and fill in para marinig namin kung ano ang naiisip mo sa laban. Of course, meron pa rin isa yan. Dalawang survey QR codes that we do hope that you fill in. And hopefully na marami kami malaman mula sa inyo. And of course, marami pa rin mga giveaway codes before we end this. Like you said, Bren Esports, a dominant performance. It was a 3-0. Nung Game 1, sobrang close. And you can see a team that is challenging Bren Esports, but this time it's totally different. And I think the casters told us na ang Bren Esports ay unstoppable sa regular season. In fact, 3 ang kanilang pagkatalo, isang series loss that was against Omega after Project Next. Pero ngayon kasi iba na. Laban ulit sa Omega, but kasama na nila si Ducky. And it's gonna be totally different right now. Who would have thought na ang journey ng Bren Esports to the top is a back-to-back 3-0 against teams that, can really challenge them. And this is Bren Esports for you. #Bren lang malakas, sabi nga nila. But for all the fans of Onic, you'll still see them tomorrow going up against a big franchise din Execration. That is an exciting match for sure. My name is Wolf. I hope you enjoyed my analysis. Tomorrow, I'll see you for sure. But for now, ibabato ko muna sa isa pang wild beast. Leo, take it away.
Mabangis na analysis. Maraming salamat, Wolf. Once again, welcome back to the panel. My name is Leo, joined here by Chin and Paulo. And feeling ko dito, confirmed, gusto mo na maging TZ. Legit.
Oo, hindi. Actually, hindi naman sa gusto ko maging TZ. TZ na talaga kasi
TZ
ako.
na talaga. Okay. Given the way that Flap TZ reacted towards the camera during that end game nung Game 3, man, parang gusto ko siya makausap. At makukuha natin ang gusto ko. Alright? Sabi ko, kasapin natin si Flap. Here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, Bren Esports' very own offlaner, Flap TZ. Man, congratulations.
Hello. Thank you po.
Nakita namin yung reaction mo nung pinapakita mo yung screen mo Men, trash talk yun Pero...
Choker daw po kasi.
Oo, pero dito,
daw sila.
Dito men, napatunayan nyo na hindi kayo choker. So, congratulations. May mga tanong to. Yung ating mga panelists, pauna ka na.
Ito yung tanong ko sa'yo. Gaano ka-important si Coach Daki sa success nyo?
Sobrang importante po ni Coach Daki kasi siya yung bumubuo sa aming lahat. Ayun
Yan! Banden Ducks! Yan. Okay, Chin, your question.
Okay. So, siguro ito baka pwede itong question ito for both Flap and Ducky, no? Okay, so I wanna ask kasi So I wanna ask kasi yung Onic napansin namin like meron silang tina-target talaga mismo na player. And players and heroes. So kayo din ba? Meron ba kayong specific na player na tinarget?
Meron po. Inubos namin yung hero ni Wise.
Yun,
si Wise.
Okay, alright. Medyo malinaw no, na si Wise nung certain games, lalo na Game 3. Pero kinabahan ba kayo sa mga pwedeng ilabas ni Venus? Kasi si Venus naglabas ng Eudora noong isang araw, yesterday. And today binaban nyo rin. Was Venus as big a threat as possible, Flap? Nagulat ba kayo? Or na-nervous ba kayo sa pwedeng gawin ni Venus dito sa game na to?
Hindi po. Wala po kami nervous.
Walang nervyos?
Kalmado.
Oo, kalmado.
Wala.
Okay. Flap TZ, one more question para sa'yo. Men, lumaki ka sa ML. Sinundan kita nung nasa ka pa? Nung nakasama pa yung mga Signal, Ultra, no? What does it feel like now kasama mo yung big boys dito sa Bren?
Sobrang saya po. Kasi mararamdaman ko na yung feeling ng champion
Yun!
Excited. Okay, well, Flap, I mean, may isa pa kayong laban. Kakalabanan nyo bukas ang Omega. And for sure, gusto nyo nang makapagpahinga. Pero konting celebration muna. Kasi hindi to madali. 3-0, laban sa Onic PH. Real quick, before we let you go, shoutouts at messages for your supporters.
Shoutout po sa Bren supporters. Tapos, kila Boss Jeff. Yung ROG na now, ano raw yung ano?
Basta yun, yes.
Gagi yun si ano kasi.
Hindi, okay na yan. Flap, ito na lang. Message mo, men. Message mo para sa Omega. Haharapin mo ang Omega bukas.
Ito raw po.
Ayan,
Shoutout
okay
din
na
daw
yan.
sa Laika,
Yes.
sa ROG, sa Now. Yun, shoutout.
Okay, Flap, question mo para sa Omega. Silang kalaban nyo bukas. What do you have to say to Omega?
Maganda-handa kayo. Yari kayo sa amin bukas.
Ayun! Gusto ko yung confidence na yan.
Okay, Flap TZ, maraming salamat. And to the rest of Bren Esports.
Thank you po.
Thank you. Magpahinga na kayo. Magkikita-kita pa tayo bukas. It's going to be a best of 7 for the title. Okay, good luck. Sige, sabi mo kay Daki, magpahinga na kayo. Thank you. Good night.
Magpahinga.
Yeah. Magpahinga ka na. Flap TZ, ladies and gentlemen, ang offlaner ng Bren Esports. Before anything else happens, no? Kasi parang Gina G si Flap TZ
Gina G na kagad.
Crazy.
Pwede nga yung Grand Finals, mangyari ngayon, okay na siya Ready na yata
Oo, checkping na daw No, but ladies and gentlemen, that being said, I like the energy. Minsan lang tayo makakita ng team na, na 3-0 mo yung rival mo NXP. Na 3-0 mo yung on fire. Kinuha niya yung init ng aura, kinuha ng Onic. Tapos, ginanon lang ng Bren. So, I can only imagine what Flap TZ is feeling. Kaya yung mga salitang nasasabi niya, I don't blame him.
Right.
Kaya super confident niya. Okay.
Kasi actually, sobrang ganda din nung pinakita nung Onic. Ako personally, nung tinitingnan ko kanina yung game, sabi ko, mukhang Onic to. Pero hindi.
Di pa rin tayo na-disappoint.
Oo, may monsters pa rin talaga sa sa Bren. Actually, I was thinking, itong si Few, may may kasalanan yan si Few eh. Kasi, kailan ba nag-champion ang Bren? Season 1, di ba?
Either main, yes.
Tapos, may nagnakaw ng championship doon. Sino yun?
Si Few.
Yung lason ng Selena ni Few.
Yung may magnet yung araw.
Oo, sinasabi ko sa inyo, SV AIM. SV_AIM 9999 din si Few.
Ibang laro yan,
So, ninakaw niya. Ninakaw kasi niya yung championship eh. So, kailangan niya siguro ngayon, tatry niyang ibalik ngayon yung championship kay Bren.
Fix what was undone.
Right.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, real quick, napakabilis ng mga pangyayari at unexpected, to be honest. Some 3-0s you kind of see coming, if you know what I mean. But this one was something else, all right? Onic PH drops into the bronze match facing off against Execration. That's happening tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. At ang susunod doon, the grand finals. Omega versus Bren Esports. Mark your calendars, turn on your alarms. Ito na ang inyong inaabangan. 6:30 p.m. mga kaibigan. I'm just so ready to see the most technical Mobile Legends I've seen in a while. It's a best of 7 too.
Yes, parehas methodical yung team na to. So, mahirap talagang sabihin na kung sino yung mananalo. At saka yung Omega yung nagtalo sa Bren sa regular season eh.
Poetic justice.
Yes.
Dito rin tayo magkikita pala. And again, it's going to be a great battle of coaches. It's going to be Coach Dale versus Coach Ducky. Both are very good at drafting. Both are very good at execution, and they have all the tools. Di ba yun yung pinag-usapan natin in the Blacklist versus Omega matchup? Bonchan has an amazing mind. It's just that some of their players are younger and just haven't reached their mechanical skill cap.
Right.
Dito yung Bren and Omega, no holds barred.
No holds.
Anything goes. Well, you still have the rules of Mobile Legends, but I'm just saying, right? Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to the best of 5 for third and our title matchup, the best of 7, we also have an all-star match. There it is. It's going to be happening at 5 o'clock. It will feature your favorite Mobile Legends influencers, and of course, it's going to be something else, all right? For the past 3 days, we've been watching super technical, super ridiculous, down-the-wire, amazing Mobile Legends, di ba? Yung mga ginagawa ni Carl, ginagawa ni na Wise, ni na Dilar dito, ni na Flap TZ, ni na Hajizi earlier today, ni na Hate, but tomorrow we're gonna have some fun, all right? Right in the middle of that best of 5 and that best of 7, meron tayong all-star match. The details, it's all over social media. We'll keep it at that, but I'll be casting there for sure. So check it out. It'll be for charity, and you don't want to miss it. Parang ano yan eh. It's a palate cleanser right before the best of 7.
Yeah.
So with that being said, there'll be special rules, and it'll still be on the same stream. Check it out once more. The All-Star match happening tomorrow. It's for a good cause. Please manood kayo. Support Mobile Legends and support your favorite influencers. It's going to be a great grand finals. But before we wrap up, I'd like to ask for your final thoughts. Chin, sa'yo muna, how has the MPL playoffs been for you so far? 3 days in, grand finals bukas. Real quick.
Sobrang daming surprises. And I don't know. I can't help but think na marami pa ulit surprises tomorrow. I mean, if this is the grand finals, and it's been a stretch, you know, from regular season to the playoffs and then tomorrow grand finals. I'm sure all of them would have something prepared. Lalo na, especially the teams na talagang extra minamatahan yung championship. I'm sure na hindi sila papasok dyan ng with nothing hidden in their sleeve.
Yep, and they don't even have to say it. Kung magdadala sila ng bagong meta, ilalabas nila.
Exactly.
Right? Paolo?
Sa akin naman, I think a lot of people expected the Omega Bren Grand Finals. But the path to get to that Grand Finals, yung mga resulta
sobrang
na binigay
iba
ng Bren, ng Onic, kahit they're going for the third place, is very surprising. Okay? Yun lang para sa akin.
So with that being said, who's to say the best of 5 for the third and the best of 7 for the championship will be as simple? Actually, expect the unexpected. Ladies and gentlemen, before we say goodbye, we'd like to say thank you to our partners and smart sponsors here. Smart, our official telco partner. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gig for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games. Thank you as well to our official sponsor, Realme. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. Like and follow Realme on social media to know more. Maraming salamat rin sa ating official sponsor, Gillette. You know what I'm saying? Get free diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. And of course, our partner in Esports, PayMaya. Thank you so much. Get free 50 pesos credits from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply. Thank you so much to our partner in Esports, TikTok Live. Catch the grand finals tomorrow live via TikTok. Pwede yan. Download now. And of course, thank you as well to our official headset partner, Logitech G. Here like a pro. And of course, the MPL is powered by Moonton. Check out this new holiday Halloween event starting October 26th to November 13th. Get that new Tarizda skin. Just log in every day, play, do the events activities, and get this free skin. You don't want to miss it. Once more, thank you so much to Moonton. Mga kaibigan, brothers and sisters, fam, alam nyo na yun lahat. It's been a crazy weekend, but it all comes to a head tomorrow. Once more, we are naming a new MPL Season 6 Philippine champion. Abangan kung sino yun. It's going to be Bren Esports versus Omega. On behalf of everyone making the MPL possible, our production staff, technical directors, and organizers, my name is Leo. From the panel, on behalf of all the casters, we have here Chin and Paulo. Maraming salamat and good night.
game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.